After knowing that he was being plotted against by the Dread Lord, the Withering King could no longer bear it. He spread his wings and flew in front of the Lord of Dread, then grabbed his neck with his hands. You traitor! You are harming your people. Don't you feel any guilt towards them? This is the land where you were born and raised? Do you really want it to be set ablaze by war again? The Wither King has experienced war. The piles of corpses, the cries, and screams everywhere. He will never forget those scenes in his life. He certainly does not want the war to happen again, nor does he want his people to suffer again. But the arrival of the Lord of Dread broke the peace of this world. At this moment, he really wanted to strangle the Lord of Dread in front of him to death. But he couldn't do it. When he was king, he swore an oath. No matter what, his hands would never be stained with the blood of his fellow tribesmen. After hearing what the Wither King said, the Dread Lord shook off the Wither King's hand that was strangling his neck and smiled disdainfully. Ignited by the flames of war. Look at the situation here. Does it really need to be set on fire by war? It's already hot enough here. It's time to let the soldiers cool down. Are you willing to stay here underground forever? Although the Dreadlord's expression still looked disdainful, but what he said revealed his inner thoughts. He was actually complaining about the injustice done to his own people. After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King was stunned. He thought he had heard it wrong. He never imagined that the traitor who was despised by his people would actually speak out to express his disapproval for the injustice of his people. After the world was divided into 3 parts, the Withered clan obtained the underworld. But compared to the End and the Overworld, the living environment here is the worst. There is hot magma everywhere, and the entire netherworld is a huge furnace. Living here, we have to endure the heat waves every day, not to mention the soul sand that's everywhere. There are dozens of dead souls hidden in that piece of soul sand. They are all soldiers of various ethnic groups who died on the battlefield. You can even see the faces of the souls through the sand. They shouted, cried, and screamed. The soul sand that can be seen everywhere at any time also awakens the memories of the tribesmen in the underworld about the tragic war at any time. Although there is no war, this is indeed not a good place to live. Although generation after generation of people have gradually adapted to this environment and regarded this place as their home. But this is not the home of everyone's dreams. This is just a place where they live and survive. If there is a better place to live, who would want to stay in a place like this? Even though they were dissatisfied with the residents, they did not want to break the agreement among the various ethnic groups. The Withered King naturally understood the difficulties faced by his people. What he didn't expect was that the Lord of Dread could also understand these things. After thinking about this, the Withering King suddenly felt a little confused about the Dreadlord's thoughts. At this moment, he was also a little confused about what the Dreadlord's position was. Is he on the side of the End or the Netherworld? Why did he leave without saying goodbye? If he really betrayed his people, why would he subconsciously say those words that stood on the side of his people? Was it just to coax myself into joining him? When the Dreadlord saw the Withering King's expression, he realized that he seemed to have let something slip. He immediately looked around in panic, as if he was afraid of being heard. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the underworld around him. But his subconscious reaction just now betrayed him. The Withering King also saw all of this. The Dreadlord's behavior is undoubtedly abnormal. Although the Wither King didn't know what exactly happened to him. But what is certain is that the Dreadlord should not have rebelled. People's subconscious reactions can reveal their truest thoughts. It is obvious that the words of the Withering King just now irritated the Dreadlord. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his words betrayed his performance. The reason why he hid his thoughts was probably because he was afraid of something. After thinking about this, the Withering King pondered for a moment. Then he finally nodded. Okay, I'll join. What do you want me to do? Hearing that the Wither King agreed to join, the Dreadlord finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. Cooperate with me to gain strength. Then destroy our common enemy. The Dreadlord did not say who the common enemy was, so this sentence is quite confusing. It's obvious that there's something else behind his words. But the Withered King did not understand this sentence and simply ignored it. How do you get the power? Seeing that the Wither King didn't understand, the Dreadlord said no more. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. When you succeed, everything will become clear. Fear is my source of strength. I believe you also felt another breath that does not belong to this world. That aura belongs to the player race. Most of them live in the main world. They are the most suitable race to provide me with power. After hearing this, the Withering King also understood what the Dreadlord meant. You mean attacking the main world? The Dreadlord nodded. He also saw the Withering King's concerns, and then comforted him. Don't worry, the main world now is not like before. The only powerful leader in that place right now is the aura you sensed. We just need to get me more power quickly before he finds us. With our strength, this battle is almost certain to be won. The Dreadlord is still very confident in his own strength. His power comes from fear. The race called players is large in number and very weak. It just happens to provide him with a constant source of strength. As long as there is enough fear power, he is invincible. After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King thought for a moment. Then he finally nodded and agreed to the Dreadlord's proposal. I hope you won't let me down. He muttered to himself. In fact, there was an element of gambling in this battle. It's not about betting on the outcome of this battle. It's a gamble on which side the Lord of Dread is on. He was always unwilling to believe that his former idol would become a traitor. After seeing that the Withering King agreed, the Dreadlord immediately began to prepare a plan to invade the main world, Xu Yuan drove the Ender Dragon and soon returned to the beach where he was before. As soon as Xu Yuan got off the dragon's back, he saw 007 running towards him with a propeller tail. Master, you are finally back. I thought you didn't want us anymore. As 007 said this, he ran in front of Xu Yuan and started throwing a tantrum. Xu Yuan also figured it out. Basically, when 007 wants to express strong emotions, he will let the little bug take the lead. Because small bugs are more proactive, all emotions are revealed. 007 is a rather introverted person, and he doesn't like to express his ideas. So he just let the little bug express it for him. Although sometimes the expression of small bugs is a bit extreme. But it's better than 007 keeping quiet and saying nothing. Xu Yuan touched little bug's head, comforted him, and then let him go play with the Ender Dragon. I opened the system panel and took a look at the faith value. I didn't expect it to increase so quickly. At this moment, Xu Yuan's faith value is almost reaching 100,000. Although the growth rate is not as fast as the growth rate of fear value. But you have to know that the current faith value is basically provided by those infected by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan made a rough estimate of those people and estimated that there were no more than a few hundred of them. It didn't take long before these hundreds of people had provided Xu Yuan with nearly 100,000 faith points. This number is still considerable. After thinking about this, Xu Yuan opened the infected person control interface. Then he picked a green player ID and controlled him. As soon as he entered the player's perspective, Xu Yuan saw that he was in a place that looked like a basement. The space was very large, and the entire space was brightly lit by torches. The space was densely packed with beds of various colors. All I saw was that next to every few beds, there was a fully armed zombie player standing guard. The president is so cool, he just guards the bed and kills, it's so cool, ha 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 ha. Most guilds are like our previous guild. They will place the resurrection bed site in the basement near the base. They definitely won't expect us to guard the corpse, ha 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 ha. By the way, how many have you killed? I only need 10 more to increase my armor value by 0.5. I feel like increasing the speed would be better. I always feel like the zombies are still moving too slowly. I feel like it's not worth it to get 100 kills for 0.5 armor and speed. I think it's better to get 0.5 health points. The zombie players were chatting when they suddenly appeared in the basement one by one. No more chatting, let's get down to business. Brothers, come on. Don't steal the kills? I'm only a few players away from upgrading my attributes. Upon seeing this, the zombie players immediately surrounded and attacked. At this moment, all of these refreshed players looked as if they had lost all hope in life. AFK, they're still guarding the body. Damn it, are you still going to let me play? Hurry up and call for help. What's the point of our survival if we are guarded like this? Although some players still struggled symbolically, they were without equipment or weapons. The group of well-equipped zombie players in front of them were simply vulnerable. After clearing out another wave of these refreshed players, the zombie players seem to have discovered a problem. Why hasn't my kill count increased? Me too. What's going on? The zombie players were a little confused, and Peng Peng, who had been observing everything on the side, finally spoke. Each player should have a kill limit. I checked and found that if each player kills 3 times, no kill count will be provided to us. A few days ago, because of an accidental kill, Peng Peng and this group of zombie players made a surprising discovery. One of the biggest advantages of being a zombie player. That is, by killing players you can accumulate your own kill count, and the kill count can be exchanged for attributes. Currently, the attributes that can be exchanged are divided into armor, speed, and health. Every 100 kills you get can be exchanged for 0.5 attribute value. Kill counts only take effect if you kill a player. This also enabled Peng Peng and his team to determine their goals. In order to become stronger, they naturally chose to stand against the players. Peng Peng also took advantage of his previous position as guild president. He knew that many guild bases would prepare special player resurrection areas like he did before, so they set their target on a small, independent guild with only a few members. After finding the resurrection area in advance, one group of people attacked the guild headquarters, and then another group of people guarded the bodies in the resurrection area. In this way, it is equivalent to being able to increase the number of kills infinitely. I have to say that Peng Peng's ideas are quite ambitious, but the reality is very bleak. He just found out that each player can provide them with a maximum of 3 kills. As the saying goes, things never happen more than 3 times, and you can only guard a corpse 3 times. Seeing that guarding the corpse was ineffective, Peng Peng no longer stayed here. Lead the zombie players out of the basement. Xu Yuan saw everything that just happened. Xu Yuan was also a little surprised by what the players said just now. Xu Yuan also didn't expect that the players he infected could actually improve his strength. It is just like the original 007, who needs to rely on the number of kills to evolve. However, 007 evolved consciousness, while they evolved bodies. After all, they are conscious. Although the infected can evolve, which seems very powerful, it still requires a lot of accumulation. 100 kills only exchange for 0.5 attribute value, which is really too little. Moreover, the infected, like Xu Yuan, only have 1 life. If they want to grow strong enough, they have to be extremely careful while continuing to develop. Otherwise all efforts will be in vain. It can only be said that the huge profits of the infected are obtained by licking blood from the tip of the knife time and time again. The road to growth is much more difficult than that of a player. However, Su Yuan doesn't care whether their life is hard or not, it is their own choice. Su Yuan only cares whether they can bring him profits. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also came up with some new plans. The main task now is definitely to create as many infected people as possible. The larger the base number of infected people, the more faith points Su Yuan can obtain. However, whether or not one becomes infected is not up to Su Yuan. The players have to be willing, otherwise even if they are infected, they will choose to commit suicide. Therefore, Su Yuan must make these infected people feel the benefits of being zombies. This will greatly increase the conversion rate. Su Yuan has also come up with a good plan. This method should be able to increase the infection conversion rate a lot. After having a plan, Su Yuan was ready to implement it immediately. Su Yuan was originally going to continue watching from the perspective of the semi-infected to find the location of the next infected guild. But I found that the 10 seconds had already been used up. Seeing this, Su Yuan had no choice but to spend 100,000 faith points to upgrade the control system to the next level. Control mode LV2 can obtain vision of infected and semi-infected people. Control time 20 seconds, cooldown 10 hours. Note, the control time is the control time of all infected people. For example, if the control time of A is 2 seconds, the control time of the remaining infected people will be shortened to 18 seconds. Consume 200,000 faith points to upgrade. Although there are improvements after the upgrade, the improvements are indeed not much. But Su Yuan is not in a hurry. After this wave of infection, the growth of faith value will become much faster. Multi-threaded operations should be more efficient. Su Yuan's idea is very simple, which is multi-line operation. These semi-infected people should be in different places at present. If the infection can be carried out in different places at the same time, the efficiency will definitely be faster. The main reason is that Su Yuan has the skill of clone. The clone can inherit the abilities of the original body. Now Su Yuan's real body can infect players if the clone is upgraded to the highest level. It should also be able to infect players. But Su Yuan isn't so sure. But no matter what, the clone's skills will be upgraded to the maximum. Anyway, I don't have to worry about the kill value now. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also opened the skill list and took a look at the level of the clone. Clone LV6, consume 5% of HP, summon 5 clones, the clones inherit 60% of the original body's abilities. Example, if the main body's explosion skill level is LV5, the clone's explosion skill level will be reduced to LV3. Consume 1,500,000 kill points to upgrade. Su Yuan looked at his kill value again. The number was too long and Su Yuan was too lazy to count it. Anyway, upgrading the clone skill is definitely enough. After thinking about this, Su Yuan immediately maxed out his clone skills. Clone LV10, no health consumed, summons 9 clones, the clones inherit 100% of the original body's abilities. Consume 100 E kill points to activate the clone advancement. Su Yuan originally thought that level 10 was the maximum, but when he saw that the advancement of the clone required a kill value of 100 E, he was stunned. System, you are so FG black-hearted. Although Su Yuan is not sure what the advancement of the clone is like, but this 100 E kill value is simply an astronomical figure. Su Yuan didn't worry about it anymore, since it was not a field he could touch at the moment. After upgrading the clone skill, Su Yuan is also preparing to upgrade the teleportation skill. Teleport hasn't been upgraded for a long time. It would be much easier if we could teleport directly to the coordinates. Su Yuan took a look at the teleportation level, which was currently level 7. Teleport LV7, can teleport to a coordinate location. The coordinate location cannot exceed 3000 range of itself, and can carry items or organisms within a 30x30 range, cooling time 3s. Consume 2 million kill points to upgrade. Su Yuan didn't even think twice and maxed it out. Teleport LV10, can teleport to a coordinate location. The coordinate location is not restricted, and can carry items or life forms within a 100x100 range. Su Yuan had already prepared an advanced version of teleportation that would be activated by a kill value of 100 E, but the system slapped me hard in the face. Teleportation has reached its peak at level 10. Just as Su Yuan expected, after reaching the maximum level of teleportation, one can teleport directly to the coordinates without any range restrictions. This saves a lot of trouble. After upgrading these 2 skills, Su Yuan wanted to upgrade another skill, but I found that the kill value has been...
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Almost used up. It seems I'll just have to save it up for a while. After upgrading these 2 skills, Su Yuan also opened the infected control panel again. Although the 10 seconds have just been used up, the skill has cooled down. But fortunately, the cooldown was reset after Su Yuan upgraded. Su Yuan now has 20 seconds to find the location of the target guild headquarters. After spending 20 seconds, Su Yuan successfully found the locations of the 2 guild headquarters. Although 2 is not a lot, it is actually very difficult. Because Su Yuan can only obtain the vision of the infected person at present, but cannot control the infected person. So there is no way to get their location intuitively. The location of the guild headquarters can only be inferred through conversations between players and some external information. And Su Yuan is also subject to a time limit of only 20 seconds. However, all restrictions are caused by insufficient faith value. As more players are infected, the faith value will increase, and these problems can be easily solved. The two guilds Su Yuan found were Kanglin Guild and Yunshui Guild. Both guilds are mid-tier guilds, and they don't have a lot of members. Su Yuan definitely wanted to target a guild with more members, but he had no choice. I can only kill him. After Su Yuan summoned 2 clones, he placed one on the shallows, so that the little bugs won't be able to see you throwing tantrums. The original body and another clone teleported to the vicinity of Kanglin and Yunshui Guild respectively. Inside the Kanglin Guild's headquarters, the players are practicing in the square. Like many other guilds, they were influenced by Steve. Steve has remained true to his original intention and has been posting his insights on the game and some strategies for developing operations on the forum. This also made all major guilds begin to pay attention to the personal level of players. Players basically spend 4 hours every day practicing their operations. At night, you have to fight against monsters. I'm so busy every day. In addition, the guild also learned the assessment system of Steve's Nirvana Guild. There is a small test every 3 days and a big test every week. Assess the player's operating level. Players who fail 3 times will be expelled from the guild. This is also what makes players complain about the hard training. Hey, playing games every day is more tiring than going to work. There's nothing we can do about it. The main reason is that the monsters have become stronger, and I can't play without practicing my skills. If I had known this would happen, I would have been infected by him. I remember you were from the Demon King Reserve Guild before? I heard that your guild leader has been doing very well since he was infected by him. I saw a lot of posts saying that their houses were raided by a group of zombie players, saying that their equipment was super good. I'm so jealous. Being a zombie is so free. You can be anywhere and you don't have to worry about equipment. You can just steal from other players. The players were chatting when a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the square. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, the players of Kanglin Guild were all dumbfounded. Him? What the hell? Him is coming. Is he planning to infect us? The players of Kanglin Guild were a little surprised to see him coming. But in fact, they had already been mentally prepared long before. After the incident of him descending upon the Demon King's reserve team, the forums were all about him's ability to infect players. Players have also speculated on various ways him might infect players. Basically, players all think that him wants to expand his army. But many players also have doubts about this speculation. Because him did not kill all the players of Pengpeng Guild. He only killed some of them and then left. If he wants to expand his army, he will definitely not let anyone else go. But no matter what him's intentions are, the players are basically mentally prepared that him will probably visit the players' bases again. The players of the Kanglin Guild were thinking about this when their thoughts were interrupted by the words of the guild president Lan Yu. Hurry up and put the blocks in front of you. As the president, Lan Yu is quite perceptive. Him's coming this time will definitely infect the players. Although Lan Yu knew that they would definitely not be able to defeat him's strength. But it is impossible for Lan Yu to do nothing. Lan Yu also knew that him usually used explosion skills as close combat damage. If you put blocks in front of you, you can block the damage from the explosion. This will also give people on the edge time to retreat. If anyone can escape, then escape. At least the whole army won't be wiped out. As soon as Lan Yu finished speaking, a loud bang was heard. The players close to him were killed in the explosion before they could react. Many of the players who were farther away and had more time to react had already built blocks in front of them, protected against explosion damage. Seeing the players' strenuous resistance, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Is it operational? Su Yuan also knew a long time ago that the official had updated the free combat system. With this combat system, players' operations become more diverse. Su Yuan also didn't expect that the players would improve so quickly. So soon we started to focus on training operations. In fact, stacking blocks is the most basic entry-level operation. However, if you practice this entry-level operation to perfection, your strength will be greatly improved. With just this simple operation, it can block a lot of damage for players. However, Su Yuan is not worried that the players' operations will affect him. Although many players stacked blocks in front of them to offset the damage and prevent themselves from being affected by the explosion. But Su Yuan still has many skills. It's not just the explosion. The reason why I always like to use explosion is because it is convenient and saves trouble. If Su Yuan wants to attack them, he can use the skills of Withering Skull. The damage coming from above cannot be offset by placing blocks in front of you. Unless you have extremely fast hands, you can build 2 blocks in front of you and 1 block above your head before the Withering Skull attacks. This hand speed would be difficult to maintain for more than 10 to 20 years. Although Su Yuan has many skills to kill players, he is not planning to do so. Currently the explosion damage range is 100x100. There are already several thousand players lying on the ground now, which is almost enough. For the rest, Su Yuan decided to keep some for semi-infection, and use the rest to increase the conversion rate of the infected. Although the infected people are currently very important to Su Yuan, but for long-term development, the larger the base number of semi-infected people is, the better. Because the more people released, the more guild headquarters Su Yuan can obtain. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked through the skills. Currently, the only skill that can quickly injure a large number of players without killing them seems to be the Fang Attack skill. Fang Attack LV1, a row of fangs emerges from the 16 squares connecting the target. The fangs ignore armor and cause 20% of the upper limit of health damage. The cooldown time is 60 s. Consume 10,000 kill points to upgrade. It just so happens that Su Yuan hasn't upgraded this skill yet. Su Yuan also upgraded it to level 6 in one go. Fang Attack LV6, 5 rows of fangs emerge from the 96th square of the line connecting the target. The fangs ignore armor and cause 70% of the upper limit of health damage. The cooldown time is 5 s. Consume 150000 kill points to upgrade. Fortunately, Su Yuan did not rush to attack after he had a lot of kills. Many skills that are rarely used have not been upgraded before. Otherwise, if all skills are upgraded to the point where they can kill people instantly, it would be difficult for Su Yuan to create semi-infected people. Although the damage range of this Fang skill is not as large as the explosion, it still has a range of 96x5. It's quite impressive. The most important thing is that it is not lethal, which makes it very suitable for creating semi-infected people. At this moment, those players of Kanglan Guild who were farther away from him immediately gathered at the guild's escape passage. I have to say that they are still very disciplined and they still maintain order in the face of such a situation. The players are gradually improving, and the facilities in the guild residence are gradually becoming more complete and comprehensive. Many guilds will build multiple underground escape passages for emergency situations. These passages are usually well camouflaged and basically blend in with the surrounding environment. Players will dig the channel when necessary. The front end of the passage is made of obsidian, and a box is placed not far from the front end of the passage. It contains several buckets of lava and water. These are used to make obsidian to block the hole. After all the players have entered, the player at the rear will use construction methods to block the entrance, allowing the players to evacuate more safely. I have to say, after the official guide was released and there were video incentives on the forum, the development of players has indeed accelerated a lot. When many players put their heads together, the resulting brainstorming session was quite huge. Moreover, these are just some facilities in a medium-sized guild, not to mention the large guilds that are already researching redstone. The players all gathered at the entrances of several escape passages, which made it easier for Su Yuan to attack them. Su Yuan also teleported a few times and used the Fang Attack skill on these players. Of course, he still reserved time for these players to enter the emergency passage. Although Su Yuan deliberately let these players escape, he couldn't make it too fake. After most of the players entered the passage, Su Yuan also used the Spider Silk skill to trap a small number of players. Then Su Yuan came to the center of the square again. At this moment, the players who were killed by Su Yuan have stood up again. Their bodies turned green and they had become zombies. Although players already know that they will be infected, but when it was my turn to be infected, I was still a little confused. At this moment, their bodies suddenly moved uncontrollably. His legs and feet unconsciously began to move towards the players who were tied up by spider silk outside the passage. What the hell? What's going on? Why am I out of control? Are we being controlled by him? Next. The group of players from the Kanglan Guild who were infected and turned into zombies soon discovered it. I have lost control of this body. They were not stupid and they realized immediately that this was probably done by him. Him is able to control monsters. Now that they have become zombies, him can naturally control them. Although they knew that him was controlling them, they did not understand why him did so. Why is he controlling us? Could it be that he has taken a liking to us and wants to recruit us? What do you mean you want to recruit us? Haven't we already been recruited? The players were wondering, but they saw their bodies slowly and involuntarily coming to the group of players who were tied up by spider silk. At this moment, the players who were tied up by the spider silk suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Stay away from us. Hey, wake up. Don't do anything excessive. After hearing the words of the trapped players, the zombie players seemed to understand something. What the hell? Is he going to control us and kill them? Are you asking us to kill each other? Ahem, can that person control me to kill the person whose ID is Liu? You don't have to control me, just let me do it myself. I've been fed up with that idiot Yu Wu for a long time. Among this group of zombie players, many are dissatisfied with the act of killing players from the same guild. But there are also many players who want to take advantage of this opportunity to become zombies to deal with those people they don't like. Under him's control, the zombie players quickly came to the tied-up players. Then, under him's control, they began their first massacre. Throughout the process, many zombie players were extremely unwilling. After all, among these trapped players, there are also good friends, good brothers, and good teammates. But after the massacre, a slap in the face scene was staged. Did anything strange suddenly appear on your screen? You mean the number of kills? What the hell? So there's such a thing. Oh my god, no wonder some people are willing to become zombies. It turns out that the number of kills can be used to improve attributes. This is quite powerful. You can wear equipment, operate it, and even improve your attributes when killing people. It's over. I don't want to change back. Although the game is very diverse, players are also divided into various genres. Some are keen on adventure, some are keen on becoming stronger, some are keen on beautiful scenery, and some are keen on architecture. But these players who join the guild are definitely the type who are keen on becoming stronger. They definitely desire to be strong. And just now, they also experienced the benefits of being zombies. You know, even if players kill millions of zombies, they can't get any attribute improvements. As a zombie, killing 100 players can increase your attribute value by 0.5. Zombies can also carry equipment and perform various free operations. Obviously, in this environment, the survivability and growth rate of zombies are much higher than that of players. After this group of zombie players figured this out, they instantly became excited. I've decided. I won't change back. Although zombies only have one life, if their attributes can be improved, then if they are more cautious, it seems that they won't die so easily. I'll give you a suggestion. When you're a zombie, continue to accumulate supplies and bury them somewhere. If you die unexpectedly, you won't lose much when you become a player again. AFK, President, you are amazing. You are doing this with both hands? Awesome. Thanks him for reducing the difficulty of my game. I don't have to work in the game every day. I have to say that Su Yuan's method did improve the conversion rate a lot. About 3,000 people in the Kanglan Guild were infected. After knowing that zombies can improve players' attributes by killing them, they all switched sides. Even the guild leader Lan Yu rebelled. The main reason is that this game world is too hard for players. You have to protect yourself from monsters, players, and him. You also need to improve your operations and equipment, otherwise you will be eliminated soon. Being a monster is much easier. At least for the players, the biggest threat, him, is no longer their enemy. Monsters can also live in harmony with them. Their only enemy is the player. Anyway, when you are a player, other players are also enemies. It would be better to throw yourself into him's arms and become a zombie. At this moment, the headquarters of the Yunshui Guild is tens of thousands of miles away from the Kanglan Guild. Under Su Yuan's two-line operation, the Yunli Guild's headquarters was in the same situation as the Kanglan Guild's headquarters. Of the more than 4,000 infected players, more than 3,700 chose to become infected. The conversion rate of these infected people is still quite high, while Su Yuan was implementing his plan. At this moment, the Yonghui Guild's headquarters, tens of thousands of miles away, was under attack. AFK, what the hell is this monster? Could it be him's new little brother? Isn't him recruiting soldiers? It's really possible. This monster uses fire. The Death Knight before seemed to be able to control magma. At this moment, a man in a white hoodie was seen standing outside the station. Because he was too far away, the players couldn't see his appearance clearly. There is a name on the top of his head, but the color of the name above the head is bright red. He raised his hands slightly. I saw two fireballs slowly gathering on his hands. The fireball grew larger, and finally stopped growing after it condensed into a fireball about the size of a human head. He just raised his hand, and the fireball flew quickly towards the city wall of the garrison. The fireball melted the stones of the city wall the moment it touched them. He penetrated the 5-block-thick city wall with just 2 fireballs. Moreover, the fireball continued to burn for a long time after it touched the city wall. Just 2 fireballs were enough to burn a big hole through the 5-layer thick city wall. Seeing this, the players on guard in Yonghui Guild immediately told Yonghui the news. President, there's a monster outside. Hearing the players' words, Yonghui stood up suddenly, his heart almost jumping into his throat. Is it him? After so long, he still hasn't forgotten the fear that him brought him. The player shook his head upon seeing this. It's not him. It looks like a player, but the name above its head is red. It seems to be called something. Entity_303. After hearing what the players said, Yonghui finally sat down with peace of mind. Damn it! Am I fighting a monster in my life? Why are there always monsters looking for trouble? Yonghui couldn't help but complain. Entity_303. Why does this name sound so familiar? I heard my men mention the name of the monster's head that invaded outside the base. Yonghui suddenly felt that it sounded familiar. But for a moment I couldn't think of where I had seen it. Since he had no impression of it, it was possible that he had made a mistake, and Yonghui didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, as long as the person standing outside is not him, it's fine. After thinking about this, Yonghui asked the players in the guild, what abilities does that monster have? After hearing Yonghui's words, the player immediately reported. He can use fire. That fire doesn't feel like an ordinary flame. That fire can melt rocks. The player talked for a long time, but Yonghui still stood there, continuing to look at him. Seeing that the player didn't respond for a long time, Yonghui was a little confused. Why are you looking at me? Keep talking. Perhaps it was because the type of monster Yonghui had encountered before was him. So he thought that monsters like him all had various skills. So he kept waiting for the reporting player to reveal the monster's other abilities. At this moment, the reporting player was also a little confused when he saw this. What? After hearing what the player said, Yonghui was also a little confused. He can use fire, and that's it. Seeing this, the player couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. It should be gone. After hearing what the player said, Yonghui was even a little bit unbelieving. What about teleportation, using obsidian, spider webs, clones, etc.? None of these are available. After hearing Yonghui's words, the player shook his head. What is certain is that teleportation definitely does not exist. The players at the outpost saw him walking to the base. It's highly likely that he doesn't have any other skills, right? After hearing what the reporting player said, Yang Hui almost laughed out loud. Pfft, hiking. It's no wonder Yang Hui laughed, after all, he already had some preconceived ideas. I thought all conscious monsters would be like him, either able to teleport or fly or something like that. Suddenly I met a hiker, the contrast was quite big. But this is undoubtedly good news for Yang Hui, and Yang Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's it. What the hell are you afraid of? It was because Yang Hui encountered a ceiling-level existence the first time he fought against a monster. This also broadened his horizons a lot. Now, that 303 is indeed not good enough in his eyes. Although he was not clear about the origin of this 303. But since others have already reached the door, why not fight? After thinking about this, Yang Hui immediately began to mobilize the players. That monster only knows how to use fire, so let's use water to defeat him. Find a group of people to go to the sentry tower, and have each person pour a bucket of water from the top, splashing it into a curtain of water. All TNT cannon crew members, go to the sentry tower and wait. Blast him. After figuring out the monster's skills, Yang Hui quickly responded. Yang Hui is no pushover either. Having managed the guild for so many years, it is easy for him to deal with a monster that can only use fire. After receiving the order, the players immediately took action. Soon, the walls of the guild headquarters were surrounded by water curtains on all sides. Entity 303 saw the players' responses but seemed a little unimpressed. You know, your fire can melt even stones, so why would you be afraid of the water? As Entity 303 raised his hand, he saw a fireball flying towards the water curtain. The moment the fireball touched the water curtain, it emitted a large amount of steam. Although the water curtain cannot extinguish the fireball of Entity 303, it acts as a buffer. After the fireball passed through the water curtain, it still hit the city wall. But only a layer of rock was melted. Entity 303 was somewhat surprised upon seeing this. My fireball is so weak. Entity 303 could hardly believe what it saw. You know, when he programmed it before, he set his flame to be able to melt everything. Even bedrock can melt. And its flame will not be extinguished by water. If you can use fire, it means that the code is effective. But the power of this flame, it's like a fake code? When Entity 303 was lost in thought. At this moment, on the sentry tower, the players of the TNT cannon team are on standby. Even though Yang Hui suffered heavy losses the last time they faced him, it is still the #1 guild after all, and the guild's foundation is there. In addition, the official game guide was released, and the think tanks in the guild brainstormed. This also enabled the Yang Hui guild to develop rapidly. The guild's progress these days is much faster than in the past. The development of Yang Hui guild is also very comprehensive. Villager transactions, player operations, and redstone technology are all included. The TNT cannon on the city wall is the masterpiece of the think tank. However, this TNT cannon is a version that consumes TNT. They haven't found a way to farm TNT from dead coral yet. However, their TNT cannon is still good and has adjustable range. Seeing that the players were on standby, Yang Hui immediately gave the order to attack. Attention, gunners! Use him as the center and fire in all directions. Remember, predict your landing location. As soon as Yang Hui finished speaking, all the players turned on the TNT cannon at the same time. Several TNTs are fired from different dispensers at the same time. Entity 303 was thinking about it when he saw several TNTs flying towards him in the air. What the hell? Upon seeing this, Entity 303 immediately fired a flame at the TNT closest to it. The moment the flame touches the TNT explodes in the air. Although the explosion did not injure Entity 303, the heat wave generated by the explosion pushed Entity 303 back several steps. Entity 303 hadn't even stood firm when it saw several TNTs attacking from several directions. Completion. At this moment, Entity 303 instantly regretted it. Why didn't you give yourself a flying skill or a teleportation skill? The oncoming TNT left Entity 303 with no time to evacuate. All I heard were a few loud bangs. It's like setting off firecrackers. Several deep pits were blown out on the ground. Entity 303 lay peacefully in the pit, without any movement. Ah, is this the end? I thought it was some powerful monster? That's it. This 303 is lame. I thought it was him's little brother, but now it seems that he is not. With such strength, even the Death Knight can beat him bloodily. I guess it's just a newly added elite monster, right? Doesn't it have a name? Him and the others don't have names, right? Speaking of which, why does this monster's appearance and name look so familiar? President? Do you want to go down and see if anything is dropped? The players were discussing excitedly, but Yang Hui was a little dazed at the moment. So weak. When the players first reported, they said that some humanoid monsters were attacking the guild headquarters. Yang Hui was still panicking. Although he knew it wasn't him, Yang Hui was still a little worried. After learning about the monster's skills, Yang Hui felt more at ease, but he still felt that this battle might be a little tense. He never expected that just a few TNT cannons could blow up the monster. What the hell is this 303? It has absolutely no ability to fight back. However, although he easily defeated the Entity 303, Yang Hui still remained vigilant. Him once faked his death when fighting against the Shangyuntang Guild. Although I know that the monster below is far inferior to him, it is still better to be cautious. Wait and see. At this moment, all the players' eyes were focused on the deep pit outside the base. As Yang Hui expected, there was movement in the deep pit. Entity 303 was seen walking out of the pit slowly as if nothing had happened. At this moment, his appearance has changed a lot from before. Under the hoodie, the handsome face was no longer visible. All I could see under the brim of his hat was endless darkness, and I couldn't see his original appearance at all. The exposed hands and feet also became the same as the face. The whole body is like an endless black hole. The sunlight hit his exposed skin and was instantly absorbed. He could clearly feel a wave of heat surrounding his body. His entire body seemed to have become a source of fire. Wherever he passed, whether it was soil or rocks, it began to burn. Although Entity 303 is unaware of the changes in its appearance, but he vaguely felt that his abilities seemed to have improved a lot. After thinking about this, Entity 303 raised his hands slightly. The color of the flame in his hand changed significantly. The flame in his hand was golden orange before. In real life, the temperature of a flame of this color is already very high. It's about 1200 degrees. At this moment, the center of the flame in his hand was pure white, surrounded by a circle of gold and white gold edges. In other words, the flame has now reached 1500 degrees. Moreover, the size of the flame formed in his hand was getting bigger and bigger at this moment. Entity 303 continued to gather the flames in its hand, and the flame ball continued to grow until its diameter was about 30 blocks. Entity 303 swung and threw the entire fireball, which flew rapidly towards the wall of the Yang Hui Guild's headquarters. After the fireball came into contact with the water curtain, it still created a lot of thick smoke. But the water curtain did not weaken the power of the fireball at all. The moment the fireball touched the city wall, the 5-layer wall was completely melted in less than half a second. This ball of fire can burn stones as easily as burning paper, which is enough to show how terrifying its power is. After seeing this scene, Yang Hui never dared to underestimate Entity 303 again. Although Entity 303 only knows one skill, this skill is obviously much stronger than the one he used when attacking the city just now. This skill is obviously a growth type 1. When the players saw the strength of Entity 303, they panicked instantly. What the hell? What the hell is this fire so strong? Does this make sense? This stone wall is as brittle as paper. If this touches a person, wouldn't it melt immediately? What is the origin of this 303? Could it be the dog that merged with the Death Knight before? Hiss, that seems to be true. The dog is also white, right? What the hell? I just checked. This monster might not be the previous GM 303. What the hell? I was wondering why this appearance and name look so familiar. Ah, this GM 303 has turned into Monster 303. Speaking of which, why did he come to pick a fight with us? After being reminded by one player, the other players realized that the appearance and name of this monster were very similar to GM 303 who had entered the game before to solve the him incident. No wonder players feel familiar with it but can't remember it. Yang Hui naturally heard what the players said. The players in the guild naturally didn't know why GM 303 would pick a fight with them. Only Yang Hui and the company's top management know the most about this matter. So you're here for revenge. Although Yang Hui doesn't know why 303 turned into a monster, but he was very clear about the purpose of his coming. It must be because he was fired by the company, but he couldn't do anything about the company, so he blamed Yang Hui. After thinking about this, Yang Hui immediately contacted the person in charge of the consortium. Then I sent them the screenshots of the game. Let the authorities come and resolve this matter. After sending the message, Yang Hui also learned from his last lesson. This time he would definitely not make a deal that he was not sure of. He immediately posted an announcement on the guild channel. All players quickly evacuate to the underground passage and log off. Wait for me to notify you of the specific launch time. Last time, Yang Hui suffered the consequences of being too reckless. Yang Hui definitely doesn't want to experience that experience again, which was worse than death. This matter has been reported to the authorities, and they will definitely resolve it. According to Yang Hui's inference, after GM 303 was dismissed, he must have hacked into official data. That's why I came up with this weird thing. This is equivalent to an official loophole, and the official will definitely resolve it. Why should I get involved in this mess? Just wait for the official GM to come online and sanction Entity 303. After receiving the news, the players immediately began to evacuate. At this moment, Entity 303 is still outside bombarding the city wall. After finally reaching the inside of the city wall, they were ready to kill. But he found that there was no one inside the city wall. Grass. Where are the people? After receiving the news from Yang Hui's consortium, the officials were extremely angry. They didn't expect that a small employee would dare to make a virus invasion game. After receiving the news, the senior executives immediately called Old Wu to their office. Hurry up, delete the invading virus. Then send a lawyer's letter to that guy, sue him. After hearing what the higher UPS said, Old Wu was a little hesitant. He knew that Mo Zhang was not to blame for this. Mo Zhang probably did this because he was impulsive at the moment. Old Wu thought for a moment and said, I will immediately arrange for someone to deal with the virus. I'll go talk to him about Mo Zhang's matter. After all, if it goes to court, it will also have an impact on the company. After discussing for a while, the senior executives agreed to Lao Wu's proposal. Old Wu was also cautious this time and prepared to hand this issue over to his apprentice to deal with. Rookie, come here, I have something for you to handle. Old Wu talked for a long time, but there was still no response from the workstation. I only saw the rookie sitting at his workstation with a dull look in his eyes, and I had no idea what he was thinking. Seeing this, the programmer colleague next to him quickly poked the rookie, but he still didn't react at all, and those who didn't know would think he was dead. Seeing this, the programmer colleagues were also helpless. He has become somewhat accustomed to it. The rookie has always been like this, he really likes to daydream. Mentally unstable. The first impression given to everyone is that his intelligence seems to be worrying. But in fact, it is not the case. Perhaps it is true that appearance is just his disguise. The reason he became Old Wu's only apprentice was not because of his connections. Instead, he was successfully noticed by Old Wu because of his hard power. A rookie is someone who is somewhere between a genius and a fool. His behavior sometimes seems very wise, but he always completes the various tasks posted above very well. All I can say is that he does have the ability, but his luck definitely outweighs his ability. The programmer colleague was about to call the rookie again, but I saw that Old Wu had already walked to the near side. Seeing the helpless look on his programmer colleague's face, Old Wu shook his head. You can't wake him up like this. As Old Wu spoke, he picked up the thermos cup on the rookie's desk and knocked it twice on the rookie's head. The noise was so loud that it could probably be heard even in the office next door. The programmer colleague looked at Lao Wu with horror, then looked at the rookie's head. I was relieved when I saw there was no bleeding. How can this be called a thermos cup? With this kind of force, it's like a weapon? But the rookie's head was fine? There's not even a bulge? The programmer colleague was just trying to figure out what the structure of the rookie's head was. At this moment, the rookie was finally woken up. What's outrageous is that he didn't feel any pain at all and didn't even touch his head. Ah, Old Wu, you're here. The rookie never called Lao Wu master, and Lao Wu was used to it and didn't bother with him. Woke up. After hearing what Old Wu said, the rookie nodded. Old Wu took a closer look at the rookie's mental state, and only spoke after making sure that he had come to his senses. I have something for you to do. After saying that, Old Wu told the rookie about Mo Jiang's invasion of the game. Seeing the rookie's increasingly distracted eyes, Old Wu gave him 2 claps to wake him up. I just asked someone to check the database, but no intrusion information was found. He knows the game data so well that it would be difficult to check it in the database. You can log into the game directly as an administrator. He should still be at the Yonghui Guild's headquarters. Once you find the data information, just clear it. After hearing what Old Wu said, the rookie yawned and then nodded. He lazily got up and prepared to go to the game cabin reserved for administrators. Seeing this, Old Wu stopped him and then gave some instructions. If you can't clean it up, you must first ensure the safety of Yonghui and his group, remember. The rookie nodded his head while answering Old Wu perfunctorily. Why is your head so itchy? I guess he needs to grow a brain. After seeing the rookie lying in the game cabin, Lao Wu found out Mo Jiang's residential address. So he left the company. After Entity 303 entered the Yonghui Guild headquarters, it saw that the guild headquarters was empty. I was so angry that my lungs were about to explode. I #Yuan #at hashtag Yuan. After 2 minutes of complaining with a lot of shouting for his mother, he finally felt a little better. Yonghui and his group are really smart. After the torture of him last time, they didn't give Entity 303 any chance at all. If you see the situation is not good, run away immediately. Actually, the main reason is that the Entity 303 does not have the ability to fly or teleport, and can only walk. If they could be approached quickly, they would not be able to get off the line safely. However, even if Entity 303 could get close to them quickly, it would not be able to torture them. After all, he doesn't have the means to control players like him. The purpose of Entity 303 is simple: revenge. Simply slaughtering them is not revenge. After all, players can be resurrected. The only way to retaliate against them now is to mess with their mentality. Anyway, the Entity 303 has plenty of time, and can be resurrected infinitely after crossing into the game. He wouldn't mind spending more time with Yonghui and the others. Entity 303 is not going to leave either, so he is going to fight them here and kill them until they quit the game. After Entity 303 thought of this, it immediately began to set fires everywhere in the base. Various supplies, redstone devices, crops, animals, etc. in the base. He didn't let go of any of them. Looking at the flames burning everywhere, Entity 303 felt much better. The building slowly burned down, and the flames gradually melted into the ground. I saw a whole obsidian platform slowly appearing more than 10 floors underground. Entity 303 was also somewhat curious upon seeing this. After melting the obsidian with a fireball, you can see the obsidian chamber below and neatly arranged beds of different colors. Entity 303 finally revealed an evil smile on its face. Oh, I found the respawn point. After Yonghui notified most of the players to log off, he and some high-level players took off their equipment. We passed through the safe passage and arrived at a commanding height near the base. They also wanted to observe the movements of Entity 303, and they were also worried about the supplies at the guild headquarters. Their concerns are indeed correct. At this moment, Entity 303 is seen setting fire to the guild headquarters. Yonghui and the others' hearts were bleeding. AFK, why haven't the officials come yet? This guy has such poor quality. He's even worse than him. At least him didn't touch our supplies. Boss, what's going on with the authorities? Yang Hui was heartbroken to see the guild headquarters burned down. But he couldn't do anything about the Entity 303, so he could only vent his emotions on the authorities. He also immediately sent a message to the consortium. After receiving the news, the consortium made a series of desperate calls to the authorities. Just when Yang Hui and his group were anxiously asking where GM had gone, their rookie GM was humming a little tune and happily pinching his face in the game. Him's look is pretty cool, let's get the same outfit. Heepy, the eternal god. I'll just use my own handsome face. The rookie carefully sculpted the character's shape, which took him about half an hour. Finally it's done. Just as he was about to save, he suddenly felt a collision outside the game cabin. If you're not careful, all your facial features will be pulled to the top of your face. It's like the scene when you accidentally move the mouse when playing a 3D face-shaping game. The rookie was about to cancel, but found that the game cabin was disconnected. At the moment of disconnection, a message popped up on the system. Face-pinching data has been saved. As soon as the rookie came out of the game cabin, he saw the company's top executives looking like they wanted to eat him. Do you know why the person who created the invading virus was fired? The senior executive's words left the rookie stunned, and before the rookie could reply, the senior executive continued speaking. Because he didn't do what he was supposed to do. If you don't finish what you're supposed to do in the allotted time, you'll be the next one to go. The company executive said these two words and left without looking back. The senior management didn't say anything too harsh out of consideration for old Wu's sake. If it were another programmer. At this point, there was already a barrage of curses. Although the rookie was distracted when the senior management was speaking and didn't hear a word. But the rookie is not stupid, he also realized that the matter is urgent. After thinking about this, the rookie came to the game cabin again. After entering the game, he was a little amused and helpless when he saw the face he had just accidentally created. All the facial features are concentrated on the forehead. The eyes are as wide as those of a giant salamander. The whole face reveals a strong sense of weakness, wisdom. The rookie wanted to tweak the face again, but he had just been warned once by the higher UPS. After thinking about it, I decided to give up and finish my work first. After Yang Hui communicated with the senior management, he has been waiting for news. Not long after, a figure appeared outside the base. Because the figure was facing away from Yang Hui and the others, and the distance was too far, Yang Hui and the others can't see the ID. When Yang Hui and the others saw the man's figure and the color of his clothes, they were all stunned. This figure and outfit, why do they look so familiar? Look familiar? Do you still remember him? AFK? The GM didn't come, but him did. The high-level players were discussing, but Yang Hui felt something was wrong. Although this person's back and clothes color are indeed the same as him, but the feeling it gives people is completely incompatible with him. Him gives people a strong sense of oppression. And this person, just by looking at his back and movements, makes people feel that he seems a little stupid and dull. Seeing this, Yang Hui moved closer. When I saw the GM rookie ID above that person's head, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the GM. But, this face pinching, is he really a GM? Yang Hui and his group were undoubtedly happy when they saw the rookie's ID. But after seeing his character, my mood at this moment suddenly became indescribable. This image is really too wise. It can be said that no normal person can create such a character. How should I put it? With this face of his, even if he has the ability to destroy the world like him, you can't feel that he is very powerful at all. After seeing the rookie's face, Yang Hui was about to go out, but now he decided to hide here and see what happens. When the rookie arrived at the door of Yang Hui's residence, he took a look inside. After seeing the scene inside the base, my eyes widened. Wow, the Syrian wind needle doesn't poke. At this moment, he had completely forgotten his mission. He directly turned on the third perspective and started taking selfies after entering the base. Take photos with various ruins. Fortunately, Yang Hui and the others didn't see this scene, otherwise they would have been so angry that they would have died. The rookie just took a photo with the half-melted box, but when he checked the photo, he found a faceless man in white behind him. Seeing this, the rookie turned around suddenly. Only then did he see the entity 303 that appeared behind him at some point. I am so surprised. The newbie was also scared by the entity 303. Entity 303 was somewhat surprised when he saw the name of the rookie. Of course he and the rookie knew each other, after all, they were in the same company. But I'm not that familiar with him. It should be said that the rookie is not very familiar with anyone in the company. He is the kind of person who lives completely in his own world. When the rookie saw entity 303, he did not immediately confront him. At this moment, he was only thinking about the photo of himself that was destroyed by entity 303. After thinking about this, he patted entity 303 on the shoulder. Move aside for a moment. I want to take a photo with that box. Entity 303 rolled its eyes upon seeing this. You really haven't changed at all. 0. Isn't going to ask you to deal with me, is he? The rookie didn't hear a word of what entity 303 said. At this moment, he was busy posing next to the half-melted box. Entity 303 became angry when he saw the rookie ignoring his words. A fireball flew directly over and melted half of the box under him. Entity 303 thought that its provocation would make the rookie angry. Unexpectedly, the rookie was not angry at all, but looked at Entity 303 with amazement. Wow, you fireball, what a monkey. The rookie's words coupled with the wise expression on his face made Entity 303 sound like the rookie was being sarcastic. Entity 303 could no longer bear this. The two people are totally not on the same channel. He didn't want to waste time with the rookie anymore. After thinking about this, Entity 303 directly used the data invasion skill on the rookie. He had previously set up a data intrusion code for himself. And it was also used when looking for Yonghui, so we can be sure that this code is effective. I also learned this trick from him. The identity of a rookie is just a bunch of data, and Entity 303 can just kick him out of the game. Data invasion successful? Implanting 303 virus. Implantation failed? Reason for failure: the intrusion data spirit element is disconnected and cannot be conquered. Seeing this prompt, Entity 303 was dumbfounded. Invasion data psycho element disconnected. Are you kidding me? This prompt Entity 303 is not unfamiliar. Since the game cabin is connected to neurons, the game's connection status will be affected by the nerves. When most people lose focus, their neurons become disconnected, and data transmission naturally stops. In this state, the character is actually in a semi-standby state. But at this moment, the rookie in front of him was still full of energy, running around and taking selfies in front of him. How can it be a state of disconnected neurons? The only situation that can maintain this state is when one is sleepwalking. At this moment, Entity 303 looked at the rookie in front of him as if he were a monster. This is something I have never seen before. I don't believe you can sleepwalk all the time. Implanting 303 virus. Implantation failed? Reason for failure: the intrusion data spirit element is disconnected and cannot be conquered. Implanting 303 virus. Implantation failed? Reason for failure: the intrusion data spirit element is disconnected and cannot be conquered. Damn it! This is a monster, right? Entity 303 has been attempting to hack into the rookie's data in an attempt to kick him out of the game. He couldn't remember how many times he had tried, but none of them succeeded. The rookie was clearly wandering around in front of him, slapping here and there, swaying here and there. Although his behavior seemed abnormal, it was obviously not the state of sleepwalking. Entity 303 has finally opened its eyes this time. He had never met anyone like Rookie before. You say he is not sober, but he can move and socialize normally. You say he is sober, but his whole mind is unstable. Entity 303 also couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of the world. How could there be such people as rookies in the world? Even though his mind was constantly wandering, he was still able to make relatively normal movements. When I was a colleague with the rookie, Entity 303 was always confused. How on earth did a rookie like this get into 0 Point Company? Now it seems that I really underestimated him. He was able to enter 0 Point Company even in a state of mental uncertainty. Entity 303 really couldn't imagine how outrageous he would be when he was concentrating. Entity 303 was just thinking about it when he saw the rookie slowly walking in front of him. He suddenly came closer, stretched out his hands and held up the face of Entity 303. He slowly approached, and after getting to a certain distance, he finally stopped. Then he shook Entity 303's face from side to side, observing it carefully. Entity 303 was also frightened by the rookie's sudden action, and after reacting, he quickly shook off the rookie's hand. Before the Entity 303 could attack, the rookie suddenly seemed to remember something and said in surprise, "Ah, I know you. Are you the one who sits in the third workstation from me, likes to slack off while working, likes to order spicy hot pot and xiaolongbao when ordering takeout, hates fish, likes to wear white hoodies, wears size 42 shoes, is blood typo, is a Scorpio, had a wisdom tooth extracted a while ago, and has a swollen face for 2 weeks, lives at number 303 Jiexin Road, rents for 6,300, has been single for 25 years, and was fired by the company a while ago, Mo Zhang." Although he was not a slow rookie, he did not recognize the Entity 303 at first. He was slow, but he could actually recognize Mo Zhang from the dark face under the brim of his hat. After hearing the rookie's words, Entity 303 felt his head buzzing. "You're from the Civil Affairs Bureau, right?" Entity 303 also has no idea where the rookie got so much information about him. The key is that all this information is correct. The rookie even knows where he lives, how much his rent is, what size shoes he wears, and that he has been single for 25 years. Entity 303 thought about this and looked around. When it saw that there was no one around, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. If other people heard this, they would definitely think that they had some improper relationship. The information of the rookie is very detailed, and the only thing missing is to directly report the Entity 303's ID card. When Entity 303 thought about this, it suddenly felt something was wrong. "You just recognized me." Entity 303 was also confused by the rookie, and only then did he realize the key point. I have to say that the rookie's train of thought is really outrageous. The two of them had been standing under the same roof for so long, but he just finally recognized who Entity 303 was. I guess he even forgot why the company sent him into the game this time. After hearing what Entity 303 said, the rookie nodded happily, and then asked Entity 303 with a wise look on his face, "What are you doing here?" Entity 303 was just thinking about it when the rookie's words confirmed his guess. Entity 303 has never been so speechless in its life. If I have done something wrong, please let God punish me severely instead of sending ARD to torture me. Entity 303 can't stand the rookie anymore, but his data intrusion has no effect on the rookie. While the two were talking just now, Entity 303 was not idle either, and was still trying to use data intrusion. But obviously, he did not succeed. The rookie was able to remember so much information about Entity 303 without any interaction between the two of them. To a large extent, he really no longer belongs to the category of human beings. We can't waste time with him any longer. If Entity 303 stays with the rookie for any longer, he will probably go crazy. After thinking about this, Entity 303 decided to take a gamble. Since data intrusion is useless against the rookie, he can only try to kill the rookie with his skills. A rookie's personality is such that he can forget everything. Maybe he even forgot to give himself the order to be invincible? Entity 303 thought as the fireball in his hand grew bigger and bigger. At this moment, the rookie had no idea that Entity 303 had already developed murderous intentions. Seeing the fireball growing bigger and bigger in Entity 303's hand, the rookie couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. Wow, you can actually control the size of the fireball. I want to learn this. Teach me, teach me. Seeing the rookie's reaction, Entity 303 couldn't stand it anymore and blasted a fireball at the rookie. The huge fireball instantly engulfed the rookie, but the fireball did not melt the rookie's body. After the fireball hit the rookie, it dissipated in less than a second. Entity 303 felt like crying but had no tears when he saw this. He even forgot his mission completely, yet he still remembered to give himself the invincibility command. Entity 303 undoubtedly lost the gamble. This also means that at this moment he has no chance of winning against the rookie. He is immune to data intrusions and attacks. Entity 303 can't hurt the rookie at all. Damn it! Even after traveling through time, I can't change my fate of being the only one to get hurt. Entity 303 is also feeling miserable. This situation immediately reminded him of the time when he faced him as an administrator. Why can't him just kick himself out of the game? I finally traveled through time, but there is no data displayed in the game. I originally wanted to have some fun and kick a GM for fun, but I ended up meeting a rookie. This is really the worst luck I've ever had. Entity 303 was thinking, but was interrupted by the rookie's words. The rookie looked at Entity 303 and said excitedly, I learned it. As he spoke, he saw a salted fish appear in his hand. I just saw the salted fish in his hand getting bigger and bigger. As the salted fish in his hand grows bigger, the rookie becomes more and more uneasy. In less than 1 second, the salted fish grew to a size of more than 40 blocks high and more than 30 blocks wide. Seeing the huge salted fish in front of him, Entity 303 got goosebumps all over the floor. What he hates most is fish. It's more like he is afraid of it than hating it. He could never accept the appearance of fish. He always thought fish looked weird and scary. Before Entity 303 could react, he saw the rookie holding the huge salted fish and heading towards him. Stop. Although Entity 303 was very scared when he saw such a big fish coming towards him, but he did not completely give up resistance. He immediately began to gather fireballs and blasted them towards the giant salted fish. When the fireball touched the fish's body, a sizzling sound immediately came out of the fish's body. Soon, the aroma of fish wafted out. But the strange thing is that the fireball of Entity 303, which can melt everything, only cooked part of the fish. The fish was not melted. What's going on? Entity 303 was also surprised. This salted fish looked no different from other salted fish except that it was a little bigger, but it can withstand the all-melting fire of Entity 303. Before Entity 303 could think, the salted fish had already slapped him in the face. The moment the fish body touched Entity 303, he heard the familiar sizzling sound again. Although the fish body pressed up, it did not press on Entity 303. Entity 303 then realized that it was the faint flame emanating from its body that protected it. Before Entity 303 could feel happy, it saw the flames around it being extinguished by the scales on the salted fish. The next second, the entire body of the fish fell on Entity 303. Entity 303 lost its life force instantly. When the rookie smelled the aroma of the grilled fish, he immediately picked up the salted fish. All I could see was a large human-shaped figure burned into the fish's body. It was like a brand, but the rookie didn't notice the brand. The rookie was so excited to see the partially grilled fish. Wow, that's amazing. You can grill a fish this big. Once again, grill it all. I love fish the most. The rookie had no idea that Entity 303 was no longer alive. Seeing Entity 303 lying on the ground motionless, the rookie was also a little confused. Hey, are you asleep? The rookie was about to go forward to take a look at Entity 303, but Entity 303 suddenly stood up. When the rookie saw the appearance of Entity 303, his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, so handsome. Where did you get that sickle? Teach me. The appearance of Entity 303 at this moment has changed again from before. Before, it was dark under the white brim of the hat and nothing could be seen. But at this moment, there was a pair of eyes emitting red light. A weapon that looked like a sickle suddenly appeared in his hand. At this moment, although there was no longer flames surrounding him, it was obvious that the air around him was distorted. That is the air distortion caused by high temperature. It is enough to show how high the temperature emanating from him is. It was not known whether it was due to the fire in the body or something else, but at this moment the entity 303 was floating in the air. While saying something harmless, the rookie walked towards entity 303 holding the huge salted fish. Upon seeing this, entity 303 took several steps back. At this moment, the look he gave the rookie suddenly became much more complicated. He could no longer tell whether the rookie was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. There are too many suspicious points about the rookie. He could forget his mission, but he never forgot the command to give himself invincibility. From what he said, it was clear that he knew that entity 303 was afraid of fish, and his weapon of choice just happened to be salted fish. Let me ask you, which normal person would use salted fish as a weapon? He acted as if he admired entity 303 very much, but he slapped entity 303's face with a cold and ruthless look. Entity 303 even had some doubts as to whether the rookie was playing dumb to gain advantage. But every time, the rookie's eyes appear sincere. There's no sign of calculation at all. Entity 303 really couldn't figure out what the rookie was trying to do. He really didn't want to be with him anymore. Although entity 303 clearly felt that his strength was much stronger than before. The weapons written before appeared, and there was also a flying skill. But it seemed to be of no use. He really couldn't do anything to the rookie. But it was obvious that the rookie couldn't do anything to him. Entity 303 is not afraid of a newbie removing its data. Because there is no possibility of him being removed, he has become a living being of this world, not data. Although entity 303 really wants to find Yonghui and the others to vent his anger, but compared to the torment of being with the rookie, revenge didn't seem that important. Anyway, it's impossible for a rookie to stay in the game all the time. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future, so there's no need to force it now. He saw a rookie holding a huge salted fish and slowly approaching him. Upon seeing this, entity 303 immediately flew out of the base. Then he flew away without looking back. Seeing this, the rookie chased after him, holding the huge salted fish. Hey, where are you going? Teach me how to use that weapon. Yonghui and his men have been observing the movements in the base. The main reason is that Yonghui had seen him kick Administrator 303 out of the game with his own eyes. He was also afraid that the scene would happen again. Plus, the rookie doesn't look very smart. So they didn't approach rashly. It's been so long since the rookie entered the guild headquarters, and there has been no movement. Yonghui and the others were also a little nervous. Yonghui was about to send someone to check out the situation, but he saw entity 303 flying out of the base. Then, the rookie was seen following out with a huge salted fish in his hand. There was even a large human-shaped brand on the huge salted fish. It looks like it was baked. Seeing the entity 303 fleeing in panic, he took another look at the human-shaped mark on the salted fish. Yonghui seemed to understand something. What the hell? This rookie is so awesome? He just beat 303 and ran away. Don't tell me that huge salted fish is the weapon of the rookie administrator. Pfft, that human figure on the salted fish seems to be the one from 303, right? Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. I thought that 303 was very capable. He must have been stunned by the salted fish. Seeing this, Yonghui hurriedly recorded the scene. Looking for revenge on me? Don't you know your own worth? Although none of the guild's players died, all of the guild's supplies were burned to ashes. Yonghui naturally wants to avenge this. Yonghui had already contacted people in real life and was ready to teach 303 a lesson. After Yonghui finished recording the video, he immediately posted it on the forum, for no other reason than to annoy 303, make him the laughingstock of the players. Everything that just happened was seen by Null, who was hiding near the base. He could sense the powerful strength of entity 303, which was no less than that of him. But he couldn't sense the strength of the man called Rookie. But when faced with the rookie, entity 303 fled in panic. The strength of that rookie is probably above that of entity 303. Seeing this scene, Null suddenly became a little worried. We must report the news to our king immediately. Comments. Just when entity 303 was fighting with the rookie, when it was being badly beaten by the rookie. Various wars and conflicts are also happening in other places in the game world. In a village on a plain in the game world, a group of players from the Wii Guild prepared to rescue the villagers as usual. When they arrived at the village fully armed, they found that there was not even a single villager in the entire village. Huh? Has this village been raided? That shouldn't be the case. The hay bales, supply boxes, and other settings are intact, right? Maybe they were slaughtered by zombies. What bad luck? Never mind, just take what you need and get out of here. The players of the Wii Guild quickly cleaned up the entire village. Just as they were about to leave, the scene before them made everyone in the Wii Guild gasp. A group of villagers and iron golems have surrounded them and are slowly approaching them. What's outrageous is that the equipment of those villagers are all enchanted diamond sets. Among this group of villagers, there is a very abrupt villager, who stands behind the villagers and the iron golem. He was wearing a green robe and no armor. He was holding a book in his hand and seemed to be recording something. The players of the Wii Guild were all stunned when they saw the villagers' gorgeous equipment. What the hell is this? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? A full set of enchanted diamond suits. Am I dreaming? We are surrounded by villagers. The players of the Wii Guild have not yet reacted to what has happened. Then I heard the villager in the green robe and holding the book say, "Kill them." As soon as the green-robed villager gave the order, the villagers and iron golems immediately launched an attack. Although the villagers seem to be very unfamiliar with the operation, they can only hack with normal attacks. But unfortunately, they have a complete set of enchanted diamond suits, as well as summoned creatures like iron golems to help. Although the players of the Wii Guild had some skills, they were simply unable to withstand the villagers' powerful equipment and the strong attacks of the iron golems. They were quickly massacred. During the entire battle, the green-robed villagers were observing the players' operations and taking notes. Quickly build blocks in front of you to defend against attacks. Flint is also a good weapon. It was obvious that he was studying the players' fighting styles and training the villagers accordingly. After recording this, the green-robed villager thought for a moment and then said to the other villagers, "Pick up all these supplies. Next time you fight, don't kill those players too quickly and prolong the battle." The first sea monster spawning tower in the game world, Yuan. The monster-killing tower that originally stood on the sea has now disappeared. There was only a monster spawning platform left under my feet. All I saw was a zombie in red, holding the edge of the platform with both hands, soaking in the sea water. A pufferfish slowly approached him. "Hello." The red-clothed zombie looked in the direction of the sound and was surprised to see that it was a pufferfish talking to him. "You can speak too." The red-clothed zombie didn't expect that he could understand the words of a pufferfish. The pufferfish did not answer the red zombie's boring question, but asked the red zombie, "I've been watching you for days. Why did you take down that stone box? Why do we need to dismantle this platform on the sea? You already know the direction of the land, why are you soaking here?" As early as a few days ago, Pufferfish had been observing the actions of the red zombie. He is weird and persistent. A few days ago, he had been trying hard to destroy the stone box floating on the sea. Surprisingly, after the stone box was damaged a little, quite a few creatures inside the stone box actually fell out of the water flow in the stone box. Whenever a creature falls down, the red zombie will guide them to the land. Until all the stone boxes were dismantled by the red zombies, creatures began to slowly generate on the platform above the sea. The red-clothed zombie still guided them on the way just like before, but he began to slowly dismantle the platform. At this moment, there is only one block on the platform. The red zombie is leaning on the edge of the block, and no more creatures will be generated. After watching for so long, the pufferfish was also very curious about the behavior of the red-clothed zombie. I finally couldn't help but ask. Ever since Xiao Huang and the others died, no creature has appeared that can communicate with the red zombie. At this moment, a pufferfish that could talk to him finally appeared, and the red-clothed zombie also started talking. He immediately told the pufferfish about what happened to him and his friends. "I didn't want people to be trapped in that stone box. I wanted them to be able to see the outside world, so I demolished it. It's the same reason why we took down the platform." The red zombie did not answer Pufferfish's question about why he didn't leave. The pufferfish immediately noticed the fluctuation in the red zombie's eyes. After thinking for a moment, it said, "You're not leaving because you're afraid of the water, right?" After hearing what the pufferfish said, the red-clothed zombie seemed to have hit the mark and his eyes suddenly became evasive. It's not so much that he is afraid of water, but rather that he is afraid of the feeling of constantly resisting water. He has been in this state since birth. He was afraid of that feeling of helplessness that would never end. During his most helpless days, Xiao Huang and the others were there to fight alongside him, so he didn't feel lonely. And at this moment, they are gone. Once he embarks on his journey, this feeling of loneliness will envelop him again. Moreover, he would think again of what Xiao Huang had done, things that he could not accept. So he has never dared to face it. After dismantling the monster tower, he didn't know where his new target was. Without the company of Xiao Huang and the others, what's the point of him seeing the world alone? So he stayed where he was. After Xiao Huang and the others died, it felt like everything was meaningless. I don't know where to go, I don't know what to do. The red-clothed zombie also opened his heart to the pufferfish. He had kept these words in his heart for too long, and he felt better after speaking them out. After hearing the red-clothed zombie's words, the pufferfish's body instantly swelled several times in size, and it felt like it was about to explode. It looked as if he was angered by the red zombie's words. I'm so mad, you idiot. Xiao Huang gave himself in exchange for your life, and you repay him by playing badly. If you don't know what to do, just come and be my little follower. My goal is to punish all enemies who abuse and kill living creatures. I can cure your fear of water, but in exchange, you have to help me overcome the drought on land. Then we'll conquer the world. It's settled. The pufferfish said a lot in one go, and seeing that he was so angry that he was about to explode, the red zombie didn't dare to say a word. Not answering means you agree. My name is Jio, what's your name? After hearing the name of the pufferfish, the red-clothed zombie was stunned. Feet. Is it because you don't have feet that you call it feet? This is Jio. Jio, tell me your name. After hearing what the red zombie said, the pufferfish Jio's body grew a lot bigger. Seeing this, the zombie in red didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of irritating Jio. He finally found a partner to communicate with. If he died by self-destruction, he would be guilty of a great sin. My name is Xiaohong. After hearing what the red-clothed zombie said, the pufferfish Jio giggled and his body grew a lot bigger. How can there be such a stupid name? No, my lackey can't have such a stupid name. Just call. Puffer Jio looked the red-clothed zombie up and down, but his mind went blank. For the red zombie, Xiaohong is indeed a relatively iconic name. Forget it? I'll get it later. I'll just call you Xiaohong for now. Seeing this, the red zombie nodded, then looked at the pufferfish Jio and asked cautiously, so you can get back to normal? Seeing the pufferfish Jio getting bigger and bigger, the red zombie was also very panicked. After hearing this, pufferfish Jio smiled smugly. Look at me, it will be back soon. Soon, 5 minutes passed. At this moment, the pufferfish Jio showed no sign of shrinking. Instead, he became more and more anxious and excited. The whole body is a little bigger. Whoa, why can't I change back? At this moment, on a grassland thousands of miles away from the sea where the red zombie and the pufferfish Jio are, I saw a skeleton wearing a purple cloak holding obsidian in his hand, building a huge rectangular door frame on the grassland. The entire door frame is 50 blocks high and 30 blocks wide. As the last piece of obsidian was placed, the Dreadlord immediately began to silently recite a series of strange spells in front of the door frame. The huge obsidian door frame was instantly lit up. The next second, the Withering King was seen walking out of the door frame. As soon as he arrived in the main world, the Withering King took a deep breath. Seeing this, the Lord of Dread couldn't help but tease. How is it? The air in the main world is fresh, right? The Wither King ignored the Dreadlord and waved towards the doorframe to the Netherworld. All kinds of Netherworld monsters immediately poured out from the doorframe of the Netherworld. Where is the person you are looking for? The Blight King asked the Dreadlord. The Dreadlord smiled. No hurry, we are not his match yet. Let's first meet the race-called players. The Dreadlord said, raising his chin. Not far away, there stood a large guild headquarters. Upon seeing this, the Withered King clenched his two swords tightly, and then gave orders to the Netherworld army behind him. Set off. The changes that have taken place in the game can be said to be huge. All forces are slowly developing and gathering strength, ready to take action. They all have their own goals and objectives. This also caused the whole world to suddenly become chaotic. It hasn't been that long since the official game update. It only takes a week or two, but in the past week or two, the earth-shaking changes in the game have caught players off guard. The gaming forum is extremely lively at this moment. The explosive news about the game comes one after another, which is dazzling. Although discussions about him still account for the majority of the forums at this moment, it is no longer the dominant position as usual. Breaking news: the former GM 303 turned into a monster invasion game, setting fires everywhere, and was punished by the GM rookie for being a salted fish. Help! Why are the villagers resisting? Outrageous! We were slaughtered by villagers with a full set of diamond suit enchants. Have you ever seen a spit machine gun? I advise everyone not to adopt stray alpacas anymore. A large reward is offered for a chicken named Barbecue. It escaped from prison with the mustard, ketchup, and cheese sauce in my chicken coop. Him seems to have started recruiting, and a large number of players have been infected by him. Have you recruited new followers? Damn, our guild was slaughtered by netherworld monsters led by a monster with seaweed bones and wings. The gaming forum is quite lively at the moment. Each of these posts is very popular, which makes the players dazzled. When I first entered the forum, I thought I had entered the wrong place. What on earth is going on in this world? Why are so many outrageous things happening all of a sudden? Is this an official secret update? The main character of this game is a beaver. This game is so fun. I can't beat the monsters, I can't beat the villagers, and now I can't beat the animals either. When will it be linked to Plants vs Zombies? Let the plants fight back against the players. There seem to be a lot of powerful monsters appearing recently, and him seems to be recruiting new soldiers. Could those be him's minions? Official, if you don't strengthen the players, this game will be unplayable. All kinds of outrageous things are happening everywhere in the game world. But the players' acceptance is extremely high. After all, the first thing they came into contact with was the outrageous ceiling him. With him as the foundation, other things don't seem so difficult to accept. Although players are complaining, they have no urge to quit the game. Everyone loves to eat melons. The more chaotic the world is, the more excited the players are. After all, they can experience a lot of fun that they can't experience in other games. After Su Yuan infected 2 guilds, he returned to the Shallows. Su Yuan arrived first, and Null followed. Null came to Su Yuan, half knelt in front of him, and then reported to Su Yuan what he had seen and heard. Entity 303 is very powerful. I don't know why, but after his death, his strength increased dramatically. His strength is comparable to yours. After saying this, Null couldn't help but look up and glance at Su Yuan. Although he was telling the truth, he was still afraid that his words would anger Su Yuan. Seeing Su Yuan's calm face, Null breathed a sigh of relief and continued. That GM rookie was able to scare off Entity 303. His strength is probably above Entity 303. If we fight him, we may not stand a chance of winning. This is also the real idea behind the zero-value Null. The strength of those 2 people was simply outrageous and terrifying, but fortunately they didn't notice me. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the zero-value Null. After hearing the word Null, Su Yuan was also a little surprised. According to the description of the zero-value Null, the Entity 303 should now be in the 4-life state. The strength is indeed very strong. Su Yuan was not surprised by the strength of Entity 303. What surprised Su Yuan was the rookie. I didn't expect that a rookie would show up. Rookies are the nemesis of Entity 303, so it is not surprising that Entity 303 is afraid of Rookie Su Yuan. But what puzzled Su Yuan was, Entity 303 should be able to kick the GM Rookie out of the game just like he did to him last time. But he didn't do it, or rather, he did it but failed. If the GM Rookie can't be kicked out of the game, it will be more difficult. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at the transparent cube in the bag. It seems I have to hurry up and upgrade this thing. Su Yuan was undoubtedly very surprised by the appearance of the rookie. Originally, Su Yuan had no way of confirming whether the Entity 303 in this world was afraid of Xianyu. It seems that he is still afraid. This is probably fate. It was also because of the appearance of Kaniao that Su Yuan also had a general understanding of the situation of Entity 303. Although Su Yuan already knew that the Entity 303 in this world was afraid of Xianyu, but we can't take it lightly. Now he has reached the invincible state of 4 lives, and his overall strength has also improved a lot. Although he is indeed afraid of salted fish, it also depends on who holds the salted fish. If Su Yuan's hard power cannot match the physical 303, it will be useless even if he produces tens of millions of salted fish. Entity 303 is not stupid, nor does it appear to be a creeper that is coded to be afraid of cats in the game. There are some prerequisites for him to be afraid of salted fish. The reason why the rookie can use a huge salted fish to restrain Entity 303. That must be because Entity 303 can't do anything to rookies. If Entity 303 can easily kill a rookie, why would he be afraid of a nobody? How could he be smeared with salted fish? Therefore, Su Yuan's hard power must be above that of Entity 303, or in other words, Entity 303 must be unable to do anything to him. Only in this way can we use his weakness of being afraid of salted fish to subdue him. Currently, the only way Su Yuan can deal with Entity 303 is to rely on transparent blocks. After all, Entity 303 is already invincible, and Su Yuan's skills will have no effect on Entity 303. After thinking about this, Su Yuan took a look at the faith value. In just a short period of time, the faith value has risen to more than 200,000. It seems that the infected are quite satisfied with their identity as zombies. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also consumed all his faith points to upgrade the transparent block to level 3. Transparent block LV3, volume 1x1x3. Consume 100,000 faith points to upgrade. Seeing the upgrade direction of the transparent block, Su Yuan was also a little surprised. Is it upgraded like this? Su Yuan originally thought that the volume would become 3x3x3 after it was upgraded to level 3, but he didn't expect that the upgrade method would be to upgrade each grid at a time. But it is understandable, after all, the faith value required for upgrading has not increased. In other words, 100,000 faith points can only expand the volume by 1 grid. It seems like this is a bottomless pit. To put it simply, this transparent block is the domain of the Creator God. It cannot be denied that it is indeed very powerful, but it is also really difficult to improve. However, upgrading to 1x1x3 is enough for now. It is big enough to encompass the size of a person. When fighting against the upper Entity 303, Su Yuan only needs to cover himself with transparent blocks to become invincible. Now the threat posed by Entity 303 to Su Yuan can be said to have been lifted. But new uncertainties have emerged. Being a rookie is indeed an uncertain factor for Su Yuan. Su Yuan was not sure about the rookie's strength. Entity 303 can invade data and cause the system to display a 303 error. GM is undoubtedly the game data, but the Entity 303 did not kick the rookie out of the game. Entity 303 was so powerful but was still beaten and fled. Fear of salted fish is indeed a major reason. But the reason behind this must be that Entity 303 is unable to deal with the rookie. In other words, noobs cannot be kicked out of the game. Moreover, Su Yuan was also unable to figure out the rookie's abilities. As a GM, a novice should be in creative mode. Although creative mode can use various instructions to do a lot of things. But Su Yuan vaguely remembered that this mode could not change the size of items. The only way to change the size of an item is to modify the game data code. This operation undoubtedly needs to be performed in the game database. Although Su Yuan has no experience with holographic mode, he used to play with it on the computer. If you want to change the code, you must exit the game and re-enter the game for the changes to take effect. The holographic mode should operate in a similar way. However, the novice can directly change the size of objects while playing the game. This ability can only be described in 2 words, outrageous. Although Su Yuan can also change the size of objects, that is because Su Yuan has the transparent block, the realm of the Creator God. This is where Su Yuan is unsure. He didn't know how the rookie changed the size of the object. It would be difficult to deal with if the rookie possessed the domain of the God of creation just like himself. Although the rookie could not threaten Su Yuan's life, he was undoubtedly an uncertain factor for Su Yuan. After all, Su Yuan is gradually building an undead army. With the ability of a rookie, he can easily deal with Entity 303, whose strength is second only to Su Yuan in the Undead Legion. Then the threat he poses to the 0-value null and 007 is undoubtedly huge. Therefore, Su Yuan must quickly upgrade the size of the transparent block. Only when the size is large enough to cover the undead army around him will they not be threatened by the rookies. Fortunately, he is only a GM. He won't be a permanent resident of the game, right? Fortunately, the rookie appeared as a GM. It is definitely impossible for a GM to stay in the game permanently. Su Yuan still has time to upgrade the transparent block. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also made some plans for future development. First of all, the top priority is definitely to quickly infect more players and earn more faith points. Currently, Su Yuan's control skills are still cooling down, so he can only wait until next time to explore the location of the player's base. Next, we need to figure out what is in the void. The world is clearly becoming chaotic, and Su Yuan must learn more information in order to protect himself and those around him. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at the zero-value null and said, "Come with me to the end of the world." After that, the two of them came to the Ender Dragon. It is definitely faster to go to the Nether by riding the Ender Dragon. Su Yuan patted the Ender Dragon's back and said, "Let's go back again." After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Ender Dragon's originally relaxed expression instantly became nervous. "We've you. It whimpered softly and slowly took a few steps back. It's obvious that it's really scared. Just by hearing the words of going to the underworld, it looked like this. Seeing the Ender Dragon's appearance, Su Yuan couldn't force it anymore. Although Su Yuan has the teleportation skill, he can only teleport to coordinates. The coordinates of the end are the same as those of the main world, so there is no way to teleport directly to the end. Fortunately, Su Yuan took note of the coordinates of the location where the Ender Dragon entered the end. Su Yuan also wanted to try whether he could pass through the air portal without the Ender Dragon. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also took the zero-value null and teleported directly to the previous coordinates. As soon as it came here, the zero-value null seemed to sense something. "My king, there is an unusual smell here." Comments. Previous after hearing Null's words, Su Yuan thought he had sensed the air portal. So I asked the zero-value Null. What smell? Null closed his eyes, as if sensing something. After a while, he finally opened his eyes and frowned. "I sense a very strange breath. It's different than before. The aura isn't strong, so his strength shouldn't be that strong. But what is certain is that he was born much longer than us. The zero-value null is the consciousness that is generated autonomously in this world. Therefore, he can sense various auras in this world that others cannot sense." After hearing the word null, Su Yuan was also a little surprised. It seems that this world is becoming more and more interesting. Although Su Yuan didn't know who this aura belonged to, it was undoubtedly another force. Also, listen to the meaning of the zero-value null. He was born a long time ago, longer than all the breaths he had sensed before. That means he existed long before Su Yuan appeared. Maybe it existed as soon as the game was launched, or maybe it existed before the game was launched. However, Null said that his strength is not strong. Therefore, Su Yuan doesn't have to worry about the threat he poses to him for now. "Okay, got it." After Su Yuan replied with the value null, he continued to look for the air portal. "We searched the area in the air for about 10 minutes. I visited all the places I should have visited, but still couldn't find the air portal. It seems that only the Ender Dragon can pass through. To some extent, the Ender Dragon is also the gatekeeper of the end. I guess they are the only ones that can travel through space without going through portals." After thinking about this, Su Yuan no longer continued searching and could only use the most primitive method, relying on the Eye of Ender to find the End Fortress. Fortunately, Su Yuan made some preparations and got some Eyes of Ender on hand before setting off. Su Yuan had just used the Eye of Ender when he saw it falling straight down. Then it disappeared into the dense forest below. Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this. The fortress is right here. In this way, the Ender Dragon's ability to travel through space can be traced. There should be an air portal above each End Fortress for the Ender Dragon to use. With the guidance of the Eye of Ender, Su Yuan and Null quickly found the End Fortress. After activating the portal to the end, the two stepped into the end. As soon as he arrived at the end of the world, before Su Yuan could ask any questions, he saw Null with a serious face. "My king, it's not safe here. We'd better leave first." The reaction of the zero-value Null surprised Su Yuan. It was the first time that Su Yuan saw such an expression on Null's face. His reaction was not much different from when the Ender Dragon came here. It's just that the Ender Dragon is very obvious, while the zero-value Null is slightly more convergent. Su Yuan also saw fear in Null's eyes. Seeing this, Su Yuan did not stay any longer and left the end of the world with Null. Su Yuan also didn't expect that even the zero-value Null felt fear of the void. After the two left the end of the world, Null was obviously much more relaxed. "What's going on?" The zero-value Null definitely feels something. Null took a deep breath and said, "There is a very powerful being hidden in the void. The smell in there is very similar to the smell above the forest before, but also a little different. The aura hidden in the void is strong, and there are so many of them." After saying this, Null seemed to be somewhat frightened. Seeing the appearance of the zero-value Null, Su Yuan became more curious. What kind of thing exists in this void that can scare even the zero-value Null so much? After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan asked Null, "Are all the auras stronger than me?" This is also what Su Yuan wants to know most. If there really is something in the void, Su Yuan must know its strength so that he can find a way to deal with it. After hearing this, Null glanced at Su Yuan and suddenly hesitated. "You can say whatever you want." After hearing Su Yuan's words, Null replied with an evasive look. "Now it is. I have to say that the EQ of the zero value null is quite high. Yes, what are you talking about now? He really has a good grasp of the ways of the world. What he meant was that my king was very strong, and those auras were only slightly stronger than my king now. After hearing the words zero value null, Su Yuan's expression became a little solemn. As mentioned before by null, there are many powerful auras in the void, not just one. Moreover, all these auras are stronger than Su Yuan. This is undoubtedly a huge pressure for Su Yuan. Although Su Yuan is still in the growth stage, his current strength is already very strong. But the auras in the void are stronger than him, and there are more of them. It seems that this world is not as simple as imagined. Su Yuan still knows too little about this world. Judging from the many changes taking place in the world today, this world is probably much more complicated than Su Yuan imagined. All forces are already in a state of preparation. The biggest threat to Su Yuan right now is undoubtedly the existence in the void. Su Yuan must find a way to find out what is in there. It seems that we need to let the Ender Dragon speak. Currently, the only clue to detecting the void is to let the Ender Dragon speak. Although the Ender Dragon currently has autonomous consciousness, but it still can't speak. Su Yuan remembered that 007 seemed to have evolved a higher consciousness before he could speak. I just don't know if the same is true for the Ender Dragon. Su Yuan also prepared to make two plans. During this period, let the Ender Dragon kill the players and evolve to a higher level of consciousness. Then, when you have free time, go look for Enderman number 88. Su Yuan also observed from the monster control panel that Enderman number 88 was still alive, and it has also evolved to a higher level of consciousness. I just don't know where it is now. In fact, it is definitely faster to go to the end of the world and catch an Enderman and train him than to look for Enderman number 88. But Su Yuan didn't want to take any risks. The existence in the void poses a great threat to Su Yuan. Su Yuan always felt that it was inappropriate to look for Enderman in the void to train again. Go back. After Su Yuan thought about this, he teleported back to the shallows with the zero value null. After returning, Su Yuan came to 007's side as soon as possible. Go out and move around with the Ender Dragon. Kill some players and let it reach a high level of consciousness. Su Yuan was also worried about the Ender Dragon going out alone, so with 007 accompanying him, nothing should go wrong. After hearing Su Yuan's order, although 007 had a bad relationship with the Ender Dragon, he did not dare to disobey Su Yuan's order. Yes. He immediately rode on the dragon's back and left with the Ender Dragon. After seeing them leave, Su Yuan turned and looked at Zero. Follow Entity 303 again. Let me know as soon as you find his location. At this moment, not far from Yang Hui's base, Entity 303 attempts to escape while looking back. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that the rookie didn't follow me. Damn, that guy is a monster. When facing the rookie, Entity 303 has not yet realized how awesome the rookie is. But now that I have calmed down, I suddenly realized that the rookie's strength is really terrifying. Entity 303 is also a programmer and has also worked as a game GM. Although GM has many permissions, he cannot change the code in the game. Obviously, the operation of Entity 303 taking out the huge salted fish just now is similar to the operation of changing the code. You know, Entity 303 injected code into itself, which allowed it to make its fireball bigger and burn everything. But novices can change the code directly in the game. I'm afraid there's no one else in the entire 0 Point company who can match his ability. And he did this even when he was in a stupid and dull state. If he were conscious, it would be hard to imagine how outrageous he could be. However, it was precisely because the rookie was always stupid and dull that Entity 303 was unable to kick him out of the game. If he was conscious, the following situation would not have happened. Therefore, it is unclear whether Kaniao's current situation is good or bad for Entity 303. At present, Entity 303's revenge plan has been completely interrupted by the rookie. However, Entity 303 was not ready to give up. There is nothing else in this life, but there is plenty of time. Entity 303 will always feel uncomfortable if this revenge is not taken. Anyway, it is impossible for the GM to stay in the game permanently. Now that Entity 303 has the ability to fly again, we can just wait until Yonghui and the others relax their vigilance and then launch a sneak attack on them. After determining the goal, Entity 303 also began to adapt its own capabilities. Entity 303 has apparently been able to sense an increase in its abilities since its last death. Entity 303 looked at the weapon in its hand and played with it casually, so he put it in his waistband. This thing is just for show. No code was edited for it before Entity 303, so there is no need for research. Next is the flying skill, which I have already mastered. The only thing Entity 303 is curious about now is how strong its flame has grown. He raised his hand, and saw a fireball slowly gathering in his hand. At this moment, the color of the fireball turned directly into white. The flame temperature of this color is the highest, reaching several thousand degrees Celsius. At this level, I'm afraid even the bedrock can be melted, right? After Entity 303 thought of this, it immediately threw the fireball to the ground. The moment the fireball touched the ground, it quickly eroded the surrounding blocks. Just one fireball melted more than 20 layers of blocks before it ran out of energy. Great! This is the effect I want. This was the effect that Entity 303 was going for when they first set up the flames. Every time I think about it, I have to die so many times to finally experience it. Entity 303 continues to hurl fireballs downward. In less than a minute, it had melted into the bedrock. Upon seeing this, Entity 303 fired another fireball at the bedrock in front of it. Although the fireball did not melt rocks, soil, etc. as quickly as before, but it is clear that the bedrock is slowly melting. It took one fireball to melt about 1/3 of the bedrock. Upon seeing this, Entity 303 increased its firepower. It took more than 2 minutes to finally melt the bedrock. As soon as the bedrock melted, Entity 303 froze. Huh? Why is there a void beneath the bedrock? Entity 303 is a programmer at 0 Point Company and he followed the entire process of game development. The reason why the game sets up a bedrock layer is to limit the height of this world. Below the bedrock layer of the overworld is a blank area with no code at all. If you accidentally fall into this area, you will be directly exited from the game. The area above the bedrock layer of the Nether is also almost entirely blank. The only difference is that when players enter the Nether, they dig upwards above the bedrock layer. Therefore, this area has bedrock as the bottom, so players will not keep falling and exit the game, and players can still move around in the bedrock layer. Entity 303 was developing the game. It also distinguishes the blank area and void below the bedrock layer. The empty area below the bedrock layer is pure black, nothing at all. Although the void was also dark, it was faintly glowing with purple light. At this moment, in the darkness beneath the melted bedrock layer, there was an obvious purple light. That is why Entity 303 was surprised. After thinking about this, Entity 303 stepped directly into the void. Entity 303 just descended into the void, and a magical scene happened. The bedrock above his head disappeared. The place where he had just come down turned into a building similar to the end-time portal. Several blocks of bedrock surround something that looks like a teleportation space. The only difference between it and the end gateway is the color of the teleportation space inside. The teleportation space inside the end warp portal is a starry sky, just like the end portal. The teleportation space inside this folding gate is a blue sky. This gateway is the same as the end gateway. The gap between the bedrock is very small, and you need an ender pearl to enter. Entity 303 was curious when he saw this, and wanted to go back through this place and try again. I took a look at my backpack, trying to find the Eye of Ender, but found that the backpack was empty and there was nothing in it. Entity 303 saw this and gave up. It seems that the only way is to burn it. Anyway, my fire can melt the bedrock. I should be able to go back after burning it and expanding the space. After thinking about this, Entity 303 threw several fireballs towards the warp gate. As soon as the fireball touched the bedrock, it directly destroyed the teleportation space inside the warp gate. Entity 303 was completely stunned when he saw this. What? Entity 303 was stunned when he saw that the teleportation space of the warp gate was destroyed. What the hell? How am I going to get back then? Although this void looks very similar to the void at the end of the world. However, Entity 303 cannot be sure whether they are the same void. Moreover, everything that just happened also shows that the game has undergone some changes. Many non-code products have been derived. Entity 303 also has no idea where this space is. The folding gate just now might be his only way out. But at this moment, the only way out was also destroyed by myself. Seeing the endless void and the warp gate that he had destroyed, Entity 303 collapsed immediately. Oh my god, have I violated the laws of heaven? Why are you treating me like this? Entity 303's mentality is indeed a little broken. Ever since the him incident, I felt like I was possessed by some evil enemy. Nothing goes right. After so much difficulty gaining such strong power, I ended up being trapped in this void. Just as Entity 303 was about to collapse, an Enderman suddenly spawned above the bedrock that formed the warp portal. As soon as the Enderman appeared, its mouth opened and closed, and some strange notes came out of its mouth. You. Everyone, follow me. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Enderman, Entity 303 was also frightened. Fortunately, this time I didn't have a stress reaction like last time. Hearing the voice of the Enderman, Entity 303 inexplicably felt that it was somewhat familiar. Why does this voice sound so similar to the voice of the Enderman who spoke in front of me at the beginning? Entity 303 thought about this and said in surprise, "Ah, you're not dead." After hearing what Entity 303 said, the Enderman couldn't help but nod his head. What? After hearing what the Enderman said, Entity 303 realized that he had recognized the wrong person. I guess all Endermen speak the same way. Entity 303 shook its head. Nothing. Where did you just ask me to go with you? Seeing this, the Enderman pointed behind him. I'll take you out. After hearing what the Enderman said, Entity 303 was so moved that tears came out. God, I didn't expect you would still favor me. Entity 303 did not expect that an Enderman would suddenly appear at this moment to lead the way for him. But even though the Enderman can teleport, there is no place for him to stand in this void. How does it get itself out? After thinking about this, Entity 303 also asked the Enderman, "Why are you taking me out?" Entity 303 is also very naughty. The Enderman has an accent because he just learned to speak. He even followed suit on purpose. Seeing this, the Enderman opened his arms and said, "Bow bow, whoa. Ha! After hearing what the Enderman said, Entity 303 was completely stunned. Is this me leading you or you leading me? Entity 303 really didn't expect that the Enderman would take him away in this way. Although Entity 303 was somewhat reluctant. But at this moment, this Enderman is his only way out. After thinking about this, Entity 303 prepared itself mentally, sighed deeply, and flew to the Enderman. He picked up the Enderman from the back. After the Enderman was picked up, for some reason he insisted on opening his arms. The two of them flew in the void like this. Suddenly, I felt like I was watching a terrifying version of Titanic. With the guidance of the Enderman, Entity 303 flew for more than half an hour. An island finally appeared in the void. Entity 303 got closer and saw that it was actually the End Island. AFK, is this the end of the world? If I had known, I would have checked it in the database. If Entity 303 had known earlier that the void he was in was the void of the end, he could have directly looked up the coordinates of the End Island in the database and come here directly. My brain failed to react at that time, so I was taken advantage of by an Enderman. After Entity 303 arrived at the End Island, it released the Enderman. The End portal on the End Island is open, so Entity 303 can use it to return to the overworld. Entity 303 is preparing to leave. Then he saw the Enderman standing in front of him. Entity 303 was about to say something, but the Enderman in front of him spoke first. I helped you, and you haven't thanked me yet. After hearing what the Enderman said, Entity 303 couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The Enderman was speaking hesitantly just now, but now he suddenly became so fluent. Entity 303 glanced at the Enderman, only to see that its eyes were a different color than before. The originally purple eyes turned red at this moment. It is obvious that it is no longer the same Enderman as before. When Entity 303 saw the look in the Enderman's eyes, he suddenly felt an invisible sense of oppression. The last time I felt this kind of oppression was when I met him. How do you want me to thank you? After hearing what Entity 303 said, the Enderman smiled. It's a courtesy to return the favor. I helped you, and I hope you can do me a favor. After hearing this, Entity 303 frowned. What's the matter? Seeing Entity 303's expression, the Enderman smiled and comforted Entity 303. Don't worry, it's not that difficult. It's our guardian of the end. The Ender Dragon is missing. Can you bring it back for me? Entity 303 frowned upon hearing this. Entity 303 naturally knows the whereabouts of the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon is in him's hands. If I agree to ask this Enderman for help, I will undoubtedly have to fight with him. Entity 303 already had a grudge against him. If it weren't for him, I would never have been fired. However, the official said before that him was removed, and the official also had a GM like Rookie who was against this guy. Entity 303 is currently unable to confirm whether him is still in this game world. Although the Enderman's demands do not conflict with his own revenge plan, but Entity 303 feels that this deal is not worth it. The Enderman just led a path for himself. If Entity 303 wants to reciprocate, he will probably have to face him. This is obviously a bargain for the Enderman. After thinking about this, Entity 303 said, "The help you provided me was just to lead the way. It's a courtesy to return the favor. I'll show you the way. I can find its location and tell you the coordinates directly. You can find it yourself." Entity 303 naturally does not want to suffer any loss. Although bringing the Ender Dragon does not conflict with settling accounts with him, but Entity 303 doesn't want to let the Enderman get away with it. After hearing what Entity 303 said, the Enderman was obviously a little surprised. He said after thinking for a moment, "If I could leave the void, I wouldn't bother you." After saying this, the Enderman took out something similar to the Eye of Ender from somewhere and handed it to Entity 303. Then he continued, "This is my reward. After the task is completed, I will give you something better." Entity 303 glanced at the Eye of Ender in his hand, and there was no logo on it. Although the item looks very similar to the Eye of Ender, there are also some differences. The Eye of Ender is blue-green, but this Eye of Ender is red. It doesn't look like an in-game data code. What's this? Seeing this, the Enderman explained, "This is good stuff. It can absorb power and create its own domain." Entity 303 was puzzled upon seeing this. Field. Seeing this, the Enderman nodded and explained, "In this space, you are in control of everything. There's no point in saying more. You'll understand when the time comes." Entity 303 was playing with the Eye of Ender in his hand, and when he looked into the Eye of Ender, suddenly, it felt like an electric shock went through my brain. At this moment, his whole state changed, as if he had become possessed by a demon. He kept repeating a few words in his mouth. "Kill him, and catch the Ender Dragon. Kill him, and catch the Ender Dragon." Seeing the state of Entity 303, the Enderman finally smiled with satisfaction. He leaned over to Entity 303's ear and spoke, "You can gain power by killing the Eye of the Living Realm. Gather the power well. Come to me with him's head and the Ender Dragon." After the Enderman finished speaking, Entity 303 left the end. Shortly after Entity 303 left, a wave of fluctuations occurred in the void. It seems like he is talking to the Enderman. Seeing this, the Enderman said to the void, "The Eye of Domain is indeed rare, but if one can help us get rid of him, it's worth it." After the void fluctuated again, the Enderman continued to reply, Don't worry, he won't lose control unless someone can invade the domain of the Eye of Domain and destroy the core. The Dreadlord is not as powerful as Entity 303, and we don't know if he is truly loyal to us, so we must make plans for both scenarios. I know what you're worried about, but Entity 303 means a lot to us. He can open the passage between the end and the main world. We have to make good use of him. If he can complete the task, we can consider winning him over. After the Enderman finished speaking to the void, its eye color returned to its original purple. It seems that something has just attached itself to the Enderman, causing such a change. After Entity 303 returned to the main world, it did not cause trouble for the Yonghui Guild again. At this moment, he had only one goal in his mind, which was to kill him. After arriving in the main world, Entity 303 seemed to be guided by something. They immediately began to kill all kinds of living creatures indiscriminately. Every time a living being dies, Entity 303 can feel that the Eye of Domain on its body absorbs some power. He finally understood what the Enderman meant. With the Eye of Domain, the main task now is to allow it to obtain enough power so that it can gain the domain. In this way, him should have no problem in the battle. After Entity 303 left the Yonghui Guild's base, the rookie did not pursue it any further. Instead, he returned to Yonghui's residence and started taking photos at the scenic spots again. When he was happily taking pictures, he found that the game was suddenly disconnected. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Old Wu who pulled him out of the game cabin. Old Wu had just sent Mo Zhang back to the rental house, but he did not find Mo Zhang. There was a layer of dust in Mo Jiang's rental house, but the game cabin was still open. This is already very strange. When Old Wu was about to leave, he unexpectedly met Mo Jiang's landlord. The landlord said that he had been sending messages to Mo Zhang asking him to pay the rent these days, but he had not responded. He had never defaulted on rent before, and the landlord came to him because he was afraid that something might have happened to him. The landlord's words made Old Wu feel even more that something was wrong. Old Wu and the landlord decided to call the police and then returned. The first thing he did after returning was to find the rookie. The reason why the rookie was forcibly pulled out of the game was mainly because there were too many suspicious points in this matter. I have to ask a rookie to figure it out a little bit. Has General Mo's problem been resolved? After hearing what Old Wu said, the rookie blinked. Solve what? After hearing what the rookie said, Old Wu didn't want to ask any more questions. A rookie's ideas are always wild and unrestrained. It would be more practical to look at his game records than to ask him so many questions. Old Wu went directly to the rookie's game cabin, and then began to watch all his behavior records after he entered the game. About 10 minutes later, Old Wu finally came out of the game cabin. At this moment, his expression was much more solemn than when he entered the warehouse. How is this possible? After reading the entire record, there were 2 points that he couldn't understand. The first point is that General Mo is not a data invader. The reason why Old Wu knew that General Mo was not a data invader was because of the first time he encountered Entity 303 after entering the game as a rookie. So they used data scanning on him. But no data code was scanned. Just like when Mo Zhang scanned him before. In other words, Entity 303 at this moment, like him, has become a product of the origin of the game, but Entity 303 is clearly General Mo himself. How could it possibly be the original product of the game? If that's the case, there is only one possibility. That means Entity 303 was sucked into the game. But this may be a little too ridiculous. But the facts seemed to be right in front of us, considering the scene in the rental house and his sudden loss of contact. The facts seem to be verifying this absurd possibility step by step. Apart from this ridiculous incident, another thing that Old Wu couldn't figure out was his apprentice. From his records, he connected to the game but not fully connected. The entire neuron is in a state of flux. Many of his actions were subconscious. Just like the first time he encountered Entity 303, it was his subconscious mind that scanned Entity 303. Then the act of taking out a huge salted fish out of thin air was also a subconscious behavior. It is precisely because of this rookie status that Entity 303 is unable to kick him out of the game. What surprised Old Wu the most was the scene of the rookie taking out the huge salted fish. That can obviously only be done by tampering with the game code, and it must be done in the database. But a novice can easily do this in the game with his subconscious mind. Old Wu was also a little confused at this moment. For a moment, he couldn't even tell which of the two things was more outrageous. After thinking about this, Lao Wu sorted the matter into a folder, and then put the rookie's game records in the folder. The folder was then sent to Notch. Old Wu has learned his lesson this time. Though senior executives know nothing about data, even if Old Wu told them about this, they probably wouldn't believe it. Even if they believed it, they didn't know how to deal with it. Old Wu simply bypassed them and told Notch the news directly. As the founder of the game, Notch naturally understands data programs better than the senior management. At this moment, in a village in the game world, the players from the Wulai Guild had just finished raiding a village. After tying up a few villagers, they began to return to the guild headquarters. Will this village be refreshed? I remember there was no village in this area before. Maybe. Who cares? Isn't it better to refresh? I should have demolished the village earlier. Maybe it could be refreshed again. The players of the Wulai Guild were talking while they were on their way. This village was an unexpected discovery for them. They had been here many times before and had never seen any village before. However, they did not expect to see a village today. Everything was normal in the village and the players didn't worry too much. After looting the supplies, he took the villagers back to the guild headquarters. But soon after they came back, they discovered that him had appeared in the guild headquarters. With the loud explosions, the fate of the guild players can be imagined. What they didn't realize was that it was the suddenly refreshed village that exposed their location. Ever since I learned about Entity 303 and Rookie, Su Yuan did not dare to neglect it either. Su Yuan did not rest during the cooldown period of the skill to control the infected. He has been using his clones to travel between various areas, looking for the players' locations. But the results were minimal. Basically, within the skill cooldown period, being able to find 1 or 2 guild bases is already a lot. This speed is really too slow. However, Su Yuan thought of a good way to deal with it. Since I can't find the players, I can just let the players find me. After the game is updated, the only thing that can quickly promote the development of players is villager trade. The major guilds will definitely look for villages and kidnap villagers to promote development. Su Yuan only needs to build some villages everywhere, then capture some villagers and breed them before putting them into each village. You can just sit back and wait. Su Yuan has also been implementing this recently. Fake villages built by Su Yuan have already appeared in many places. Su Yuan had his clone hide around the village. Once a player enters, they will be followed to the guild residence for infection. In order to gain more faith points, Su Yuan racked his brains. Su Yuan had just finished infecting the players of the Wolai Guild. Then he saw from the clone's vision on the shallows that the value null had returned. Where is he? The purpose of the null value going out is to find Entity 303. Su Yuan didn't expect him to come back so soon. Null just shook his head and frowned. I don't know why, but his aura suddenly disappeared. The zero value Null is exhausted in order to keep up with the location of Entity 303. Initially, Null is able to sense the presence of Entity 303. He didn't go far and was still near the Yonghui Guild headquarters. When the zero value Null is found again, however, it was discovered that the aura of Entity 303 reached underground. The zero value Null also quickly followed. But it turned out that there was nothing underneath the ground. That piece of void was the same void that Su Yuan had taken him to before. The powerful aura inside was stronger than before. The zero value Null didn't dare to set foot there, so it stayed underground. After watching for a long time, I didn't see Entity 303 come out. Although I didn't see the Entity 303, I could still feel his presence. I don't know how much time had passed. Entity 303's aura suddenly disappeared. Although the zero value Null knows that the void is a very powerful existence. But what he could be sure of was that Entity 303 was not dead. It's not so much that his aura disappeared, but rather that it was covered up. It has become integrated with the aura of this world and is no longer easily detected. After Null felt this, he immediately came back and reported the matter to Su Yuan. After hearing the description of the zero value Null, Su Yuan frowned. That void really holds too many secrets. Su Yuan doesn't know what happened to Entity 303, but there is no doubt that after he went to the void, he must have encountered something that caused his breath to disappear. From this perspective, this matter is not entirely without benefits for Su Yuan. Su Yuan is bound to have a battle with Entity 303. If nothing unexpected happens, Entity 303 will also be conquered by Su Yuan. By then, Su Yuan will be able to obtain more information about the void. Since the zero value Null cannot find the breath of Entity 303 at present, Su Yuan has no way to force it. This battle is bound to happen, but it seems that Su Yuan cannot decide when it will start. Forget it, if you can't find it, forget it. Seeing that Su Yuan seemed a little lost, Null thought for a moment and then said, "My king, do you remember the ancient breath I mentioned earlier?" After hearing the words Null, Su Yuan nodded. How? Seeing this, the zero value Null said, "That aura has become much stronger? He seems to be absorbing power all the time. Also, I feel like his source of power is the same as mine." After hearing the word Null, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The source of power is the same as yours. The source of Null's power is the power of fear. In other words, this ancient aura also gains power through the fear of others. After thinking about this, Su Yuan suddenly had an image of a seaweed bone in his mind. Could it be the Dreadlord? Him's 4 subordinates are the Death Knight, Null, Entity 303 and the Dreadlord. The first 3 have already appeared in this world. Su Yuan was wondering why the Dreadlord hadn't appeared yet. Unexpectedly, the ancient breath from the void that Null felt before was the Lord of Dread. But Su Yuan wasn't quite sure. Logically speaking, the Dreadlord should be a member of the Withering clan. Why is there a breath coming from the void? After thinking about this, Su Yuan also had a headache. I still know too little about this world. Fortunately, there is the zero value Null, which can help us feel many things that Su Yuan cannot feel. Although the void is indeed mysterious, but it doesn't seem to be an unsolved mystery at the moment. Now it seems that many things around Su Yuan are already tainted with the void. For example, Entity 303, or the ancient breath from the void that could be a Dreadlord. Su Yuan will definitely conquer these 2 people. By then Su Yuan should have a general understanding of the void. After thinking about this, Su Yuan asked Null, "Can you search for that ancient breath?" Su Yuan also wanted to figure out whether it was the Lord of Dread. After hearing this, Null nodded affirmatively. Able. Su Yuan was relieved to hear the answer of Null. Then go find him and report back to me when you meet him. Remember, don't alert the enemy. Su Yuan also emphasized this specifically. Just now he clearly felt the malice of Null towards the Dreadlord. But it is understandable, after all, the way both people gain power is the same. It's equivalent to a conflict of interest between the two. The zero-value Null will of course be a thorn in the side of the Dreadlord. Su Yuan is also afraid that Null will act rashly, not that he is afraid that Null will not be able to defeat him. The main reason is that he said before that there was a breath of emptiness in that breath. So Su Yuan had to be more cautious. Yes. The zero-value Null also leaves immediately after receiving the command. After Null left, Su Yuan opened the system and took a look at the evolution progress of the Ender Dragon. I didn't expect it to be so fast. The Ender Dragon now has intermediate consciousness. However, it will probably take some time before it evolves into a higher level of consciousness. After closing the evolution panel, Su Yuan took another look at the faith value. At this moment, the accumulated faith value has reached more than 1 million. I have to say that Su Yuan's efforts during this period have not been in vain. Su Yuan also decided to use all the cities of faith to upgrade the transparent blocks. Upgrade successful? Transparent block LV4, volume 1x1x4. Upgrade successful? Transparent block LV5, volume 1x1x5. Upgrade successful? Transparent block LV10, volume 1x1x10. Shape can be changed. When the transparent block reaches level 10, you can consume 1 million faith points to unlock the invasion area. Su Yuan pulled the transparent block to level 10 in one breath. When he saw the system description after level 10, his heart beat faster. Invasion of territory. Su Yuan is somewhat familiar with this ability. In the world of Fanfic, each major creator god has his own domain. Logically speaking, the territory cannot be invaded. However, the creator DB once invaded the territory of Entity 303. The Entity 303 was also confused. Su Yuan also didn't expect that the transparent cube actually had the ability to invade the field. After thinking about this, Su Yuan was quite happy. But he was perceptive enough to sense that something was wrong. The direction of this world is slowly aligning with Fan Village. Su Yuan obtained the transparent block, which was equivalent to owning his own territory. At this moment, the transparent block has developed the ability to invade the area. Does that mean there are other people in this world who own domains? Each of Su Yuan's skills can be traced, just like the initial stealth. Su Yuan would never have thought that it would eventually develop into a skill to control obsidian. So, now that the skill of invading the territory has appeared, does this prove that Su Yuan is not the only one in this world who has a domain? After thinking about this, Su Yuan first thought of those existences in the void. Are they the gods of creation? In Fankin's worldview, the gods of creation all have their own domains. They are invincible in their respective fields. Of course, there are different levels of creator gods. Someone like 303 is a secondary creator god, so the power of his domain is not strong. The first level creator gods can invade his territory at will. Although Su Yuan currently possesses the skill of territorial invasion, his strength is indeed approaching that of a first-level creator god. But Su Yuan still can't take it lightly. Since the skill of invading a territory has appeared, it means that there are other beings that possess territories in this world. If they are first-level creator gods, then they must also have the ability to invade realms. Next, as Null has said before, the existence in the void is much more powerful than Su Yuan. And there are a lot of them. Even if Su Yuan had the same abilities as them, it would be useless if his strength was inferior to theirs. After thinking about this, Su Yuan suddenly felt a lot of pressure. It seems that we need to speed up the development. Although the danger has not yet arrived, it does not mean that it does not exist. The existence in the void is a huge threat to Su Yuan. Currently, the only movement of the void that Su Yuan knows about is the ancient aura similar to that of the Lord of Dread. He came from the void. His appearance was not accidental, it might have been instructed by someone. His appearance must be related to the plans of those beings in the void. If we can confirm that he is the Lord of Dread, then it will be easy. The source of Su Yuan's current pressure is not because those beings in the void are very powerful. It was because Su Yuan couldn't figure out what they were going to do or what their plans were. They were completely unknown to Su Yuan. That's why Su Yuan is worried. But if you could understand the void a little bit and know their intentions, Su Yuan would also have a better idea of what to do. If it can be confirmed that the ancient breath is the Dreadlord, then Su Yuan will definitely tame him. In this way, Su Yuan can know some information about the void. Although Su Yuan was a little anxious, there was no need to rush this matter. You still have to wait for the message of zero-value Null. After thinking about this, Su Yuan was not idle. When the CD of controlling the infected person's skill was over, he continued to use his clone to build artificial villages in various places in the game world. The gaming world at this moment is extremely lively. The east of the game world is occupied by 007 and the Ender Dragon. They have been scouting the situation on the ground from the air, and once they find the guild headquarters, immediately launch a surprise attack from the air. The players didn't have time to react at all. Even if there was time to react, there was no way to fight back against these two powerful monsters. In the western part of the game world, the Heart Arsonist Entity 303 is bloodthirsty. Entity 303, unlike 007 and the Ender Dragon, only kills the player. He ate both meat and vegetables, and he would kill anything that was alive and moving. The animals, monsters, players, and villagers in all the areas he passed through all melted in his flames. He truly proved the saying that no grass grows wherever he goes. Everywhere he passed was burned beyond recognition. Suddenly there was a sense of déjà vu of 2B2T. Although Entity 303 has no way of knowing the exact location of the players, but he was able to detect the distance of nearby players through data intrusion. The players in this area are suffering terribly. Being killed doesn't matter, they are quite open-minded about it. After all, HIM's activities have been very frequent recently, and players are prepared to be killed. As long as the equipment and supplies are still there, it's fine. This is also the reason why players don't hate him so much. HIM kills people but he won't steal goods. But Entity 303 is different. Wherever he went, everything melted away. The players' guild settlements were completely melted away, not to mention the players' equipment and supplies in the guild. In the southwest of the game world, the Dreadlord and the Withering King are also killing monsters from the underworld indiscriminately. Because of the existence of the Dreadlord, they can always accurately find the location of the player's base. The Dreadlord is extremely sensitive to the smell of fear. It is a skeleton without even a nose, but no one knows why its sense of smell is better than that of a dog. He could sense the aura of fear in a wide area. Following the aura of fear, you will naturally be able to find the player's location. These monsters with extraordinary combat power are not on the same level as the players, so the players naturally have no way to match them. Although the player's operating level has been greatly improved. But facing these monsters, the gap in hard power is still too big. Players in these areas can only accept their fate. Just when they were envious of the players in other regions. But I found that all the players in the game world seemed to be having a bad time. Players who were not in the area covered by monsters with extraordinary powers were originally very lucky. But they found that the world today is full of dangers. There are fully armed and well-mannered villagers with iron golem armies. There are various animals that look harmless but can easily kill players. Although players can still fight back against these villagers and animals. But I lose more than I win. The player's status plummeted and they instantly fell to the bottom of the food chain. At this moment, the player's resentment in the game forum is about to overflow the screen. Is there still justice? Is there still law? How can we play without strengthening this? This is FG outrageous. I just want to ask, how many monsters with self-awareness are there in this world right now? No, wasn't Entity 303 defeated by the rookie? Why is he still in the game? Excuse me, which faction does that seaweed skeleton belong to? Is he HIM's subordinate? HIM has been very active recently, infecting players everywhere. Is HIM planning something recently? The Death Knight and the Ender Dragon have also come out to slaughter the players. What is he doing? This game is no longer just a HIM problem. Monsters from all sides, villagers, animals, they are all going crazy and cutting us like leeks. Hurry up and give feedback to the official. If this is not strengthened, it will be unplayable. The world's situation at this moment can be described as turbulent. The smoke of war was everywhere. The various forces in the game world are growing rapidly, relying on the nutrients provided by the players. At this moment, 0 Point Company headquarters. The top management could not withstand the pressure from players' feedback and held another emergency meeting. Originally, they were planning to ask Brother Zhang to give them advice again this time. But Brother Zhang said he couldn't come because he had something to do. The senior executives naturally knew that Brother Zhang was deliberately shirking responsibility, and it was difficult for them to expose him. Therefore, this matter can only be resolved internally by the top management. What should I do now? Add some mods. Have you watched the videos carefully? What's the point of adding mods? It's nothing more than adding some weapon mods. It can't increase the weapon's stats very high all at once. It's useless. Indeed, adding normal weapon mods is useless, and raising the values will ruin the game balance. Damn, this is so difficult. How about, let's ask Notch. It seems like we can no longer control the current game situation. It's not that the senior executives of 0 Point Company are incompetent. The main reason is that they have been making games for so many years, and this is the first time such a situation has occurred in the game. It was already outrageous enough that HIM was generated in the game before. Now there seem to be more monsters that have formed their own consciousness, and each one is extremely powerful. That's fine, this is a monster generated by the game itself, and 0 Point Company can't do anything about it. These monsters have no data codes, so even if a GM is sent out, they will not be able to eliminate these monsters at all. The only thing they can deal with now is the data code they wrote for the game. But what is outrageous is that now the data code creatures they wrote in the games have begun to evolve consciousness. Like villagers, animals, monsters, etc. They are now completely divorced from the original code. When game companies designed villagers, it was originally intended for them to trade with players. Now, the villagers have turned from serfs into slaves and started to plunder the players. The animals are designed to provide players with satiety. Now even the animals are rebelling. Fortunately, plants have not yet evolved consciousness, so players can still eat some vegetarian food to fill their stomachs. The current gaming environment can be said to be quite bad. Players are now in a situation where they are threatened within 3 steps and dead within 5 steps. If this problem is not solved, players will inevitably quit the game in large numbers. By then, it will be difficult for the senior management to report to their superiors. There's nothing we can do. The game situation is too chaotic right now. We can't solve it at all. Let's tell Notch about this. Even if he can't get back immediately, he can still give us some advice. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's notify Notch. After everyone discussed it, the senior executives all felt that it was time to inform Notch about the status of the game. Although Notch said that don't bother him unless it's something particularly important. But the current game situation is indeed very serious. Ask the customer service department to put all the videos and feedback from this period into a folder and send it to me. After the top management gave the order, the customer service department immediately became busy. Everyone in the customer service department thought they would be done with the work quickly. But I didn't expect that it would take a whole day just to collect the information. It took another day to integrate the information. This was despite the fact that the top management kept urging them and they were working overnight. After sorting it out, the entire folder has more than 50 GB in total. It even exceeds the data size of some large games. Among them, the folder about him has more than 30 GB, but the customer service department is already used to it. From the launch of the game to now, the most feedback they have received is about him. With him's example, other feedback in the game doesn't seem surprising anymore. After the customer service department sorted out the folders, they immediately sent them to the company's senior management. After a quick check, the senior executives sent the folder to Notch's mailbox. At this moment, on a beach somewhere in Hawaii, Notch was wearing a pair of sunglasses and lying on a beach chair. Next to the chair was a fruit plate filled with various tropical fruits. Next to the fruit plate was a bottle of champagne and a goblet. Notch picked up the goblet, drank the champagne in it, and picked a few grapes from the fruit plate and put them into his mouth. This is life. He swung his legs while admiring the various bikini beauties on the beach. He spent 10 years developing a game and lost all his hair. Now that we have finally made it through, it's time to enjoy ourselves. I originally thought that this game might not be very popular, but I didn't expect it to become the most popular game at the moment. Notch is not the founder of 0 Point Corporation. He was actually born into a poor family, but he loves games and programming. After designing the game Minecraft, Notch sent a sample of the game to 0 Point Company with a try it attitude. But I didn't expect to be chosen by 0 Point Company. 0 Point originally proposed to buy the game directly from Notch, but Notch didn't agree. After all, Notch had invested too much effort and time in this game. After discussion, Notch became the largest shareholder of 0 Point Company's game Minecraft. This also allows Notch to retire early. Not long after the game was launched, Notch became a hands-off boss and then began to enjoy his vacation with peace of mind. Notch was looking at the beauty, but a message on his cell phone disrupted his good mood. I opened my phone and saw it was an email. After opening the mailbox, Notch glanced at the size of the folder. When he saw the value of 53 GB, he fell silent. What the hell is this? Notch took a look at the sender, who was a senior executive of 0 Point Corporation. The name of the folder is Please Take a Look. Have you developed another game? It's no wonder Notch thinks this way. After all, folders of more than 50 GB are rare. Notch saw this and didn't take it too seriously. After closing the mailbox, I will go back to the game room to study the folder when I am free. As soon as Notch closed his email, the phone call came. The person who called was the senior executive who sent the email to him. After Notch answered the phone, before he could say anything, the senior executive spoke hurriedly. Notch, sorry to bother you. Please take a look at the folder I just sent you. This is a problem related to the game. Please call me back after you check it out. Hearing the tone of the senior management, it seemed that they had encountered some difficult problems. Good. Seeing this, Notch hung up the phone, took one reluctant look at the bikini beauties on the beach, and then returned to his hotel room. After entering the game cabin, I opened the email. How long will it take for me to see these 50 GB? Notch complained while opening the folder to check its contents. At first, Notch's expression was still calm, but gradually, his brows became more and more furrowed. He had only been watching for half an hour, and had only seen some content about him waking up early, when he already felt something was wrong. After seeing this, Notch also started to get serious. He began to study the contents of the following document carefully. Before I knew it, a day had passed. Notch finally finished reading the contents of the folder. After leaving the game cabin, it was already early morning. Notch, however, was not sleepy at all. Notch was surprised by the contents of the folder, but it wasn't particularly surprising. The appearance of him and those conscious monsters is undoubtedly Notch's attempt to prove his hypothesis that this game world has existed for a long time. Notch lit a cigarette and walked to the window. Looking at the sparkling sea outside, he exhaled a long smoke ring. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face looked a little solemn. This world is indeed very special. Notch stared at the calm sea in a daze, while stroking his head which was now barren. Although Notch is no longer a young man, he is just over 30 years old and looks to be in his early 30s. But he looks much older than his peers, and seems to be in his 40s. About 10 years older than her actual age. The reason why he looks 10 years older is because of developing the game Minecraft. The game Minecraft is actually not a high-end online game. To put it simply, it is a sandbox game. The biggest difficulty of the game is holography. But 10 years ago, holography was not considered a new technology. As early as 10 years ago, there was already very mature holographic technology. Even though Notch is not familiar with this technology, with his ability, it is not difficult to make the game holographic. Since Notch was working alone, the progress of making the game was slower. But with Notch's ability, even if he developed this game alone, it would only take him 2 years at most. But it took Notch 10 years to complete the development of this game. Naturally, accidents happened during this 8-year period. But the strange thing is that Notch doesn't know what the accident is. Notch had actually already made this game a long time ago, but it was not a holographic version. It only took Notch a month to create the non-holographic version. Notch also has his own plans for each section of this world. It is divided into the main world, the underworld, and the end of the world. In fact, the setting of the 3 major sections of the game world comes from Notch's dream. The game Minecraft created by Notch is actually the realization of the world in his dreams. When Notch started working on making the game holographic, things went smoothly at first. Because the main world, the nether, and the end are not in the same section. So Notch is made separately. The overworld was created first, followed by the nether, and finally the end. When it came to making the overworld and the nether, things were going pretty smoothly. But when Notch started making the end of the world, things started to go wrong. The end is all empty space as far as the eye can see, and there are very few buildings in the end. Therefore, to create the end of the world, you must first build out a vast void. When Notch started to build this void, he clearly felt that something was wrong with him. The void is already very vast, and Notch also used outer space as a reference. But if we were to make it, we wouldn't make it that big. After all, there is nothing in the void, all you need to do is write some code and let it loop. But when Notch started working on the construction of the void, the whole person seemed to be possessed by a demon, and kept magnifying the void infinitely. What's outrageous is that this situation lasted for a whole year. In other words, during this year, Notch did nothing except building this seemingly desolate void. Notch hardly got any sleep during this year. The scary thing is that he himself is not aware of these problems at all. Initially, Notch didn't like the void very much because it made people feel lonely. But he didn't know when he started to become deeply fascinated by that piece of emptiness. Gradually, his subconscious mind always felt that the void was the core of this world. As this subconsciousness becomes stronger and stronger, Notch slowly began to expand the void to cover the overworld and the nether. Another year has passed. The entire game world has turned into a void. At this moment, Notch's mental and physical condition have already shown serious problems. His eyes gradually became dull and his thinking became much slower. He has developed an obsession with the void. Every day when you enter the game warehouse, you will continue to build in the game. It's obvious that the void is made up of repeated code blocks. But Notch edited different codes for each block. As time went on, Notch became more and more obsessive. Fortunately, Brother Zhang showed up in time. Brother Zhang and Notch are childhood friends and grew up wearing the same open crotch pants. They also have the same interests, love games, and love programming. Since Brother Jiang's family was better off, he went abroad to study after graduating from high school. Although they went abroad, the two still kept in touch. When Notch was designing the blueprint of Minecraft, he told Brother Zhang the idea of the game. Brother Zhang also thinks Notch's idea is great. Notch's purpose in making games is actually his and Jiang's greatest expectation for the game. They hope to have a game that allows players to play and live the way they like. Can provide players with a world that belongs to them. Let them live in their comfort zone. With the support of Brother Zhang, Notch is more confident. Brother Zhang is very familiar with holographic technology abroad, so he can provide a lot of help to Notch. Notch kept in touch with Zhang Ji during the production of the game. Everything was normal at first, but gradually, Notch's replies became less and less. Moreover, Brother Zhang gradually sensed something was wrong from Notch's words. Notch seemed to be possessed, becoming more and more obsessed with emptiness. He always praised how vast, great, and mysterious the void was. He said it was very interesting and he really wanted to go and see it. Notch is a very special person, and his ideas are different from those of ordinary people. Zhang Ji was not surprised that Notch would say such a thing. Geniuses are different from ordinary people. Notch emphasized it so many times, and Zhang Ji was also very curious about what kind of world Notch created. So he often suggested that Notch send him samples to take a look. But Notch refused every time, saying that it was not finished yet. And just like that, more than a year passed. Brother Zhang would ask Notch about his progress every once in a while. But Notch's progress has always remained on making the void. Brother Zhang finally realized that something was wrong. After he arranged his work, he immediately bought a plane ticket back to Daxia. He didn't tell Notch in advance and went straight to Notch's house. When he saw the scene in Notch's house and Notch's appearance, I was completely dumbfounded. Although Notch is single, he has always been very clean and even a little bit of a germaphobe. He would feel extremely uncomfortable if there was even a little dust in the house. But the scene at home at this moment may not be as clean as a pigsty. Notch's entire condition can only be described in one word: half dead. He looked listless and seemed like he hadn't slept well for a long time. The beard on his face has grown to chest length. His hair is also very long, but it is very sparse, like a Mediterranean hair. Notch was only in his early 20s at the time, but he looked like a super senior. Seeing Notch's appearance, Brother Zhang said nothing, rushed directly into his game cabin. When he saw the game sample made by Notch, he felt his scalp tingling. Where is the game sample here? It's just an endless void? Seeing this endless void, I thought about Notch's state. Zhang Ji immediately felt something was wrong with Notch's mental state. It's clear that Notch is in an unhealthy mental state right now, but Zhang Ji didn't know the reason why Notch became mentally ill. Brother Zhang immediately took Notch to the hospital. After some examination, the result was that he was mentally damaged. The doctor's diagnosis was that it was caused by insufficient sleep and excessive stress. After seeing the doctor's diagnosis, Zhang Ji thought that Notch might have become mentally ill due to excessive stress. Seeing Notch like this, Brother Zhang couldn't bear it. Notch definitely needs someone to take care of him now, as Notch's parents are working away from home all year round. He may not even come back for the Huxia New Year. Brother Zhang will definitely not abandon Notch. Brother Zhang gritted his teeth and quit his job abroad, moved to Notch's house and started taking care of him. With Zhang Ji's care, Notch looked much better after resting for a while. These days, Notch went into the game room every day to make games, but was stopped by Zhang Ji. After not touching the game cabin for a while, Notch gradually talked less about the void. After resting for about half a year, Notch finally recovered completely. It wasn't until he fully recovered that Notch realized how terrible his mental state had been in the previous 2 years. When he came to the game cabin again and saw the void, he was completely stunned. He didn't expect that he spent 2 years to create a void with nothing in it. Notch was also ready to continue making the game immediately. Let's start with the main world. He silently recited the code for soil in his mind, but after writing it, no soil appeared. That code is still the code where the void is. Notch was also frightened when he saw this. He didn't dare to stay any longer and left the game cabin immediately. After telling Brother Zhang what had just happened, Brother Zhang also suggested that he continue to rest for a while. Zhang Ji had originally proposed to Notch to help make the game, but Notch refused. He didn't know whether he was too neurotic or what, but he always felt that there was something wrong with that piece of void. The reason why I have been in a daze for 2 years seems to be because of that void. Notch had discussed this issue with Zhang before, but Zhang told him not to think too much about it. The doctor said he was suffering from excessive stress. Notch didn't know whether to trust himself or the doctor. Although he was uncertain, Notch didn't want Brother Zhang to be involved in this matter. One of them must remain absolutely sober. Seeing that Notch was so persistent, Brother Zhang didn't know what to say. Then I found some work online and took care of Notch every day. Notch rested for about a year. Enter the game cabin again and start writing the code for the main world's soil. Fortunately, he finally succeeded this time. However, he could only write a small amount of code each time, and he could only concentrate for about an hour at a time. After working for an hour every day, you must take a 1 or 2 day break to relax. But strangely, this only happens when making Minecraft. After Notch recovered mentally, he started taking some private jobs like Zhang Ji, or making some small games to sell. After all, he had to make a living. Notch had never encountered this situation when making other games. Notch also went to the doctor because of this strange phenomenon. The reason given by the psychiatrist was that it was caused by excessive psychological stress. Although Notch felt it was strange, he still did not give up on making the game Minecraft. It was precisely because of these things that happened when making this game that Notch became determined to make this game. Although Notch's production progress is slow, it is progressing steadily every day. As his mental strength grew stronger, Notch's entire state also changed. Gradually, he seemed to be able to control his neurons. The game cabin is connected to neurons. As long as Notch can disconnect his own neurons, he can extend the time he spends making games. This state is the same as the rookie's current state, the sleepwalking state. When Notch discovered this state, he began to practice slowly. Notch basically worked on the later stages of the game in this state. It was precisely because of this state that he seemed to no longer be disturbed by the void. Time flies, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Notch has finally completed the production of the main world and the nether. As for the void, it was a place he had never dared to set foot in again. He was also planning to delete the void, and then think about switching to another world. But he found that there was no way to delete this piece of void. There is no data displayed in this void. Notch has had doubts about the void for a long time, and now there is no way to delete it, which makes it even more suspicious. When Notch set foot in the void, wanting to study it further, but he found that it had no effect on him at all. Notch spent a whole day in the void. He also did not use the state of disconnected neurons. But the void had no effect on him, and he did not experience the previous condition again. Because of this, Notch gradually began to feel, everything is not a problem of this void. Maybe it's really like the doctor said, it's caused by lack of sleep and too much stress. Seeing the void no longer has any effect on me, Notch is not planning to remove it. This void does have some special meaning to Notch. Notch spent some more time creating the end and the end city in the void. Finally the game is finished. The next step is to carry out various testing optimizations and sign contracts after being acquired by 0 Point Company. That's why this game took 10 years to develop. Specifically, the research and development time is about 8 to 9 years. Notch's thick hair was lost due to this game. Although Notch later gradually convinced himself that it was just too much pressure at the time and had nothing to do with the void. But in his subconscious mind, he had always kept that doubt deeply buried. When he saw the folder sent by the company's senior management, this doubt buried deep in my heart was opened again. This game world is indeed not that simple. Although Notch doesn't know much about him and the monsters that suddenly appear, but he understands the villagers, animals, and other creatures he created. At this moment, these creatures seem to have developed independent consciousness. This proves that this world is not simple. In other words, this world is alive. It is not code, it is alive. Just like the Earth, it can give birth to a variety of different life forms. After thinking about this, Notch couldn't help but start thinking about a question. If that's the case, so what role do I play in this game world? Comments. Previous after seeing the video content sent by the company's senior management, Notch once again opened up his dusty memories. It has been 10 years since he came up with the idea of making the game Minecraft. The idea of making a game came to me because I always saw the various scenes of the game in my dreams. More than 10 years have passed, and Notch no longer remembers that dream. Since he started making games, he has never had that dream again. He couldn't remember some details from 10 years ago. That's why he wondered what role he played in this game. After all, I created this world on my own initiative. Or did the world call upon me to create it? In fact, when Notch started thinking about this question, the answer in his mind was already leaning towards the latter. Because in the process of making the game, he was not in control for at least 5 years out of 10 years. Making this game was indeed Notch's original intention, but during the production process it seemed as if he was being guided. Notch couldn't explain the feeling. If you think of this game as Notch's child, that's pretty much how Notch felt at this point. I originally intended to have this child, but in the process of giving birth, many behaviors are not spontaneous. In the end, Notch finally gave birth to the child through his own efforts. This child is the product of Notch's passive and active behaviors. Notch now doesn't quite understand whether this child wanted to be born on its own and used Notch's hand, or whether Notch himself wanted this child. Notch was also a little confused when he thought about this. The only thing he could be sure of now was that he still had control over this game world. No matter how many sentient beings this game has bred, if Notch wants to eliminate them, all he has to do is shut down the server. Anyway, they are all products of the game world. If the game world no longer exists, they will no longer exist either. But Notch certainly won't do that. I got this game by virtue of my thick hair, how can it be shut down so easily? After thinking about this, Notch no longer worried about those problems. His thoughts were much clearer at this moment, and there was no point in worrying about those trivial things now. The most important thing at the moment is to protect the interests of the players. After all, this game world has a meaning of existence only because of the players. All the feedback given by players is nothing more than that the players are too weak after the world's situation changes. Although Notch doesn't really want to strengthen the players. His original intention in designing the game was to allow players to experience the fun of exploration. But now the game's situation has progressed so much that players have no time to explore at all. It is imperative for players to strengthen this matter. The next step is to see how to strengthen it and from which aspects it is better to strengthen it. After Notch thought about this, he called the company's top management. Notify them and have a video conference in an hour. After receiving the news, the company's top management immediately notified their subordinates. An hour later, the video conference began. Notch took a look at the content of the previous game updates sent by the senior management and was immediately displeased. He also didn't expect that the company's top executives had updated the game content and added a free combat mode without telling him. However, Notch couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw that the senior management had specifically noted that this matter was the result of a discussion with Brother Zhang. These people have really learned their lesson, using Chiang Kai-shek as a shield. Logically speaking, for something as big as a game update, the top management would definitely ask Notch about it. But Notch also said before that if it's not something particularly important, don't bother him. The top management had no way of judging whether the matter was particularly important. Moreover, Brother Zhang has already taken action. Considering the relationship between Brother Zhang and Notch, the senior executives will definitely tell Notch about this matter. But I didn't expect that Brother Zhang didn't say anything. But Brother Zhang did handle this matter well. After all, there were many unexpected events in the game. Players can no longer develop in the way Notch imagined. The purpose of updating the free battle mode is to retain players. Considering the overall situation of the game, this decision is indeed the best. After thinking about this, Notch stopped pursuing the matter and said, "This meeting is mainly to explain to you the issue of strengthening the players. I looked through the game forums and found that the most discussed topic among players right now is the living environment. The environment outside is harsh, it's hard for them to get supplies, and it's hard to improve operations. The other problem is that the players' weapons and equipment are too weak. Even if they have good skills, their weapons are useless when facing sentient monsters. Notch does have something." He just browsed the game forums and summarized the pain points of players. After Notch said this, he continued. "These problems, 2 solutions. 1. Join the Bed Wars mod. Some changes have been made in the mod, and the supplies have been slightly more abundant. Then the victorious players can take away some of the supplies in their backpacks. Please give me a detailed plan for the specific reward ratio. 2nd, add a Divine Domain competition mod. It's like a copy, with random opening times and locations. When I come back, I will make some powerful weapons. Those who can fight to the end in the Divine Realm competition will receive special weapons." I have to say that Notch's 2 solutions are indeed the best solutions at present. Bed Wars mod is originally a PvP mod. Players who like to play this mod are basically technical players. The Bed Wars mod originally designed by Notch is also pure PvP, just like the original MC. But now that something unexpected has happened in the game's development, these mods definitely cannot be copied anymore. the Bed Wars mod can still be used as usual. It's just that we can add reward items for players. There are a lot of supplies in Bed Wars. As long as you win the game, you can get some of the supplies in the backpack. Just a mod can directly solve the two major problems that are currently troubling players, the difficulty in collecting supplies and the difficulty in improving technology. The mod only needs to exist in the form of a copy, and only players can enter it. This way, players can hone their skills and collect supplies in a safe environment. The second solution, Notch actually wanted to deal with those conscious monsters. As for those powerful weapons, Notch already has a plan here. He opened a folder he had created 10 years ago. There are several documents and a picture in it. The name of the picture is Blade of God of War. The picture shows a weapon that looks like a broadsword. There is a dent in the middle of the blade that looks like some kind of pattern. The entire sword is aqua blue with a faint purple sheen. This weapon was designed by Notch to be included in the game 10 years ago, but I didn't use it. Now I can finally use it. Comments. Previous after Notch gave the plan, senior players immediately began to implement it. Notch also bought a plane ticket for the same day and prepared to return to the company. The purpose of this meeting is to provide a solution to the senior management. The specific details still need to be discussed and deliberated offline. The Bed Wars mod is easy to deal with. After all, it is a mod that has already been made. The Divine Domain Contest mod was a mod that Notch came up with on the spur of the moment. This definitely requires a lot of details to perfect. Next, the weapons in the mod also need to undergo various tests. This type of weapon was designed by Notch to kill powerful monsters that have developed autonomous consciousness. It must be different from the way ordinary weapons are made. In fact, the setting of this plan was also inspired by Notch after seeing a rookie taking out a big salted fish with his bare hands. Rookie's abilities are actually similar to Notch's. It's just that the rookie can't control his abilities subjectively, and most of his actions are subconscious. Notch is different. Notch can control his own abilities. Simply put, Notch is able to sleepwalk while being conscious. Notch thought about this, pondered for a moment, and made a decision. He decided to give the Divine Domain competition project to a rookie. As for the weapons that are rewarded, novices can also be involved in the design process. The rookie has good potential, and Notch is willing to give him this opportunity. At this moment, in the southwest of the game world, the Dreadlord and the Wither King were leading their army to a grassland. The Lord of Dread took a deep breath and a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. They have become smarter and now know how to hide underground. But the strong smell of fear still cannot be concealed. The Wither King glanced at the Dreadlord and immediately looked disgusted. The Dreadlord probably thinks he looks cool every time he smells something. But in the eyes of the Withering King, it was just like a dog smelling something, which was extremely embarrassing. Although the Dreadlord's own decline in status has nothing to do with the Wither King. But the Withering King basically follows his arrangements. Doesn't this indirectly reduce his own status? Can you be normal every time? The Withering King couldn't help but complain. The Dreadlord ignored the Withering King. In his eyes, the Withering King was just a little kid. What does a little brat know? He won't argue with a little brat. The Lord of Dread pointed his finger at a small hill on the grassland ahead. Their base is just below that hill. Let's go. The crowd was heading towards the hill. The Dreadlord suddenly stopped. He sniffed the air around him fiercely, and the expression on his face suddenly became a little complicated. Is it him? What's going on? It looks like it and it doesn't look like it. Seeing the Dreadlord suddenly stop and mutter something, the Withering King was also a little curious. What's wrong? The Dreadlord leaned close and whispered something in the Withering King's ear. Then I saw the Withered King flying towards the forest in the south. The guild headquarters under the hill belongs to the Dragonmark Guild. At this moment, the players of the Dragonmark Guild who were on guard in the grassland saw a large group of monsters approaching. I was about to inform the players in the guild of the news, but I found that the group of monsters suddenly stopped. The players of the Dragonmark Guild who were on guard were a little surprised when they saw this. What happened? Why did you stop? I don't know. It looks like that seaweed bone has discovered something. Huh? Look. The one with wings is flying towards the southern forest. The zero-value null has been searching for that ancient breath. Recently, the aura became stronger and stronger, and it didn't take Null long to find him. When he saw that the owner of the breath was actually a seaweed bone, Null suddenly found it a little ridiculous. The person who shares the same source of power with me turned out to be a nobody. When Null was thinking, his body was suddenly hugged by a pair of big hands that stretched out from behind. Before Null could react, the next second, the man who was hugging him flew out of the forest and brought him to the Lord of Dread. The zero-value Null then realized that it had been discovered. I'm used to using the zero-value Null and Entity 303. I have to say, Entity 303 is really easy to follow. Even when he was very close, he couldn't detect himself. This also makes the zero-value Null think that everyone else is like this. This revealed the flaw. Although the scene that just happened was somewhat unexpected, it was still seen by the players of the Dragonmark Guild who were on guard hiding in the grassland. At this moment, they were all stunned when they saw the zero-value Null. Then, what is that? This monster, haven't I seen it before? Those eyes, they're exactly the same as him's? Could he be him's younger brother as well? Isn't the seaweed bone him's younger brother? I think that black guy and the seaweed bone seem to be opposites. I don't know. It looks like a fight is about to break out. Let's start a live broadcast first. The players of the Dragon Mark Guild understand traffic. What players like to watch most is the battle between monsters. The live broadcast had only been going on for less than 5 minutes when their live broadcast room was pinned to the top of the list. Many players rushed in at once. What the hell? This black monster is kind of handsome? It looks like him. It's a bit confusing. So what is the relationship between these monsters? Are we going to fight? Guess who will win? I guess the black one has crushed the seaweed bones in terms of appearance. To be honest, these monsters are all pretty cool. White-eyed him, the Death Knight, the red-eyed entity 303, the white-eyed black monster, and the monster with wings are also cool. It's just that the seaweed bone is a bit lame. Although the seaweed bone doesn't look very good, I heard it's pretty awesome. It's said to be as powerful as him. Is this true? So strong. The players in the live broadcast room were discussing enthusiastically. The atmosphere on the grassland is full of gunpowder at this moment. Null looked the Dreadlord up and down with a look of disdain on his face. Although Null felt that the Dreadlord was stronger than him at the moment. But that was because of the help of the breath of the void. If the power of the void is excluded, the power of fear of the Dreadlord is definitely less than the value of Null. Upon seeing this, Null could not help but snort coldly. Humph, BD. The zero-value Null naturally looks down on the Dreadlord. He needs to rely on external abilities to obtain the power of fear, which is nothing more than a cheap act in the eyes of Null. After hearing Null's words, the Lord of Dread did not get angry. Naturally, he also despises the zero-value Null. He could also feel that Null's strength was inferior to his own. But what made the Dreadlord curious was, a large part of the power of fear in the two people's bodies is actually the same. This is undoubtedly a strange thing. Although fear is just a word, but its formation is complex. The simplest example is that some people are afraid of chickens, some people are afraid of fish, and some people are afraid of ghosts. These are all emotions of fear. Both Dreadlords and Null are able to absorb these fearful emotions. But the aura of these emotions is different. But at this moment, a large part of the fear aura on the two of them was actually the same. Moreover, the aura of Null is very similar to that of the person he wants to kill. Who are you? The Dreadlord came here with a mission. Because he was in the void at that time, his consciousness was released only after receiving the command. After arriving in the void, the breath of the mission target still remained in the void. Therefore, the Dreadlord can only find his mission target based on this breath. He didn't know what the man looked like or what his name was. You can only judge by the aura he exudes. The aura of the zero-value Null in front of him at this moment is almost 100% similar to the aura lingering in the void. But this is what the Dreadlord is unsure about. The aura of the zero-value Null in front of me is exactly the same as the remaining aura. But the aura that remains in the void is more complicated than that of Null. Simply put, the zero-value Null is just part of the breath that makes up that breath. This also made the Lord of Dread somewhat uncertain, as he was not sure whether the zero-value Null in front of him was his target. The appearance of the zero-value Null also made him a little confused as to whether his target was just one person. When Null saw the Lord of Dread looking him up and down, he was immediately enraged and his temper flared up. Before the two met, Null already hated the Dreadlord. Now that we meet, I hate the Dreadlord even more when I see his behavior. Although Null felt that his strength was not as good as that of the Dreadlord, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Null immediately used Soul of Dread on the Dreadlord. After using his skills on the Dreadlord's inner thoughts immediately appeared in Null's mind. But strangely, the picture is divided into two sections. One section has more pictures, another section has fewer pictures. In the screen with many sections, the zero-value Null sees the destruction of the Netherworld. A blurry figure in a blue cloak was seen. Several blurry patches of color were also seen. They are red, orange, yellow, green and cyan. And in the section with fewer pictures, there is only one picture. The picture is also blurry. But when Null saw this scene, he was stunned. Although the picture is blurry, you can clearly see that there is a person in the picture. Moreover, that person had a pair of glowing eyes just like himself and him. My king. The man's figure is very similar to him, but he doesn't seem to be him at all. The feeling is very subtle, and the zero-value Null is not easy to explain. It was because of seeing someone who looked so much like him that Null remembered him's instructions. Him said that after discovering that ancient aura, don't act rashly and go back and report the news to him immediately. After thinking about this, Null finally suppressed his anger. Lucky for you. Null said this and disappeared instantly. The action of Null caught the Dreadlord and the Withering King off guard. They have lived so long and have never seen anything like the zero-value Null. In their worldview, basically after a duel between two sides, no matter how big the difference in strength is, they must fight. They also did not expect that the zero-value Null would escape, so they did not restrict the actions of the zero-value Null. I didn't expect that this kid would just quit and run away. Just run away and leave behind a sentence you are lucky. This is a great learning experience for the Dreadlord and the Withering King. I have never seen such a shameless person. Seeing this, the Withering King questioned the Dreadlord. Is this the person you are looking for? The behavior of the zero-value Null just now is undoubtedly an act of desertion, so the Withering King naturally looks down on it. If the person the Dreadlord mobilized so many troops to kill was him, that would be so damn cheap. Hearing the words of the Withering King, the Dreadlord also frowned. To be honest, he himself was really not sure. His nose told him that this seemed to be the person he was looking for, but his subconscious told him that it was not this person. For a moment, the Lord of Dread didn't know whether to trust his nose or his subconscious. The reason why the Lord of Dread is so conflicted is that he doesn't want to believe his subconscious mind, because he didn't want to encounter the mission target so early. He wanted more time to gather strength, more power. Then he will have a chance to turn things around. If I encounter it now, I will probably lose the chance to gain freedom. The Dreadlord was thinking, but his thoughts were interrupted by the Withering King's urging voice. Hey, I'm talking to you. After the Dreadlord looked at the direction where Null left, he sighed and then shook his head. Although the aura is very similar, it's not him. Although he didn't want to admit this fact, he had to admit it. Those people above went to great lengths to use the power they had accumulated in recent years to materialize themselves. The purpose is to wipe out the existence of the breath remaining in the void. If the target is the zero-value null that we just saw, why would the void go to so much trouble? It was obvious that his strength could not threaten those people above. Just based on this point, the Lord of Dread can conclude that the zero-value null is not the person he is looking for. He just didn't want to believe it. After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After hearing what the Withering King said, the Dreadlord couldn't help but find it a little funny. That's good. The Withering King knows too little, so he probably said this. He had no idea what kind of existence they would be facing. Of course, the Dreadlord doesn't know either. But he knew that the person who could make those people above him fearful must be no simple person. Maybe he is not particularly powerful now, but when he develops, he will definitely be a threat to those people above. Thinking of this, the Dreadlord sighed. Let's go and continue attacking the player's base. After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King was confused. Aren't you going to chase him? The Withering King naturally wanted to end it all quickly and return to the underworld safely. After all, they were tied together by the design of the Dreadlord. If it weren't for the people of the underworld, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess with the Dreadlord. The Dreadlord just said that the aura of Null is very similar to the person they are looking for. That means there is definitely a connection between the zero-value Null and that person. If it is followed by the zero-value Null, maybe you can find the person you are looking for. The Wither King naturally didn't know that the Dreadlord didn't want to face all this. Seeing the Withering King's anxious look, the Dreadlord smiled bitterly. We don't have to go looking for him. He'll come to us. Comments. Previous Su Yuan has been extremely busy these days. There is basically no free time. When the skill of controlling the infected can be used, the player's vision is used to detect the location of the player's guild residence. When the skill is cooling down, he is still planning on carrying out his fake village plan. Thanks to Su Yuan's efforts, the rate at which faith is gained has increased significantly. Soon, he accumulated 1 million kill points. Su Yuan also directly unlocked the ability to invade the field. Territory Invasion LV1, Invadable Territory 1x1x1. Consume 100,000 faith points to upgrade. Su Yuan was not surprised to see that the space of domain invasion also needed to be upgraded. Now Su Yuan basically understands the nature of the system. The capabilities provided by the system are basically what you pay for. For example, the advanced skill of the clone that previously required 100 kill value to activate. I guess there is no need to upgrade, so the top configuration is given directly. After all, the 100 kill value is there. Skills like Territory Invasion are inherently powerful. If it can be activated with 1 million faith points, it must need to be upgraded after activation. With the skill of Territory Invasion, Su Yuan's strength has been taken to a higher level. The skill of Territory Invasion also requires 100,000 faith points to upgrade once, and it also upgrades the volume of one block. Su Yuan, when upgrading the transparent block in the future, it would be better to upgrade the field invasion skill at the same time. Su Yuan is controlling his clone to invade the bases of 3 players. The clone who stayed in the shallows saw the zero-value null coming back. Fortunately, Su Yuan is used to multi-threaded operations, so changing perspectives is still very smooth. Before Su Yuan could ask, Null said, "My king, I found it." Su Yuan nodded and then asked, "What does he look like?" What Su Yuan was more concerned about was whether the aura belonged to the Lord of Dread, so he asked Null what he looked like. After hearing this, Null immediately described his first impression of the Dreadlord. A bone covered in laver. Hearing the description of the zero-value Null, Su Yuan almost laughed out loud. But his description does hit the point. Through the description of the zero-value Null, Su Yuan was also able to determine that the breath was the Lord of Dread. Now that it has been confirmed that it is him, Su Yuan must conquer him. The Dreadlord must know a lot about the void. After thinking about this, Su Yuan asked Null, "Where is he?" Although the zero-value Null has no way of knowing the exact coordinates of this world, it can describe the direction and distance. After Null's description, Su Yuan also determined the approximate coordinates of the Dreadlord. Su Yuan was about to control his clone to find the Dreadlord, but Null continued. "My king, I'm sorry, I was discovered while tracking him. But I didn't go against your words and didn't fight him. Also, I saw through the fear in his heart. What's strange is, in the picture in his mind, there actually appeared a figure similar to you." After hearing the word Null, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel confused. A figure similar to mine. Su Yuan had never seen the Lord of Dread before, so it couldn't be that the fear in his heart was Su Yuan, right? Or is it because the Dreadlord needs to absorb the power of fear in order to become stronger? And the fear in this world is caused by Su Yuan, so he is afraid of Su Yuan? After thinking about this, Su Yuan also raised his chin and gestured to Null to talk about more details. The zero-value Null also immediately told Su Yuan all the images that he saw. Then he seemed to have thought of something and added, "Also, I sensed that he is composed of two forces. One part is the same force of fear as mine, and the other part of the force belongs to that void." After hearing the description of the zero-value Null, Su Yuan sorted out his thoughts. Null said that there are two blocks in the Dreadlord's brain, one of which contains a vague figure that looks very similar to himself. Later it was said that the power of the Dreadlord was composed of two forces, one from the void and one from the power of fear. The Dreadlord himself can absorb the power of fear, so that part of the power of fear constitutes his own power, and that power of the void also exists in his body. Could this prove that the block in his mind that contained only one picture actually came from the void? If this is the case, it means that the existence of the void is afraid of figures with the same shape as Su Yuan. Su Yuan did not personally investigate the heart of the Lord of Dread, so he had no way of knowing whether that figure was himself. But the zero-value Null, as Su Yuan's shadow, knows Su Yuan best. Even he said that the figure only looked like Su Yuan in shape. He did not say it was Su Yuan. Therefore, that person is most likely not Su Yuan himself. Moreover, those beings in the void had no interaction with Su Yuan before. Next, when Su Yuan and Null stepped into the void, Null also said it. The existence within the void is much more powerful than Su Yuan. Based on this inference, the person they are afraid of is not Su Yuan. Could it be that they are afraid of the real him? Although Su Yuan is the him of this world, he is not the real creator god him. Although his abilities are developing towards the creator god him, but he is not the real him, or rather, he has not yet become the real him. So, does the real him exist in this world? Null also said that the breath in the void is very ancient. It has a much more ancient atmosphere than Su Yuan. In other words, they have lived in this world for a long time. Something must have happened in this world. Perhaps there once was a real him in this world. Therefore, the existence of the void would feel fear towards people with the same body shape as Su Yuan. This world is so complicated. But these are just Su Yuan's guesses. It might be difficult to figure this out, because the zero-value Null says that the figure in the picture is very blurry. That means the Lord of Dread has never seen it. Although that scene was in his subconscious, he had never seen it. Just like the various color blocks that appeared in the Ender Dragon's brain before. But no matter what, the Dreadlord can still provide Su Yuan with some clues and information. After thinking about this, Su Yuan said to the zero-value Null, "Let's go and meet him." Su Yuan also learned from Null that the Withering King was also with the Dreadlord. This is why Su Yuan has the value Null. The zero-value Null cannot always do some trailing work, it must be allowed to fight and have fun. The Wither King is definitely no match for Null, so Su Yuan doesn't have to worry about Null's safety. Hearing that Su Yuan was going to fight, Null was extremely excited. Yes, Su Yuan took the zero-value Null and teleported to the grassland where the Dreadlord and the Wither King were. At this moment, the Dreadlord and the Withering King were letting their monsters deal with the players of the Dragonmark Guild. The source of a Dreadlord's power is the power of fear. He does have the ability to kill players instantly, but the power of fear he gains from doing so is too little. It must be tortured slowly. The Dreadlord was enjoying the screams and wails of the players when he suddenly felt a familiar breath coming from behind him. He's coming. The players of the Dragonmark Guild are being attacked by monsters from the underworld. Although these monsters are all from the netherworld, it may be because they follow the Dreadlord and the Withering King. Their strength is much stronger than ordinary netherworld monsters. Moreover, these monsters are quite malicious. They will not kill the players immediately, but will fight with them for a while, giving them some hope of winning, and then kill them. It's like playing a joke on the players. The players of the Dragonmark Guild were suffering terribly. Just when the players of the Dragonmark Guild were in despair, they found that the monsters suddenly stopped their actions. They all gathered towards the other side of the grassland. Looking in the direction where the monsters were gathering, the players of the Dragonmark Guild finally understood why the monsters were retreating. The thing hanging in the air above the grassland over there, if I'm not mistaken, is him. Although I can't see his face clearly, but I can see those eyes from a long distance, it should be him. Huh? Why are there two pairs of eyes emitting white light? I heard from the player on guard that the other one seems to be him's younger brother. What is him doing here? Are you here to fight that seaweed bone? Looking at the momentum, it seems so. After Null escaped, the Dreadlord once again set his sights on attacking the player's base. The players who were on guard in the live broadcast room were quickly killed and the live broadcast was interrupted. Although the live broadcast was interrupted, there are still many players staying in the live broadcast room. After all, for the players, Nori Bones and White-Eyed Black Coal Balls are both new faces. They also wanted to find out which forces these two newly emerged monsters came from. The players were discussing it when they found that the picture reappeared in the live broadcast room. On the grassland in the picture, the various monster armies from the underworld filled the entire screen, and at a glance, there was no end in sight. The Dreadlord stood at the front of the team, and the Wither King flapped its huge wings, hanging beside the Dreadlord. Standing opposite them is him hanging in the air and the zero-value Null behind him. Although neither side took any action, the smell of gunpowder in the air could be clearly smelled even through the screen. When the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all put down what they were doing and found a safe place to hide. Small bench, melon seeds, drinks, and mineral water are ready. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this going to start a fight? Didn't they say that Nori Bones is him subordinate? Is him going to clean up the mess? That Laver Bone has been active for a while, but I still haven't seen him take action. I don't know how strong he is. That Seaweed Bone fought against our guild. He made a move once. He seemed to be able to summon a huge withered head to bombard the area. The blocks near the bummed area would gradually wither and decay. His strength was quite terrifying. No matter how strong he is, I feel he is far inferior to him in terms of momentum. He is not handsome at all. Okay, everyone place your bets. I'm betting on him to win. Players haven't seen a battle of this level for a long time. It's been a long time since I saw him show off his skills. Although him has been quite active recently, it only takes a blink of an eye for him to infect players, so he doesn't need to show his real skills at all. At this moment, having finally found someone that him is willing to attack, the players naturally want to see how strong him is now. Him and Null were suspended in midair, overlooking the Dreadlord and the Wither King. At this moment, Null was already extremely impatient, as he had long wanted to fight the Dreadlord. My king, let me take care of these bastards, okay? Although Null knows that his strength is not as good as that of the Dreadlord. But he just doesn't like the Dreadlord. The two of them are truly natural enemies. Seeing the appearance of the zero-value Null, Su Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking. Su Yuan would definitely not allow the zero-value Null to take risks. You go deal with the one with wings. Remember, don't kill. Su Yuan brought the zero-value Null here just to let him have some fun. With the strength of Null, you can have fun with the Wither King. Su Yuan was also afraid that Null would have too much fun and kill the Wither King without any care. Although the Wither King does not belong to the Undead Legion, he is still his subordinate. His strength should be similar to that of the Death Knight. The Death Knight can enter the Undead Legion, and the main purpose is to provide companionship. After all, he was the first one to follow him. After hearing what Su Yuan said, Null felt a little disappointed, but he did not dare to go against Su Yuan's wishes. Yes. After receiving the task, Null did not act rashly without Su Yuan's order. Su Yuan's conversation with Null just now was also seen clearly by the Dreadlord. The Dreadlord has experienced many wars. Although he didn't hear clearly what him and Null were saying, he could understand what him meant. The Lord of Dread glanced at him hanging in the air, and his eyes revealed some envy. Damn it, if you give me a little more time, I'll be able to gain the ability to fly. The power of the Dreadlord consists of the power of fear, and he can absorb fear and turn it into his own power. He is also able to fly, but at the moment he has not grown strong enough. This is part of the reason why he brought in the Wither King. The Wither King can fly, and the Dreadlord is thinking about what to do if he encounters an enemy early on. The Dreadlord does not expect the Wither King to provide much combat power, but at least the Wither King can serve as his means of flying. Not so passive. But at this moment, him's meaning is very clear. Him wants to fight the Dreadlord alone. He sent Null to deal with the Wither King. His meaning was so obvious that the Dreadlord was too embarrassed to ask the Wither King to cooperate with him. After thinking about this, the Dreadlord looked at the Withering King and sighed. You go deal with that black coal ball. Upon seeing this, the Withering King looked at Null, and the two of them instantly understood each other and moved to the west of the grassland together. Leave the main battlefield to him and the Dreadlord. Seeing this, Su Yuan glanced at the large number of netherworld monsters below. They seem to be different from ordinary monsters. Perhaps because of the Dreadlord, these monsters have the ability to think. It would be a pity to kill him. If Su Yuan wanted to kill them, it would just be a matter of raising his hand. But Su Yuan obviously didn't want to do that. After all, he would definitely subdue the Lord of Dread. These monsters are still useful. Just keep them somewhere else to dry. Thinking of this, Su Yuan waved his hands towards the monsters. As Su Yuan waved his hands, he saw the thousands of troops from the lower world all began to slowly retreat behind him. After seeing him's actions and the monsters suddenly evacuating on their own, the Dreadlord was completely stunned. Why would they obey you? Seeing that his own monster army actually obeyed him, the Dreadlord couldn't even believe his eyes. These monsters are all people from the underworld, and they will only obey the orders of their king. So currently only the Dreadlord and the Withering King can command them. But him obviously does not belong to the Netherworld. The Dreadlord couldn't understand why the monsters would obey him. Is this the existence that the Void fears? This was the first time that the Lord of Dread had encountered such a situation. Such a thing had never happened on the battlefield before. Each race will only obey the orders of the king of their own race. Otherwise, why would there be racial divisions in this world? But at this moment, the him in front of him actually has the ability to command monsters across races. No wonder the Void is afraid of his existence. The Dreadlord was just thinking about it when the Withering King, who was about to fight Null, saw what was happening here and suddenly became anxious. He was about to fly over to lead the monsters, but found that the value Null was blocking his way. Where to go? The road ahead is blocked by the zero-value Null, and the Withering King will definitely not be able to pass. Seeing this, the Wither King had no choice but to shout towards the retreating monsters. We the Withered tribe never fear a fight. If you continue to move forward, you will all be treated as deserters. As the ruler of the underworld, the Withering King still has the dignity of a king. Although he didn't know what was happening over there, He couldn't allow his soldiers to escape before fighting. Seeing this, the Dreadlord glanced at the Withering King, then shook his head, signaling him not to bother with this matter. Before the Wither King could react, he saw Null pull out a sword from somewhere and slash at him. The Wither King dodged the oncoming attack with a quick movement. It seems that we can only deal with this first. At this moment, the Withering King had no time to care about the situation on the other side of the battlefield. The zero-value Null is obviously not an easy thing to deal with. The players in the live broadcast room were all somewhat accustomed to the scene on the battlefield. They still have to be polite when they fight. Clear the area first. I'm not curious that him can control those monsters, but why does him want to control them to retreat? They are obviously opponents, so why not just kill them? Aren't all the monsters in this game world him's minions? Why would him kill his own minions? From this point of view alone, it seems that Nori Bones has lost. Look at the surprised look on Nori Bones' face. He probably didn't expect him to be able to control his soldiers, right? Ha ha ha. The Eternal Guild said, I'm familiar with this. At this moment, the Lord of Dread also became serious. Although he could feel that the strength of the him in front of him was not as strong as those powerful beings in the void. But the oppressive feeling he brought to himself was comparable to those powerful beings in the void. Although this battle was likely to be dangerous, the Lord of Dread had no choice but to fight with all his might. At this moment, after seeing the eyes of the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan also understood his intention to fight to the death. Su Yuan also wanted to try out the power of the Lord of Dread. Although Su Yuan currently does not have an invincible skill, but fortunately, the transparent space has been increased to a volume of 10 grids, which can wrap myself up in all directions. In this space, no form of harm can hurt you. Su Yuan can play with the Dreadlord to his heart's content. After thinking about this, he took out the transparent block and placed it in the area where he was. Su Yuan's movements were not large, and the Lord of Dread did not notice any flaws. I saw him slowly stretch out a bony hand from under his cloak and slowly raise it up. Thick black aura burst out from the body of the Dreadlord and gathered in his hands. For some reason, the black aura that surged over was occasionally mixed with some purple aura. After these auras gathered in the hands, they slowly changed shape. After a while, the auras in the hands of the Dreadlord gathered into the shape of a withered head. As the breath continued to pour in, the withered head grew larger and larger. The huge withered head in his hand had a hollow look in its eyes that seemed to be able to devour everything. Seeing the huge withered skull in the hands of the great Dreadlord, the players in the live broadcast room all gasped. Hiss, this skill looks quite powerful. Yes, it's this withering head. It has a large explosion range and great power, and it will also erode the surrounding blocks. These monsters always seem to get stronger as they get bigger, right? I saw that Entity 303 also likes to make big fireballs. Perhaps in the world of monsters, the greater the external manifestation of a skill, the more power it gathers. Then the question is, can him withstand this blow? Although players all think that him will definitely win this battle, but the Dreadlord does seem to be quite powerful. Players also want to see an exciting duel, at least it would be nice to see him's new abilities. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the withering skull in the hands of the Dreadlord. The Dreadlord just raised his hand and the withered head was launched towards where him was. Although the withering head is large in size, it is extremely fast. It was so fast that the live broadcast room could only capture an afterimage. Seeing that the withering head was about to hit him showed no intention of dodging. When the Lord of Dread saw this, he immediately felt something was wrong. Why don't you hide? The Dreadlord didn't have time to think before the withering head had already hit him. All I heard was a loud bang. The withered head exploded instantly. The black aura mixed with purple aura immediately surged out from the withered head. In an instant, it surrounded him's body. Those auras twisted and danced in the air. It seemed as if it was going to devour him's body. The Lord of Dread was a little surprised when he saw this. Is this the end? The Lord of Dread naturally has a hidden trick up his sleeve. The withered head that he usually used was not infused with his own power of fear. This time when facing him, he also made a desperate effort and injected all his power of fear, even the power of the void, into the withered head. Once hit, you will be swallowed by fear in an instant. Seeing the constantly fluctuating black aura in front of him, the Lord of Dread thought he had succeeded. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that these auras were being slowly absorbed. And the one who absorbed him was him who was wrapped in the aura? All I saw was the black air being slowly absorbed into him's body from the outside. Even the purple aura from the void was absorbed by him. After the breath was completely absorbed, him appeared in front of him intact. He seemed to be savoring something, and then looked at the Lord of Dread with an amused expression. You use the stolen power quite well, don't you? The reason why Su Yuan said this was because the moment Su Yuan inhaled the black breath, Su Yuan also noticed that his fear value suddenly soared by more than 70 million. Although Su Yuan used a transparent block to wrap himself up, he only gave himself an invincible command. Then there was no more operation. Just now, when the black aura enveloped Su Yuan did nothing and the aura was directly absorbed. You know, the Dreadlord, like Null, needs to absorb the power of fear in order to grow. The power of fear he used was actually absorbed by Su Yuan. This is enough to prove that the source of the power of fear absorbed by the Lord of Fear is Su Yuan. In other words, the fear of the players that the Dreadlord absorbs is basically all given to the players by Su Yuan. That's why Su Yuan said that the power of the Dreadlord was stolen. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were truly eye-opening after seeing this scene. Although the players couldn't hear what the two sides were saying, they were all shocked by their abilities. This Dreadlord is holding a sword, so he must be a wizard. What's that black thing? This skill effect is pretty awesome. It feels like it should be something like aura, but it seems that this aura not only did not hurt him, but was also absorbed in reverse. At this moment, the Lord of Dread was completely stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Although the time it took to develop was not very long, he was basically 1/3 of his strength at his peak. With the help of the power of the void, the current strength of the Dreadlord is probably 2/3 of its peak period. In the attack just now, the Dreadlord put all his strength into the fight, but the scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. Not only did his attack fail to hurt him at all, him even absorbed that power. This is impossible. This is impossible. The Dreadlord has seen a lot of the world. In all these years, he has never met anyone who can take away his power. Even those beings in the void cannot seize the power of the Lord of Dread. And the him in front of him, whose strength was not as good as those beings in the void, actually took away his power effortlessly. As the Dreadlord was thinking about this, he discovered that some cracks suddenly appeared on his body. The remaining black aura in the body is emanating from these cracks in the body. The Lord of Dread was shocked when he saw this. I'm scared. How is this possible? Come back? Come back. The Dreadlord naturally understood what was happening at this moment. His name is the Lord of Dread. He feeds on fear. The more fear he absorbs, the stronger he becomes. There is no limit to his power, because the fear will not go away. But his abilities have limits. Because once fear begins to arise in his heart, those powers will dissipate. The changes that occurred in his body at this moment were proof that his power was dissipating. This also proves that he is afraid. But what puzzled the Dreadlord was that he was not afraid. He was very sure of his current emotions. He was at most surprised and incredulous, but not afraid. Although the Dreadlord knew very well that the enemy he was facing was much stronger than himself. But he had no intention of being afraid or retreating, because he knew that fear was a taboo for him. Even facing death, he had no fear at all. I clearly wasn't afraid, so why did my power dissipate? The Dreadlord thought about it, and suddenly an answer flashed through his mind. Is the void scared? The power of the void resides within the Dreadlord. At this moment, the two forces share the same body. I wasn't afraid, but my body was sending out signals of fear. There is only one reason. That means the void is afraid. After thinking about this, the Dreadlord looked at him in front of him with surprise. At this moment, he wanted to know more about him's origins. Even the void is afraid and wary of him. But he didn't have time to figure these things out. Because of the power of the void that merged with himself, he felt fear. Your body will immediately dissipate. I didn't expect it to end so soon. The Dreadlord looked at the surrounding scenery and finally appreciated the beautiful time in this world. The whole consciousness gradually began to blur. The Dreadlord was well aware that he would not live long, but he still forced himself to look at him and said with determination, my power is not stolen. I fear the devil, born from the fear of all things. Fear is my power, how can it be stolen? The Lord of Dread is an act that keeps a clean name in the world. When he was dying, what he actually wanted was to prove that his power was not stolen. But if you think about it, you can understand it. After all, the Wither King and so many monsters from the Nether are watching. The Dreadlord was once the best candidate for the King of the Nether. Naturally, he couldn't let people from the lower world look down on him. At this moment, Su Yuan did not notice that the Lord of Dread was approaching. Seeing that he was emitting black aura, Su Yuan thought he was going to use his ultimate power or something. After hearing the words of the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan also smiled contemptuously. He raised his hand, and saw a large amount of black energy quickly gathering in his hand. Su Yuan glanced at the black aura gathered in his hand, then smiled at the Lord of Dread. Really? Before Su Yuan finished speaking, a black aura was seen rapidly floating towards the Lord of Dread. The Lord of Dread was instantly submerged in the black aura. Surprisingly, these black auras did not hurt the Dreadlord, but were absorbed by him in an instant. With the continuous infusion of black aura, the Lord of Dread finally understood what Su Yuan meant. He finally understood why Su Yuan said that his power was stolen. He is the source of those powers? When him appeared before, the Lord of Dread did not smell the power of fear from him. The Dreadlord has only ever been smelled by Null. But at this moment, when him began to release his power, the Dreadlord finally realized him's power. Only then did he realize how stupid he had been. He could sense that the power of fear him possessed at this moment was dozens of times greater than his own. Moreover, the aura of these fear powers is exactly the same as the fear powers he had obtained from killing players before. The power of fear that the Dreadlord had previously obtained was all caused by the players' fear of him. The Dreadlord never expected that he would go to great lengths to torture the players and make them terrified. In the end, it turns out that their fear has nothing to do with them. Only at this moment did the Dreadlord truly realize that the him in front of him was someone he would never be able to defeat. The world seems to have been ruled by him. No matter how much power he gains, it all belongs to him. If him wanted to, he could take it back from him without any effort. Just as the Dreadlord was thinking about this, the continuous influx of fear power also caused some changes in his body. I saw a large amount of black aura invading the body of the Dreadlord and being absorbed by him. But at this moment, a purple aura began to slowly seep out from the cracks in its bones. The Dreadlord immediately sensed the changes in his body. The breath of the void. Dissipating. I saw that the black aura injected into him was forcing back and covering the purple aura from the void in his body. The Dreadlord was completely stunned. He could clearly feel that the breath from the void was slowly dissipating. That black aura is helping him seize ownership of this body and consciousness. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Dread seemed to understand something. Is this the reason why the void is afraid of him? The Dreadlord has always been under the control of the void because the void has robbed him of part of his consciousness. But him was able to easily remove the void's control over him. No wonder the void is afraid of him. The Lord of Dread was thinking about this, but he found that the power of fear that had just been injected into his body was slowly being taken back. When I looked up, I saw that it was him who was taking back the black aura. Seeing him's behavior, the Lord of Dread immediately understood what he meant. Him means to assert dominance. It is telling yourself that your power comes from him. Him can give his power to the Dreadlord, and can also take back this power at any time and anywhere. As the black aura was slowly retracted, the purple aura once again penetrated into the body of the Dreadlord through the cracks in his bones. The invasion of purple aura also proved the Dreadlord's conjecture. Him may be the only being in this world who can fight against the void. That's why void is afraid of him and wants to kill him. The best proof is that his power can repel the purple aura from the void. Seeing this, the Lord of Dread did not hesitate too much. All I heard was a loud click. The Dreadlord knelt on one knee in front of him. Please give me strength. I, the Dreadlord, will serve you till death. The Dreadlord made the decision immediately without any hesitation. He had been controlled by the void for so many years, and he had thought of many ways to save himself, but to no avail. At this moment, he finally had a chance to save himself. He would never miss this opportunity. The Dreadlord's actions instantly silenced the entire battlefield. Null and the Withering King were fighting fiercely when they saw this scene. The two men stopped at the same time, looked confused, and flew over at the same time. The two people's behavior was surprisingly consistent, as if they were copy and paste. It was clear that the Dreadlord's actions had caused a great shock to both of them. Seeing the Dreadlord suddenly kneeling down, Null glanced at Su Yuan. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't seem to be prepared to reject the Dreadlord, Null suddenly panicked. My king. He steals your power. He is not worthy to follow you. The zero-value Null undoubtedly has some selfish motives, as he hates the Dreadlord. How miserable would it be to work with the Dreadlord every day? I already have a colleague who is annoying and chatters all the time. Small bug. As soon as Null finished speaking, the Withering King also spoke. What are you doing? Are you going to be a traitor again? The Withered King was greatly shocked when he saw the actions of the Dreadlord. When the Wither King was fighting Null, he would occasionally glance at the battle situation here. The situation on the Dreadlord's side can be said to be calm as water, and the fighting was not intense at all. The Wither King wasn't paying attention for a moment, and the Dreadlord fell to his knees. You know, it was he who brought down the Wither King. Now he is surrendering to the enemy? When the Dreadlord saw the Wither King coming, he glanced at him but ignored his words. Then he continued to lower his head and said to him, This is the king of the underworld, the Withering King. He will follow you too. When the Wither King heard the words of the Dreadlord, his eyes widened. Are you crazy? You are the shameless one, right? The Wither King looked at the Dreadlord as if he were a madman. He is the king of the underworld, but he is being used as a tool by the Dreadlord. It would be fine if he was dragged into the war, but now he wants to drag me into surrendering to the enemy? The Withering King was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by the zero-value Null. What? You're also bringing this giant chicken wing. We are not a garbage shelter. We don't accept rotten bones and large chicken wings. The Withering King was already angry, and was instantly infuriated by the words of Null. He immediately counterattacked. Not a garbage shelter. Then why would I accept a black coal ball like you? At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were stunned by the scene on the grassland. Excuse me, what happened? Did I miss something? Why can't I understand it all of a sudden? What's going on? Why did the seaweed bone suddenly kneel down? Is Nori Bones surrendering to the enemy now? I feel that the black aura should be their power. The power of Laver Bones was absorbed by him, and then him released the power to Laver Bones and took it back. Laver Bones knelt down, perhaps because he felt that him's power was very strong. I feel like him should be able to recycle the power of the seaweed bones at any time, right? Before, people always asked if Nori Bones was him's younger brother. Let me answer you. Now he is. So, the seaweed bones and the one with wings have now defected to the enemy. Not necessarily, they seem to be arguing about something. Besides, the one with wings hasn't knelt yet. At this moment, the players only regret that there is no war correspondent to record the sounds of the battlefield for them in real time. They could only guess what happened based on the footage. Although the situation on the scene is a bit chaotic now, the only thing that is certain is that him is absolutely in the dominant position. Although Su Yuan was somewhat surprised by the Dreadlord's reaction, it was also within his expectations. In fact, Su Yuan was originally planning to defeat the Lord of Dread. But after fighting the Dreadlord, Su Yuan was surprised to find another use for the fear value. Previously, Su Yuan's fear value was used to activate entities with a value of null. After activating the zero value null, the fear value is basically abandoned. Su Yuan also didn't find any other uses for it. But after meeting the Dreadlord, Su Yuan discovered that the fear value can give the zero value null and the power of the Dreadlord. No wonder there has been no growth since the zero value null was called out. It turns out that all this fear power has turned into Su Yuan's fear value. Just now, Su Yuan also used the fear value to inject the power of fear into the Dreadlord. Then it was taken back. Su Yuan also wanted the Dreadlord to figure out where his power came from. However, when Su Yuan injected fear value into the Dreadlord, I clearly felt that there was a force fighting against me, but that force was not as strong as mine and was temporarily beaten back. When Su Yuan withdrew his fear value, the force immediately counterattacked. Su Yuan also realized that the power might be related to the void. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at the Dreadlord and smiled. You want my power? That depends on whether you have the chips to exchange. Su Yuan actually knew very well that the Dreadlord defected because he was afraid of his own strength. And it seems that he can help the Dreadlord free himself from the restrictions imposed on him by the void. Just now when Su Yuan was injecting the power of fear into the Lord of Dread, he clearly felt a force working against him. That power did not emanate from the Dreadlord itself. So it must be a power that comes from the void. As soon as Su Yuan's power was withdrawn, that power counterattacked back. The Lord of Dread also changed sides in an instant. There must be a connection between them. In fact, Su Yuan will conquer the Lord of Dread sooner or later. His defection so early saved Su Yuan a lot of trouble and effort. But Su Yuan cannot take it lightly. The Dreadlord is a man with a heavy mind. As a member of the Withered clan, he worked for the Void before, proving that he has already switched sides once. Now they have changed sides again. This is truly the ultimate fence-sitter. The Dreadlord seemed to have surrendered, but Su Yuan had no way of being sure whether a man like him would betray him in the future. That's why Su Yuan didn't accept the Dreadlord so easily. If the Lord of Dread really wants to follow Su Yuan, he must show his sincerity. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Lord of Dread was suddenly confused about what Su Yuan meant. The Dreadlord thought for a moment and then spoke. I, the Dreadlord, the Blight Lord, and all the people of the underworld, will be loyal to you in the future. The Lord of Dread thought that the chips he gave were not enough, so Su Yuan said this. He obviously misunderstood Su Yuan's meaning and deliberately added the bargaining chips of the people from the underworld. Even if the Dreadlord did not submit to Su Yuan could still control his people in the underworld. Su Yuan saw that the Dreadlord did not understand what he meant. After thinking for a moment, he injected the power of fear into the body of the Dreadlord again. After seeing that the purple aura was no longer emanating from the Dreadlord's body, Su Yuan finally spoke. You should know very well that I can easily take away all your power. Think about it carefully, why did I spare your life? After Su Yuan was able to materialize the fear value, his perception ability also improved a lot. The reason why we need to temporarily force out the breath of the void before talking to the Lord of Dread is just in case. With the presence of the breath of the void, the Lord of Dread will definitely be afraid. Given the character of the Lord of Dread, even if he spoke, he would probably hide a lot of things. Su Yuan did this in order to completely eliminate the fear of the Lord of Dread. It is also telling him that now I am the only one who can protect you and free you from control. After hearing Su Yuan's words and seeing his current behavior, the Lord of Dread finally reacted. It turned out that Su Yuan wanted him to show his loyalty. After thinking for a moment, the Dreadlord finally made a decision. He had long wanted to escape from the void, but he couldn't do it. Now, someone has finally appeared who can save himself from the fire and fight against the void. Of course the Dreadlord would not hesitate any longer. The Dreadlord also knew what Su Yuan wanted from him. After thinking about this, the Lord of Dread finally spoke. If you are willing to accept me, I will tell you everything I know about the void. If you accept me, you will be my only and last master. The Dreadlord's words came from the heart. Although he had indeed followed the void before, that was not his original intention. He just pretended to follow in order to survive. But now, the Dreadlord meant business. Because he knew very well that only the person in front of him could bring him real hope and bring hope to the world. After the Dreadlord finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of Null and the Withering King beside him were indescribable. To sum up, they both think that the Dreadlord is shameless. What is the only and final owner? It's as if the previous void things didn't exist. However, the expression on Null's face at this moment was more complicated than that of the Withering King. He was able to see through people's hearts, and he could feel that the Lord of Dread's words at this moment were all from the heart. At this moment, he truly submitted to him. I wanted to complain about the zero-value Null, but I held back. Although I don't like the Lord of Dread. But Null could sense that him wanted to get information about the void from the Dreadlord. The zero-value Null is naturally loyal to him. Even if he dislikes the Dreadlord, he dare not disobey him. After hearing the words of the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. He looked toward the Dreadlord and raised his chin. The Lord of Dread immediately understood Su Yuan's meaning, then scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. I don't know where to start at this point. Or, why don't you ask me? To talk about this, we have to start from the first time the Dreadlord stepped into the void. That's a very long story, and the Dreadlord was afraid that him didn't have the patience to listen. After hearing this, Su Yuan thought for a moment and then asked, what do the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple in the void represent? Su Yuan saw these color blocks in the scenes of the Ender Dragon and the Dreadlord's inner fear. He was naturally curious about what these blocks of color represented. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Dreadlord couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Yuan to know so much. After thinking about this, the Dreadlord pulled his purple robe and said, "Look what this is." Su Yuan took a look and was about to speak, but Null on the side couldn't help but complain. "A piece of rotten seaweed." Puff. As soon as Null finished speaking, the Withering King beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Su Yuan glanced at the zero-value Null. The zero-value Null immediately knelt down in panic. "My king, please forgive me." Su Yuan did not blame the zero-value Null, and then signaled the Dreadlord to continue. Seeing this, the Dreadlord nodded and continued. "This purple robe is a symbol of strength. But it is only the weakest force in the void. Those blocks of color represent the division of status and power in the void. Red is the strongest, orange is second, and so on, with purple being the weakest." After hearing what the Lord of Dread said, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The void is actually divided into so many classes? Moreover, even a being like the Dreadlord is only at the bottom of the void ability class? So what exactly does red represent? After thinking about this, Su Yuan asked the Lord of Dread, "Who are the people who represent red? What are their abilities?" After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Lord of Dread smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I have no idea. People at my level can only get in touch with those at the blue level. As for the people above, I have never seen them." The Dreadlord also spoke the truth. The Dreadlord has been trapped in the void for so long, he has only figured out the hierarchical relationships within the void. There is a strict level division in the void. Basically, people living in the void can only contact their upper or lower level. There is no such thing as cross-level contact. This also makes the existence above extremely mysterious. The Lord of Dread had no idea who those people above were and how many there were. He only knew that this mission was assigned to him by someone at the blue level. After hearing the words of the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan frowned. Su Yuan was able to confirm that the Dreadlord was not lying. After all, as Null said before, what appears in the inner world of the Lord of Dread are some blocks of color without any specific shapes. This means that the Dreadlord really did not see those people. The blue cloak that appeared in his inner world should be what he called the blue level of existence. However, even the existence he came into contact with only appeared in the form of a cloak. This is where Su Yuan is confused. In what form do those beings in the void appear? Where on earth is this void? Is it like the End City, a place where physical blocks are cast, or is it just an ideological space? The Lord of Dread was a little nervous when he saw Su Yuan hadn't moved for a long time. My king. Every word I just said is true. I really have never seen those people above." The Dreadlord thought Su Yuan was doubting the truthfulness of his words. Seeing this, Su Yuan thought for a moment and then asked the Lord of Dread, "Then tell me, what kind of people are those at the blue level that you can get in touch with? What are their strengths?" Since the Lord of Dread is indeed not aware of the strength of the people above him, Su Yuan can only start from the people he has contact with. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the fear demon looked embarrassed. I don't know either." After hearing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but frowned. Just as he was about to say something, the Lord of Dread explained in a panic. "Perhaps you don't know much about the void. The void is actually not like the main world, which has concrete foundations, buildings, flowers, plants, and trees. It is just like its appearance, a void space. And what exists in there is ideology." After hearing the explanation from the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan finally understood. That makes sense. If those beings are ideologies, then the Dreadlords really don't know what they look like or what they are capable of. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at the Dreadlord and asked, "Then how did you transform into a physical form? If the void is all ideology, then the Dreadlord must have existed in the void as an ideology. But at this moment, he already has a physical form, which means that those ideologies can be materialized. Just like the original zero-value Null. The zero-value Null also originally existed as an ideology. The Dreadlord must have materialized through some medium. If the void has a way to materialize the Dreadlord, then those beings in the void must be able to materialize themselves as well. The reason why they are not showing up now may be because they are subject to some restrictions. If Su Yuan could figure out what the conditions were that restricted them, he would have some bargaining chips to fight against the void." After hearing Su Yuan's question, the Lord of Dread answered honestly, "I am not materializing, I am parasitic." After the Lord of Dread said this, he touched the white bones on his face. "I'm not like this. We can parasitize living things." After hearing the words of the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan took a look at his image of seaweed bones and felt a little puzzled. If they rely on hosting to materialize, then they can definitely host the Enderman. The Enderman is much more handsome than Ziobai. Why did the Dreadlord choose Ziobai to stay with him? Did he have a special liking for Ziobai? Seeing Su Yuan's eyes, the Lord of Dread seemed to understand his thoughts. Then explained. Parasitism also has conditions and restrictions. In the void, the only place with living things is the End Island. We can't parasitize the Enderman. As for the Ender Dragon. After the Dreadlord said this, there was a slight pause. They have an innate ability to open the passage between the End and the Overworld. The reason I was able to leave the End is because you seemed to have been to the End with the Ender Dragon before. The Ender Dragon opened the channel for space teleportation, so I was able to pass through that channel to the main world to find the target of parasitism. After hearing what the Lord of Dread said, Su Yuan finally understood. No wonder when he and Zero-Value Null went to the place where the Ender Dragon broke through the space and teleported to the end of the world, Zero-Value Null felt the breath of the Dreadlord. No wonder the Ender Dragon is so afraid of those beings in the void. It turns out that the Ender Dragon is a key to the void and the main world. After thinking about this, Su Yuan continued to ask the Lord of Dread. So the void's mission in sending you to the overworld is to find the Ender Dragon. Su Yuan had no idea that the Dreadlord was coming for him. According to what the Dreadlord said, the void undoubtedly needs the Ender Dragon. But by chance, the Ender Dragon fell into Su Yuan's hands. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Lord of Dread shook his head. Not only that, my mission, besides killing the Ender Dragon, is also to kill you. After hearing what the Dreadlord said, Su Yuan was not very surprised. Because in his mind's inner picture of the void, there is indeed a figure similar to Su Yuan. So it's no surprise that they would target Su Yuan. But what Su Yuan couldn't understand was that Su Kong himself was so afraid of people who were similar to Su Yuan. Moreover, Su Kong also learned that Su Yuan existed in this world. So why did they only send out one Dreadlord? It's not that Su Yuan looks down on the Dreadlord. The main reason is that he himself said that he has the lowest combat power in the void. Su Kong was so afraid of Su Yuan that he had already issued a killing order. But they only sent a minimum combat force? This seems a bit unreasonable. Even though Su Kong knew that Su Yuan was not the one they were afraid of. But in order to take precautionary measures, it is impossible to send a minimum combat force. This doesn't make sense at all. Why did they send only you? After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Lord of Dread also shook his head. He thought for a moment and then analyzed. I don't know, but I've been in the void for so long, and I've made some discoveries. They need strength to gain the ability to parasitize. The stronger a person is, the more power he needs. I don't know how they gathered their strength, but there may be two reasons why they chose me. First, my strength is top-notch at the purple level. My power comes from fear, and there is no upper limit to my strength. Second, they may have only collected enough abilities to parasitize at my level, and I am more familiar with the main world. That's why they chose me. The Dreadlord was actually given the order on a temporary basis. The Void issued the order after it realized that the portal to the main world was opened by the Ender Dragon. The Dreadlord didn't know why he was chosen. But based on my understanding of the Void over the years, I have concluded these 2 points why the Void would choose me. What the Lord of Dread can be sure of is that if the consciousnesses in the Void want to gain the ability to parasitize, they must absorb a certain amount of power. Those consciousnesses are like containers. The stronger the consciousness, the more power they need to absorb. There must be a reason why they didn't take action themselves. I guess it's because the absorption power is not enough. After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, Su Yuan also briefly summarized the information given by the Dreadlord. This is what we know so far. There are 7 levels of power in the Void, namely red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The existence at these levels is still ideology at present. They can only obtain entity through parasitism. However, gaining the ability to parasitize requires accumulated power, and the stronger the consciousness, the more power it needs to accumulate. Moreover, parasitism is subject to certain conditions. The only information we know so far is that they cannot parasitize Enderman. Next, they probably won't be able to enter the main world through the nether portal opened by the players. Otherwise, the Void would not wait until the Ender Dragon opens the air portal before being assigned the task. Moreover, the Dreadlord also came to the main world through the portal where the Ender Dragon was spawned. So the Ender Dragon is equivalent to those consciousnesses in the Void going to the main world to find the key to parasitism. In other words, those powerful consciousnesses in the Void want to obtain a physical body. 2 conditions must be met. 1. Accumulate enough strength to gain parasitic ability. 2. Come to the main world through the Ender Dragon's teleportation channel to parasitize. Only if these 2 conditions are met, can they truly threaten Su Yuan. After thinking about this, Su Yuan still had a question. Can't you parasite players? After the previous game update, players realized that Ender Pearls were very useful. Many players go to the end of the world to hunt for Enderman. Su Yuan is also worried that some players may be parasitized. After all, if it is a parasitic player, those beings in the Void don't need to look for the Ender Dragon. Players can go to the overworld through the nether portal. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Lord of Dread shook his head. No, they don't belong to this world. We can only parasitize on the original creatures of this world. After the Lord of Dread finished speaking, Su Yuan finally understood. If that was the case, Su Yuan felt a little relieved. In other words, Su Yuan currently holds the key to the main world of those beings in the Void. As long as he protects the Ender Dragon, Su Yuan won't have to worry about the invasion from the beings in the Void for the time being. This way, Su Yuan will have enough time to grow and become stronger. When the time comes and I have enough strength, I will be able to use the key to open this door. It has to be said that the Dreadlord did provide Su Yuan with a lot of useful information. Although Su Yuan still didn't know what was in the Void, he at least had a general understanding of it. After thinking about this, Su Yuan continued to ask the Lord of Dread. Do you know why they are afraid of me? After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Dreadlord shook his head. Have no idea. Su Yuan was not surprised by the Dreadlord's answer. After all, he was only at the purple level, and what he came into contact with were only the most superficial things. Su Yuan looked at the Dreadlord kneeling before him. He said so many things about the Void, which proved his loyalty. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at the Dreadlord and raised his hand. Get up. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Lord of Dread finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that him has already accepted me. The Lord of Dread stood up and glanced at Su Yuan, with some hesitation in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something. Su Yuan also immediately saw through the Dreadlord's thoughts. Go ahead. The Dreadlord glanced at the Withering King, then turned to look at the soldiers in the underworld. He just stood up, then knelt down again. My king, no matter what happens in the future, I will follow you. I have a small request, can you consider it? As soon as the Dreadlord's words came out, Null beside him couldn't bear it anymore. My king has given you power, and you still have requests. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Hearing the word Null, the Dreadlord seemed a little embarrassed. He also knew that him helped him break free from the control of the void and accepted him, and he should be grateful. But he had to make this request. After hearing the words of the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan raised his chin and said, Tell me about it. Seeing that Su Yuan was willing to listen to his conditions, the Lord of Dread was also very happy. After he calmed down, he said seriously, Please protect the people of the lower world, protect the lower world. They've been through so much. If something irreversible really happens, at least they can have a place to stay. The reason why the Lord of Dread said this is because he knows it very well. This world will inevitably usher in a great war in the future. It's like there was a war a long time ago before the world was divided into 3 parts. But the battle from now on will be a battle between the void and him. This battle is bound to affect many things. He is willing to follow him and work hard for him. But the prerequisite is that him can protect the people of the underworld and prevent them from experiencing the pain of losing their homes again. The Dreadlord had just finished speaking when the Withering King beside him was stunned after hearing his words. He didn't expect the Dreadlord to say such a thing. The traitor who had been scolded by the underworld and the Withered clan for many years would actually care about the underworld and its people. Hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King was deeply moved. It seems that his bet was right. The Dreadlord is still the hero he used to be in his eyes. He has never changed. It was only because of some reasons that he left the underworld and was trapped in the void. The Dreadlords have always been responsible for protecting the people of the netherworld. It was like this before and it is like this now. But at this moment, he began to seek help from him. Although the Withering King was not sure what would happen in the future, after hearing what the Dreadlord said about the void, the Withering King also had a premonition that there might be a world-class war in the future. With the strength of the Dreadlord and myself, there is absolutely no way to protect the people of the underworld. After thinking about this, the Wither King took a deep breath and flew straight to him. He slowly descended and stood beside the Dreadlord. Then, like the Dreadlord, he knelt in front of him. I will always follow you. Please agree to his request and protect the lower world. As soon as the Withering King finished speaking, the monsters from the underworld behind him all knelt down in unison. Roar, horse, bang, bang, bang. The monsters squeezed out various sounds from their throats, echoing the words of the Withering King, as if seeking him's protection. These monsters were not controlled by Su Yuan, but they behaved like this spontaneously. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. What happened? Everyone turned against us. Hiss. Is this the face of the Demon King? The players in the live broadcast room could not hear the conversation of him members, they could only guess what was happening based on the behavior of each person on the screen. Originally, when the players in the live broadcast room saw him confronting the Dreadlord with Null, they thought that a big battle was about to begin. But I didn't expect that this duel would end so quickly. The players in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw the situation on the scene. Tisk, 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 is this absolute strength? The locals just switched sides without even having to fight. It's really hard to imagine how much him has grown. The strength of Nori Bone is really not weak. As soon as we fought, the other party surrendered immediately. This kind of scene can only happen when him appears, right? Let me tell you something even more outrageous. While him was confronting Nori Bones here, my friend's guild was infected by him. Oh my god, our guild was just completely infected, and I just resurrected. So him is still operating on multiple lines. So him is the legendary time management master. Damn it, facing such a powerful monster, him was distracted to do other things? Does that mean that him recruited a little brother while playing around? Su Yuan was indeed multitasking, and he did not waste any time when he came to find the Lord of Dread. Control the 2 clones to teleport to the players' bases to infect them. I have to say, he is indeed very hardworking. But now that he knows some things about the void, Su Yuan doesn't have to work so hard. After all, the existence in the void cannot pose a threat to Su Yuan for the time being. Su Yuan looked at the Dreadlord, the Wither King, and the soldiers from the underworld kneeling before him. I also feel some feelings in my heart. At this moment, the soldiers from the lower world knelt in front of Su Yuan, all of which were spontaneous actions. Although Su Yuan can control the behavior of these monsters in the underworld, he cannot control their thoughts. At this moment, these monsters are the same as the Dreadlord, the Wither King, and even Null, 007, and the Ender Dragon. Start to obey yourself and rely on yourself. At this moment, Su Yuan also began to feel that he had an additional responsibility to protect everyone. This is probably the responsibility and duty of being our king as they call him. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at the people kneeling in front of him. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. The same goes for the underworld. The reason why Su Yuan had the confidence to say such words was because of the confidence given to him by the transparent cube. Even if something happens by then, the game world will be in chaos or even destroyed. As long as Su Yuan's transparent block is upgraded to a large enough size, Su Yuan can still restore this world. With the protection of the transparent blocks, they will definitely be fine. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Dreadlord and the Withering King were both moved. This is equivalent to Su Yuan's promise to them, and they are willing to believe Su Yuan. After all, Su Yuan is much more reliable than those beings in the void. For now, the matter of the Lord of Dread has come to an end. Su Yuan looked towards the Dragon Mark Guild players' base in the distance. After seeing that there are still many players alive, Su Yuan also teleported over and infected the remaining players. After all, even a mosquito leg is meat. Now that it's here, we can't waste it. After finishing the task, Su Yuan asked the Dreadlord and the Wither King to send these soldiers from the Netherworld back to the Netherworld. Then he teleported to the Shallows with the Dreadlord, Withering King, and Null. As soon as everyone reached the Shallows, they saw 007 riding the Ender Dragon flying towards the Shallows. Seeing this, Su Yuan opened the system information and took a look. It turns out that the Ender Dragon has evolved into a higher level of consciousness. No wonder the two of them came back. After 007 and the Ender Dragon landed, they were stunned to see two strange figures on the Shallows. 007 himself was socially anxious and it was inconvenient to ask, so he immediately pointed out the small bug. As soon as the little bug took the lead, his eyes lit up when he saw the Lord of Dread. He took a quick step forward and came in front of the Dreadlord. He opened his mouth, bit the Dreadlord's arm and started pulling it up. Bones? Bones. Master? Is this the gift you brought me? Seeing what little bug did, Null and the Withering King were laughing silently. The Dreadlord looked embarrassed when he saw this. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken action long ago, but the dog in front of him seemed to be one of his own. Seeing this, the Lord of Dread looked at Su Yuan and smiled awkwardly. My king, you are in a good mood and have a dog. After hearing the words of the Lord of Dread, Little Bug immediately became unhappy. You rotten bone, open your eyes and see clearly. I'm a wolf? I'm a wolf. Little Bug said this and looked at the zero-value Null beside him. Third brother, who is this rotten bone? How can he be as rude as you? The zero-value Null is used to being called by Little Bug, and he is too lazy to argue with Little Bug. Compared to small bugs, he dislikes the Dreadlord even more. Oh, this is the emergency food my king brought for you, as well as the big chicken wing next to it. Hearing the word Null, the Dreadlord and the Withering King became anxious. Just as he was about to fight with Null, he was interrupted by Su Yuan's words. You two get to know each other. After saying that, Su Yuan went straight to the Ender Dragon. After the Ender Dragon evolved a higher consciousness, it did change from before. Its scales are harder than before, and emit a purple glow all over. The size is also a bit bigger. The biggest change is in its eyes. The look in its eyes is completely different from before, and is now clearer and brighter than before. When the Ender Dragon saw Su Yuan coming, it immediately lowered its head and crawled in front of Su Yuan. My king. Hearing the voice of the Ender Dragon, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Ender Dragon is really a female. The sound the Ender Dragon makes is very inconsistent with its appearance. He looks so majestic, and when he opens his mouth it is a clear female voice. This immediately made Su Yuan a little unacceptable. Su Yuan had always thought that the Ender Dragon was a male. However, in the original MC, the Ender Dragon seemed to be female, which can be regarded as a restoration setting. Originally Su Yuan still had many questions about the void that he wanted to ask the Ender Dragon, but the Lord of Dread just said a lot about the void. Su Yuan also knew what the colored blocks of fear in the Ender Dragon's heart represented. But there is still one question that Su Yuan wants to know. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan asked the Ender Dragon, are you the only one who can open the passage between the void and the main world? Su Yuan already knew that the Ender Dragon was the key to that door. But Su Yuan was not sure whether it was the only key, so he asked this question. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Ender Dragon shook his head. No, besides me, there is another person who can open the passage between the void and the main world. After hearing the Ender Dragon's answer, Su Yuan couldn't help but frown. Since Su Yuan asked such a question, he was already mentally prepared. But I was still surprised by the Ender Dragon's answer. Su Yuan continued to ask the Ender Dragon, who is that person? The Ender Dragon said after thinking for a moment. The Ender Queen. Don't get excited, the Ender Queen is not the heroine, there is no ambiguous tendency, and there is no CP. After hearing what the Ender Dragon said, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Ender Queen. Su Yuan also didn't expect that there was an Ender Queen in this world. In MC's fan works, the Ender Queen is one of the few female characters and her popularity is still very high. In fan works, the Ender Queen and him are enemies. The Ender Queen rules the End and has extraordinary power. In the fan work, she single-handedly beheaded him. Although she killed him's clone, her strength should not be underestimated. After thinking about this, Su Yuan asked the Ender Dragon, do you know where she is? Su Yuan has learned that the Ender Dragon is not the only key to open the void to the main world. If Su Yuan wants to take the initiative into his own hands, then he must also hold the second key. Regardless of whether the Ender Queen of this world and Su Yuan are enemies, Su Yuan must find her first. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Ender Dragon nodded, then shook his head. She used to live in the End City. After the world was divided into 3 parts and became more peaceful, the leaders of all races fell into a dormant state. I was also awakened by chance. As for the method of awakening her, I don't know. After hearing what the Ender Dragon said, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Logically speaking, the Ender Dragon should also belong to the Ender clan. In some fan works, the Ender Dragon is also the mount of the Ender Queen. Su Yuan didn't expect that even the Ender Dragon didn't know how to wake up the Ender Queen. After thinking about this, Su Yuan continued to ask the Ender Dragon. Think about it carefully. You and the Ender Queen must have some kind of bond, right? After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Ender Dragon looked at Su Yuan with a puzzled look. After thinking for a moment, she seemed to understand what Su Yuan meant. Then explained. You probably think I belong to the Enderman. After hearing what the Ender Dragon said, Su Yuan frowned in confusion. Kindness. Seeing this, the Ender Dragon continued. If I must say, I do have a bond with the Enderman. The Ender Dragon of the Ender clan has some blood of my clan. The Ender Dragon's words undoubtedly shocked Su Yuan. Judging from what the Ender Dragon said, she didn't seem to be an Ender Dragon, but belonged to another race. Seeing the expression on Su Yuan's face, the Ender Dragon continued to explain. We've been together for so long, but I haven't had the chance to introduce myself to you properly. My name is Clarigacio. I am not the Ender Dragon, but the Dragon of Execution. After hearing what the Ender Dragon said, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. No wonder Su Yuan always felt that she exuded an air of majesty. However, what puzzled Su Yuan was that when the Dragon of Execution was in the hands of the Eternal Glory Guild, Su Yuan clearly remembered that he had spent 50 million in deterrence power in order to unlock her control. At that time, the 5,000 intimidation unlocked the control of the young Ender Dragon. If the dragon in front of me is really the Execution Dragon, why did the system show it as the Ender Dragon when I unlocked it? Su Yuan was thinking, but the Execution Dragon continued to explain. This body does not belong to me. It was originally the body of an Ender Dragon. After hearing what the Dragon of Execution said, Su Yuan finally understood and continued to ask. What about your original body? The Dragon of Execution shook his head. I don't know. I only know that when I was awakened, I was already inside this body. I don't remember what happened before. After hearing what the Execution Dragon said, Su Yuan also sorted out his thoughts. According to the Dragon of Execution, she, like the Dreadlord, is a product of this world. They are not like the zero-value null, which is generated because of the existence of Su Yuan. They have already existed in this world. I don't know how long the history of this world is, but what is certain is that something must have happened in this world. The Dragon of Execution had mentioned before that after the world was divided into 3 parts, the leaders of all races fell into a deep sleep. The world is divided into 3 parts, namely the current main world, the underworld, and the end of the world. In other words, before the world was divided into 3 parts, the world's situation was chaotic. A lot of things must have happened before the world we have today came into being. Su Yuan remembered that Null had said that those beings in the void, like the Lord of Dread, possessed a very ancient aura. In other words, those beings in the void should have also experienced those things. Or perhaps it was those beings in the void that prompted changes in the entire world's situation. But if that is the case, the Lord of Dread must know the identities of those beings in the void. But the Dreadlord did not know. In other words, those beings may have appeared earlier. After thinking about this, Su Yuan's mind was a little confused. The amount of information received at once was too much. The main reason was that the information received was fragmented and Su Yuan had no way to piece it together. It would be impossible to get anything out of the Execution Dragon because all her previous memories were lost. If you want to know about the 3-way division of the world, you probably have to ask the Lord of Dread. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also called the Lord of Dread. Seeing Su Yuan's summons, the Dreadlord limped over. Looking closely, I found that his right calf bone was missing. At this moment, 007 was lying on the side, wagging his tail frantically, while gnawing on a shin bone connected to the foot bone. Su Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw this. This Dreadlord is really tolerant of minor bugs. Su Yuan was just about to ask Little Bug to return the leg to the Dreadlord, but he saw the Dreadlord waving his hand. My king, it's all right, we are just joking. The Dreadlord has the mentality of pretending for 5 minutes in order to enjoy wealth and glory for a lifetime. After all, I'm a new member of the team, so I should first build good relationships with my colleagues. I have to say that the Dreadlord is indeed a veteran and is very tactful in doing things. After hearing what the Lord of Dread said, Su Yuan didn't say anything more. Then he asked the Dreadlord, how much do you know about the matter of the 3 kingdoms? After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Dreadlord thought for a moment. Then he shook his head. I only remember that the various tribes signed an agreement to divide the world into 3 parts, but I can't remember the details. After hearing the words of the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan immediately felt that this matter was not simple. After seeing Su Yuan's expression, the Lord of Dread seemed to have realized something. The Dreadlord was a man with a good memory. The Lord of Dread remembers everything that happened before and after the world was divided into 3 parts. But regarding such a big matter as dividing the world into 3 parts, the Lord of Dread forgot the details. It's like there's only one outline in my mind. He only knew that this incident happened, but he had no idea why it happened or why it had such a result. After thinking about this, the Dreadlord called the Withering King over as well. But do you still remember the details of the three-way division of the world? After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King thought for a moment. Then he frowned and shook his head. I don't remember. After the Wither King finished speaking, the Dreadlord instantly realized that something seemed to be wrong. At first, the Dreadlord thought that he had slept for too long and could not remember the details of what happened. But he didn't expect that the Withering King was the same as him. The Withering King led the Withering clan, and he must have experienced the event of the world being divided into 3 parts. This is a major event that concerns the world's situation. No matter what, it will never be forgotten. Even if you can't remember some of the minor details, you can definitely still remember the general content. Now it seems that this matter is probably not just a coincidence. After hearing the Withering King's answer, Su Yuan immediately realized that there was something strange about this matter. The Dragon of Execution, the Dreadlord, and the Withering King, all 3 of them should have experienced the division of the world into 3 parts. But none of them could remember the specific details of what happened. As for the division of the world into 3 parts, they only knew that it happened because of the unrest and war in the world. In order to avoid war, the various ethnic groups signed an agreement and divided the world into 3 parts. The memories in the minds of the 3 of them seemed to be specially planted. In other words, it was deliberately tampered with to be exactly the same. Could this all be related to the void? At present, the only beings in this world that have the ability to do these things are probably those in the void. But what surprised Su Yuan was, those beings in the void can actually tamper with the memory of the Dragon of Execution. Although the Dreadlord and the Withering King are very powerful, they are just powerful monsters. But the Dragon of Execution exists as a god. In the original MC setting, her strength is second only to Notch. Could it be that the existence in the void is powerful enough to tamper with God's memory? It seems that the problem lies in the issue of dividing the world into 3 parts. If you want to find out the reason behind this, you need to know the details of the matter of dividing the world into 3 parts. Most people who have come across this incident now have no memory of what happened. It is still difficult for Su Yuan to find out the truth of the matter. For now, he can only wait and see. Thinking of this, Su Yuan sent away the Dreadlord and the Withering King. Then he continued to ask the Dragon of Execution, will your abilities be affected by this body? As a divine being, the Dragon of Execution naturally has extraordinary strength. But at present, Su Yuan does not feel how strong her ability is. She had said before that she was now parasitizing the Ender Dragon, so Su Yuan asked this. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Execution Dragon nodded. Meeting. My current body is far from my actual strength. Su Yuan was not surprised by the words of the Execution Dragon. Hearing what the Execution Dragon said, Su Yuan continued to ask. How can you restore your own strength? Do you need to find your original body? If the Dragon of Execution could have its original strength, then Su Yuan would have more confidence in fighting against those beings in the void. After all, she is the god whose power is second only to Notch. Most importantly, she has now submitted to Su Yuan. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Execution Dragon thought for a moment and then answered. There is no need to find my original body. I am slowly getting used to this body and regaining my strength. But the potential of this body is too poor. I can't say for sure how long it will take to break through. After hearing what the Execution Dragon said, Su Yuan felt relieved. I have to say, the Execution Dragon is pretty worry-free. You can slowly recover your strength on your own without any external conditions like being killed. But the downside is that Su Yuan has no way to interfere with her recovery progress. If something like kill points is needed, Su Yuan can find a way to help her speed up the progress. It seems all we can do now is wait. If Su Yuan wants to wait, he can indeed wait, but there are certain risks. After all, the Dragon of Execution is not the only key to the void and the overworld. There is still one potential threat, the Ender Queen. Su Yuan thought he could find out the whereabouts of the Ender Queen from the Ender Dragon. But I didn't expect that she was not the Ender Dragon. I guess there's no way to get any clues about the Ender Queen from her. However, we learned from the Dragon of Execution that the Ender Queen used to live in the End City. It's also a useful clue. I can only look for it in the End City when the time comes. Although Su Yuan is currently unwilling to set foot in the end of the world, it is mainly because he is afraid that something unexpected will happen. But in the current situation, the Ender Queen is a time bomb. If the void finds her in advance, Su Yuan will be in a passive state. Thinking of this, Su Yuan was preparing to set off for the end of the world. But I found that 007 was coming over and seemed to have something to report. Seeing this, Su Yuan asked 007, "What's wrong, my king? Something happened during our trip. Although it's not a big deal, I still think it's necessary to report it to you." After hearing what 007 said, Su Yuan nodded. "You say." Seeing this, 007 spoke slowly while recalling. "We discovered something special when we were killing players recently. Do you know the villagers in this world?" Hearing 007's question, Su Yuan nodded. "No." Seeing this, 007 continued. "Some changes seem to have taken place among the villagers. We found a player base earlier and were about to go down and slaughter them. But they found that they were being slaughtered by a group of villagers and iron golem troops. Those villagers were all fully armed, each wearing diamond gear. They are also quite strong, and their fighting style is very similar to that of the players. After hearing what 007 said, Su Yuan was a little surprised, but not surprised. This world had already begun to develop towards a chaotic village. The villagers will definitely develop consciousness and start forming an army to fight against the players. But what made Su Yuan curious was that these villagers were all wearing diamond equipment. Perhaps the village king has been born. The village king is able to exchange dirt for diamonds, since the villagers are so well equipped. This means that the village king should have been born. After thinking about this, Su Yuan thought of someone, Mustard. His abilities are considered to be at the demigod level. Mustard initially followed him for a while, but later switched sides. Mustard can also use iron golems to strengthen himself, so his strength is still very strong. I just don't know whether Mustard was born in this world. After thinking about this, Su Yuan asked 007, "How did you handle this?" After hearing Su Yuan's words, 007 suddenly lowered his head. "We slaughtered them all the same. I wanted to come back and report to you, but they discovered us and started to attack us, so..." 007 was acting on his own initiative, and he was afraid that Su Yuan would blame him. After hearing what 007 said, Su Yuan didn't care too much. Fine. Even if a village king is born and Mustard appears, Su Yuan's strength is enough to deal with them. This matter is not a big deal, so Su Yuan naturally won't blame 007. Just as Su Yuan and 007 were talking, at this moment, in a village hidden behind a stone wall thousands of miles away from the game world, the villager in green robe was writing something in a notebook with a pen. On XX, the villager's army was attacked by a werewolf and a dragon. They are very powerful and are not on the same level as the army. Those players said they were Himsman, a new enemy him. After recording these contents, the green-robed villager closed the notebook with worry. Then he asked the villagers and soldiers in the hall, what was the attack pattern of that werewolf and that dragon? Did any of you see it clearly? Inside the hall, two village soldiers wearing diamond armor looked at each other and spoke while reminiscing. That werewolf seems to be able to use the power of magma. The dragon's scales are extremely tough. Even enchanted arrows can't break its defense. Basically, we only see it attacking by emitting dragon breath. After the two villagers in diamond armor said this, they still looked a little frightened. The troops sent out to that battle were the elites among the villagers' army. They have rich practical experience and the players have never lost in previous battles. But this time, after encountering the Ronin and the dragon, the entire army was basically wiped out. Only the two of them survived. The strength of that werewolf and that dragon is totally not on the same level as those players. Faced with them, even the village soldiers with rich combat experience could only be crushed unilaterally. It was also the first time that the villagers and soldiers encountered such a being. They are definitely a huge threat to the villagers. King, their strength is far superior to ours. We suffered heavy losses this time. If we encounter them again next time, I'm afraid. After hearing what the two said, the village king also looked worried. We are still developing too slowly. Ever since the village king discovered that he could exchange dirt for diamonds, he began to build his own army. After discovering that the villagers were able to reproduce quickly, the village king also produced many offspring through himself. Some of these descendants inherited the intelligence of the villager king, and some inherited the villager king's ability to exchange for high-level items. Then, after generations of reproduction, more villagers with consciousness or exchange ability emerged. Those villagers who have more practical exchange capabilities will be protected by the village king. Those villagers who have no exchange ability but are aware, the king trained them for battle. The king arranged those villagers who had impractical exchange abilities as scouts. Ambush near the player's base and study their behaviors and fighting methods. Although the early days were difficult, fortunately the king was very good at exchanging soil for diamonds. With sufficient equipment support, we finally got through the difficult days in the early stages. The village king also began to slowly establish his own kingdom and various systems. After finally making it to the present moment, the villagers are now strong enough to fight against the players. But the good days didn't last long before they encountered new enemies. A werewolf with great powers and a dragon. Moreover, the village soldiers also learned from the players that these two men were subordinates of a man named Him. In other words, Him is stronger than both of them. The strength of that werewolf and that dragon was beyond the reach of the villagers' soldiers. Not to mention Him behind them. After thinking about this, the village king couldn't help but have a headache. He had worked so hard, but he didn't expect that there would always be people better than him. The village king looked at the two village soldiers and said, "You guys go down first." After the two men left, the village king was about to think carefully about his next plan. But he found that an Enderman had appeared behind him without him noticing when. "Why are you here?" Seeing this Enderman, the village king was somewhat used to it. He has known this Enderman for a while. The village king knew this Enderman before he formed an army. The main thing is that this Enderman is different from other Endermen, and you can communicate with him. When the village king had not yet started to reproduce, his companions had no way of communicating with him. The village king basically tells this Enderman whatever is on his mind. The Enderman asked when he saw the village king had a worried look on his face. What happened? Although this Enderman is able to communicate, his speech is still not very fluent. But this is already considered good. When the village king met him before, he couldn't even pronounce the words correctly. Now I just stutter a little, but that's still a lot of progress. Hearing the Enderman's question, the village king told him the current situation. That's what happened. Our current combat capability is totally not on the same level as him and his men. If we encounter them again, I'm afraid the entire villager kingdom will cease to exist. After hearing what the village king said, the Enderman thought for a moment. Then he seemed to remember something and said, I know, a way to make you stronger. After hearing what the Enderman said, the village king asked in surprise, what method? The Enderman said as he recalled, I heard from my companions that in the void, there are very powerful beings whose abilities are unmatched. I heard that their abilities are better than that him you mentioned. He, their enemy, seems to be him too. If they can help you, then you don't have to be afraid of him. After hearing what the Enderman said, the village king couldn't help but be a little surprised. Really? The Enderman just nodded affirmatively. Really, really. Hearing the Enderman's answer, the village king was somewhat happy, but still a little worried. Although I and those beings in the void do have a common enemy, but how can I guarantee that they will help me? We villagers are not that strong. We can't even handle him's little brothers. The void wouldn't help me for no reason, right? The village king's thinking is still very clear. Although he believed that the Enderman would not lie to him, but at present, the identity of the void is still unclear to the villagers and the king. Even their common enemy is him. But the village king had no way of guaranteeing whether the void would be hostile to the villagers. Furthermore, the current strength of the villager kingdom is still very weak. Generally speaking, the premise for reaching a cooperative relationship in this situation is mutual benefit. The village king also didn't expect that he could bring any benefits to the void. Although the Enderman has given a plan, the chances of this plan being realized are somewhat slim. After hearing what the village king said, the Enderman shook his head. Can't you exchange dirt for diamonds? Those beings in the void seem to need diamonds. My companions are often ordered to come to the main world to move diamonds and throw them into the void. They should be willing to cooperate with you. They need diamonds. The village king was also a little surprised when he heard what the Enderman said. According to the Enderman, the beings in the void must be extremely powerful. The village king also didn't expect that they would need something like diamonds. The Enderman just nodded affirmatively. Well, they need to. Hearing the Enderman's confident answer, the village king was also somewhat delighted. He thought for a moment. Given the current situation, encountering the werewolf and the dragon was an accident. But they did annihilate the villagers' army. Although there seems to be no direct conflict of interest between the two parties at present. But the stronger party won't care so much. When you encounter someone, just kill him without thinking twice. So everything still comes down to the question of strength. But no matter what, him's men almost wiped out the villagers' army. The two sides have become enemies. The village king naturally would not sit idly by and wait for death. In this world, the strong always prey on the weak. Only if you have enough strength can you avoid being bullied. After thinking about this, the village king finally made up his mind and then asked the Enderman, how can I make contact with the void? Seeing that the village king had made the decision, the Enderman nodded. I can ask my companion to take you there. The Enderman next to the village king was born in the main world from the beginning. He has never been to the end of the world, nor does he want to go to the end of the world. He has come into contact with some companions who came to the main world from the end of the world. From what they described, the end of the world is not very beautiful. He prefers the main world to the end of the world. The scenery here is much better than the scenery of the end of the world described by my companions. So he had no interest in knowing how to get to the end of the world. After hearing what the Enderman said, the village king thought for a moment and said, then let your companion take me there. The village king has also made a decision. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Plus the villager king has something the void wants. Both parties will benefit, so a cooperative relationship should be possible. After hearing the words of the village king, the Enderman nodded. Okay, I'll go find them right away. After saying that, the Enderman disappeared in front of him. About 10 minutes later, two identical Endermen appeared in front of the village king. This is my friend. His name is Xiaohei. It agrees to take you to the end. The Enderman introduced to the village king the Enderman named Xiaohei who looked exactly like him. Seeing this, Xiaohei also greeted the village king. Mud howl. Whoa is teaching me to laugh. It was obvious that Xiaohei was still not speaking clearly. But it doesn't matter, as long as we can communicate normally. The village king saw this and asked Xiaohei, please take me to the end. After hearing what the village king said, Xiaohei nodded. Howl. Hearing that Xiaohei agreed, the village king asked Xiaohei to wait for a while. He took some diamonds out of the box and put them on his body. After all, this time we are discussing cooperation, so you still have to bring your own capital. After everything was ready, Xiaohei picked up the village king and teleported away from the villager kingdom. After teleporting for about half an hour, the two came to the end portal in the end fortress. Xiaohei then let the villager king down. After pointing to the portal to the end of the world, Xiaohei said to the villager king, Kinkai. It was the first time that the village king saw the appearance of the end portal. Seeing the starry sky in the portal, the village king suddenly felt a subtle sense of discomfort. Although the starry sky inside the portal is beautiful, it makes people feel that there is a hint of danger hidden inside. The village king thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and stepped into the portal. I felt the world spinning for a while, and when I opened my eyes again, I had arrived at the end island. After observing the surrounding environment, the village king was about to ask Xiaohe how to contact those beings in the void, but he found that Xiaohe in front of him had some changes. The purple eyes turned red. The village king was about to say something but was interrupted by Xiaohe's words. Hello, how can I help you? Seeing the changes in Xiaohe in front of him, his speech suddenly became fluent. The village king also roughly guessed that the ones he was talking to now might be those beings in the void. The village king thought for a moment and then said, I'm here to make a deal. Although the Enderman once said that the beings in the void are extremely powerful, but the villagers and the king did not show any fear. After all, they each got what they wanted. The village king also behaved neither arrogantly nor humbly. After hearing the words of the village king, Xiaohe in front of him chuckled. Interesting. What deal do you want to make with me? Seeing this, the village king didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. I heard your enemy is him. I was attacked by him recently as well. We are not as strong as him, so I need strength. I heard you need diamonds. I can provide them to you, but the condition is that you can give me corresponding rewards. The village king told Xiaohe the whole story without hiding anything. What he said was very clear, meaning that everyone should take what they need. After hearing this, Xiaohe thought for a moment. He did not ask any questions about the details and directly agreed to the request of the village king. I have exactly what you need. Look at this. After Xiaohe finished speaking, he took out an object similar to the Eye of Ender from somewhere. However, the eyeball of this Eye of Ender was glowing with purple light. After the village king took the Eye of Ender, he played with it in his hand for a while. Although this Eye of Ender is different from the ordinary Eye of Ender, but the village king did not see what use it had. Xiaohe seemed to see through the thoughts of the village king, and then laughed. This is good stuff. Fusing it with a living organism will cause it to evolve and unleash power you can't imagine. After saying this, Xiaohe thought for a moment and then continued. Well, take it back and try it out to see the effect. If possible, how about we discuss this deal again? After hearing what Xiaohe said, the village king was undoubtedly moved. Xiaohe's attitude clearly showed that he was confident. He must have been sure that the village king would make a deal with him, which was why he let him try first. Compared to this thing, it does have impressive strength. After thinking about this, the village king put the purple Eye of Ender into his backpack and nodded. Okay, then I'll take it back and try it out first. Seeing the village king put away the purple Eye of Ender, Xiaohe was also very satisfied. Then he did not forget to remind him. By the way, the stronger the life form it fuses with, the greater the effect it can exert. Choose your fusion target carefully. Not long after Xiaohe finished speaking, his eyes slowly turned back to purple. Then he said to the villagers king, I'll send you back. After hearing what Xiaohe said, the village king did not refuse. After all, having Xiaohe to take you there is much faster and safer than walking by yourself. Good. After Xiaohe sent the village king to the village kingdom, he also reminded the village king that if he wanted to go to the end of the world in the future, he could just find him directly. After giving these instructions, Xiaohe said goodbye and left. After the village king came into the hall, he took out the purple Eye of Ender and began to play with it carefully in his hands. Seeing the purple Eye of Ender in his hand, the village king gradually began to recall what the existence in the void had said to him. The stronger the life form it fuses with, the greater its power will be. The village king sorted out his thoughts. Currently, the strongest fighting force in the entire kingdom is the villager army, but they were still easily annihilated by him's minions. After all, the villagers are all mortal beings, and no matter how much training they receive, their limit is limited. Moreover, although those beings in the void boast about the power of this purple Eye of Ender, but this thing, after all, needs to be integrated with living organisms. The village king had no idea what would happen during this time. He was also reluctant to use the villagers for experiments. After all, those villagers were the people he had cultivated with great effort. It seems that the most suitable life form should be the Iron Golem. For the village king, the Iron Golem is undoubtedly the most powerful life form he can currently come into contact with and control. But at present, the Iron Golem has not developed consciousness. They can only follow some simple instructions now. However, there is one thing about the Iron Golem that no villager can match. That is, they are not afraid of death. After all, they have no breeding consciousness, so naturally they will not cherish their lives. In addition, the Iron Golem has powerful attack power and physique, and can be repaired with iron ingots after being injured. These qualities are something that the village soldiers will never be able to achieve. Therefore, the only life form that is most suitable for fusion at present is the Iron Golem. After thinking about this, the village king took out 4 iron blocks and a pumpkin head from the supply box. After placing them, an Iron Golem was summoned. After hesitating for a moment, the village king finally used the purple Eye of Ender on the Iron Golem. The moment it was used, the purple Eye of Ender entered the body of the Iron Golem and began to merge with it. Not long after, the Iron Golem changed. It seemed to be possessed by a demon, with a purple halo emanating from its body. Its eyes also turned purple. It also looks a lot taller than an ordinary Iron Golem. The village king couldn't help but get excited when he saw this. He immediately called some village soldiers to start practicing with the Iron Golem. He was recording the battle information on the side. The villager soldier sparred with the Iron Golem for about 5 minutes. The village king finally managed to roughly record some of the abilities of the fused Iron Golem. First of all, it is more resistant to attacks. The villagers and soldiers were merely scraping it with their diamond swords. Next is that it is more flexible. Will dodge attacks on its own initiative. The most important point is that it has the ability to learn. It will observe the actions of the village soldiers and react accordingly. These evolutions of the iron golems undoubtedly made the village king happy, although it is difficult to test the attack capabilities of the village king at present. But having these abilities is undoubtedly a huge improvement for the iron golem. And, most importantly, although it has learned to study and observe, but it still retains the characteristics of the iron golem and is not afraid of death. It was precisely because of this point that the village king made up his mind and decided to start this deal with the void. Although the iron golem becomes very powerful after integrating the Eye of Ender, it loses its original characteristic of not fearing death. That's not a big improvement for the iron golem. What the village king wants are death warriors and war machines. They must be able to think, but they cannot cherish their lives. Only in this way will there be a possibility of fighting against a stronger enemy. The village king did not think any further and immediately began to use his ability to exchange mud for diamonds to start hoarding diamonds. Lay the foundation for future transactions. Not long after Xiaohe and the village king left, a strong fluctuation occurred in the void again. Two clouds of red smoke could be vaguely felt in the void. They sometimes gather together and sometimes disperse, as if they are having a conversation. Why go through so much trouble? Why not just parasitize him directly? We haven't gained enough power to have the ability to parasitize him. Besides, he is too weak and not a suitable body. What's the point of parasitizing a person? We might as well use him and let him help us find better and more bodies. Those consciousnesses sealed in the Eye of Ender must absorb a large amount of power to gain independent consciousness. Only when they gain independent consciousness can they provide us with power. Does he have the strength to help them complete their evolution? The Dreadlord has rebelled and will no longer absorb power for us. Now there is only one entity 303 left, and he is also an uncertain factor. How long will it take for him to enable us to gain parasitic abilities? We can't just think of one way out. What you gave him was just a sealed purple level consciousness. Even if it was activated by the village king, they would not be a match for him. What's the point if he can't stop him? The Dreadlords are quite capable, but they still lost, didn't they? I never expected them to be able to deal with him, but if they are activated, we can gain more power. Besides, even if those purple level consciousnesses are useless, the village king can provide us with diamonds. Just for this reason, this deal is not a loss. Well, after the Dreadlord's rebellion, it will probably be hard to find the Ender Dragon. Entity 303 is still observing, so we still have to think of other ways to open the transmission channel. Isn't there still the Ender Queen? Her memory was wiped. How could she remember how to activate the transmission channel? Besides, she has never submitted to us. As you know, her memory has been rewritten, so she naturally doesn't remember who her enemy is. Now we are the only ones who can decide who her enemy is. Turn her over? Interesting. Hurry up and find a way to wake her up, and then let her do what we want. Remember, don't alert the enemy, and take it step by step. After experiencing the incident with the Lord of Dread, Void's behavior was exactly the same as Su Yuan's. After the Dreadlord's rebellion, if the Void wants to find the Ender Dragon, it can only rely on Entity 303. Although the Void has given Entity 303 a powerful Eye of Domain, the Eye of Domain still needs to absorb a large amount of power to activate and evolve. Furthermore, Entity 303 is also an uncertain factor, and the Void cannot completely control him. The Void will naturally not hang itself on a tree. So they also started a new plan and set their sights on the Ender Queen. After Su Yuan learned about the Ender Queen from the Dragon of Execution, he also began to prepare to look for the whereabouts of the Ender Queen. The Execution Dragon once said that the Ender Queen once lived in the End City. If you want to go to the End City, you need to find a warp gate. In the original MC, after killing the Ender Dragon, a warp gate will appear in the void around the End Island. When Su Yuan first set foot in the end of the world, he went with the Dragon of Execution. At that time, the Execution Dragon had not yet evolved consciousness. At that time, Su Yuan wanted to figure out the blocks of fear in the brain of the Execution Dragon. I also searched in the void for a long time. Su Yuan didn't find the warp gate at that time. However, Su Yuan's purpose at that time was not to find the warp gate, so perhaps he saw it but ignored it. After thinking about this, Su Yuan pondered for a moment. It seems that I still need to go to the void and look for the warp gate. The Ender Queen lives in the end, and the end is in the void. Obviously, those beings in the void will have more advantages than Su Yuan in finding the Ender Queen. Although Su Yuan is at a disadvantage in finding the Ender Queen, he cannot just sit there and wait for death. Su Yuan still has to do his best to search. Now Su Yuan can only hope that the void is still unaware of the importance of the Ender Queen. In this case, I can't do this anymore. Although the void poses no threat to Su Yuan at present, they can sense Su Yuan. If Su Yuan went to look for it himself, he would definitely alert the enemy. Even if Su Yuan found it, the void would know the situation immediately. Therefore, Su Yuan definitely cannot do this matter himself. We have to send someone who won't attract the void's attention. After thinking about this, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He glanced at the people in the Undead Legion around him, trying to find a suitable candidate. But after looking around, he shook his head. First, we need to eliminate the Dreadlord and the Withering King. They have just rebelled, and going into the void would not only alert them but also cause trouble. I'm afraid it's going to be disastrous. Needless to say, the Dragon of Execution is Su Yuan's key, and Su Yuan will never let her appear in the end of the world again. There is no need to talk about the zero-value null, which itself comes from Su Yuan. There is no difference between him going and Su Yuan himself going. Now only 007 is left. Although 007 did not have the aura of Su Yuan, a werewolf like him suddenly appeared in the end of the world. It's hard not to be discovered. Just when Su Yuan was worried, he got some unexpected surprises from the perspective of his clone. While confronting the Lord of Dread, Su Yuan was also busy using his clones to continue looking for players' bases and infecting more players. After conquering the Dread Lord, Su Yuan also happened to infect players from 2 guild bases at the same time. Coincidentally, one of the guilds infected by Su Yuan, called Wuxin, seemed to have become enemies with another guild, Jianyu. Before being infected, the players of Wuxin Guild retaliated by providing Su Yuan with the location of Jianyu Guild's headquarters. The location of Jianyu Guild's headquarters is not far from that of Wuxin Guild's headquarters. The 2 guilds may have become enemies because of frequent wars over resource issues. Su Yuan was naturally happy to have obtained a location for the guild's headquarters for free. After infecting all the members of Wuxin Guild, Su Yuan also came to Jianyu Guild's headquarters. But I didn't expect that there was a fierce war going on here. Boss, their redstone turret is too powerful? I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to attack it. The excavation team has also encountered a problem. The ground beneath their base is full of obsidian. We have too few diamond pickaxes, and the excavation speed is too slow. As we develop, the players also develop very quickly. I'm afraid the previous strategies are no longer effective. On a high ground somewhere outside the Jianyu Guild's headquarters, several zombie players were reporting the situation to a zombie player who was wearing a full-body enchanted diamond suit. The leader of this group of zombie players, all covered in enchanted diamond suits, is Peng Peng. As one of the first players infected by him, he led this group of players to be invincible. After becoming a zombie, Peng Peng seemed to have come to his senses. When he was still a player, he did not display the talents of a guild master, but after becoming a zombie, his potential was stimulated. Now he and his group of zombie players have grown very powerful. Moreover, God seemed to be blessing them. They were lucky enough to have formed an alliance with a powerful monster organization not long ago. After hearing what the players said, Peng Peng did not show any worry on his face. He looked up at an Enderman with a pumpkin head and a lewd smile on his face. Master Eddie, it's your turn to perform. Horse babble. The Enderman with the pumpkin head smiled obscenely and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, several Endermen appeared behind the redstone cannon on the wall of the Jianyu Guild. Some of them directly picked up the players operating the redstone cannons and teleported them to the encirclement of zombie players under the city wall. Some directly picked up the blocks that made up the redstone cannon and threw them out. Some picked up creepers and started bombing the city walls. The Enderman wearing a pumpkin head kept teleporting and his position could not be captured at all. But everywhere it passed, there were corpses of players. The naked eye couldn't even capture how it slaughtered these players. If it weren't for these Endermen, the Jianyu Guild and this group of zombie players could barely be evenly matched. But after these Endermen joined, the Jianyu Guild's defense was easily broken. After the city wall fell, zombie players instantly poured into the Sword Rain Guild's headquarters. Although facing powerful enemies, the players of Jianyu Guild have no intention of giving up. They were all fully armed and ready to fight to the death. Inside the square of the Jianyu Guild's headquarters, the zombie players are approaching step by step. When the war was about to break out, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the center of the square. When both sides saw the appearance of this man, they were stunned. Him. What the hell? Him. My king? My king is here. Does he recognize us? Welcome to my king. The battlefield, which was already filled with gunpowder, suddenly became still after him arrived. Peng Peng and his friends were so excited to see him coming. Ever since him started infecting players, the ranks of zombie players have grown larger and larger. Zombie players also have their own circles. Although they cannot communicate in the game, they can communicate after logging off. These zombie players also set up a special forum for zombie players. Players also post various strategies on how to become stronger, increase growth points, and the like in the forums. As one of the first people to be infected, Peng Peng has rich practical experience and often posts various strategies on the forum for everyone. This also makes Peng Peng and his team known as the Zombie King troops among zombie players. Zombie players have always been chasing after Peng Peng and his team. You know, when Peng Peng was a player, even when he later became the guild president, he never received such treatment. Peng Peng and the others are also very clear that if it weren't for him, they would not have achieved what they have today. This is the power given to them by him, which allows them to strengthen themselves. They undoubtedly believe in him. They also aspire to become as powerful as him. Naturally, they are willing to follow him. Has our king seen our achievements and come to recruit us? Are we going to fight together with the Death Knights? Boss, it looks like your wish is about to come true. Seeing this, Peng Peng and his group were about to rush forward, but were beaten to it by the Enderman Eddie with the pumpkin head. Eddie was obviously more excited than Peng Peng and the others. He teleported in front of him, then knelt on one knee in front of him. My king, finally seeing you again. Eddie's voice trembled with excitement. Seeing Eddie's appearance, Peng and the others were a little surprised. It was the first time they saw Eddie so serious. He always looked so vulgar before. What surprised them even more was that Eddie and him were old acquaintances. Hiss. Is Lord Eddie actually a subordinate of our king? What's so strange about that? Aren't all the monsters in this game world subordinates of our king? From what Lord Eddie said, could he be the Enderman who appeared beside our king during the first Grassland War? AFK, now that you put it like that, it really seems to be true. I feel like I've seen that lewd smile of his before. Peng and his group's words also fell into Su Yuan's ears. Su Yuan was a little surprised to hear the players addressing the Enderman kneeling in front of him. Su Yuan recognized at a glance that the Enderman kneeling in front of him was Enderman number 88. He has now evolved to a higher level of consciousness. What surprised Su Yuan was that his name was actually Eddie. This name is exactly the same as the name of the Enderman who is ranked 20th in the Animal Association in Fan Village. Moreover, the Enderman, like him, usually wears a pumpkin head. This is obviously no longer a coincidence. I just don't know whether an animal association has been established yet. After thinking about this, Su Yuan raised his hand towards Eddie, motioning him to get up. Seeing this, Eddie slowly stood up. At this moment, his eyes were already filled with tears. It was obvious that he was deeply moved to see Su Yuan again after such a long time, and it seemed that he had a lot to say to Su Yuan. Seeing this, Su Yuan looked at the current situation and decided that it was definitely not convenient to chat. Su Yuan took a look at the leader of the zombie players and recognized Peng at a glance. This surprised Su Yuan a little. He didn't expect Peng was still alive, and it looks like she is living a very comfortable life. Su Yuan was thinking when a system interface suddenly popped up in front of him. Infected number 5 provides faith value of 500,000. Infected number 5 can evolve. Do you want to consume 5 million kill points to evolve? Su Yuan was surprised to see this system prompt. The infected evolve. Su Yuan also learned before that players infected by Su Yuan can get numerical upgrades by killing other players. But what Su Yuan didn't expect was that he could consume the kill points to evolve the infected. However, the conditions required for evolution are still very harsh. The infected person needs to provide Su Yuan with 500,000 faith points before he can evolve. 500,000 faith points is still a lot. In other words, Peng provided a lot of the faith points that Su Yuan gained early on. After thinking about this, Su Yuan pondered for a moment. Peng is an old acquaintance of mine. We have known each other since the Eternal Guild. It was also because Peng released the coordinates of the Eternal Guild that Su Yuan was able to find 007 so quickly. When Peng was still a player, he helped Su Yuan a lot, both openly and secretly. Now that he has become a zombie player, he continues to bring value to Su Yuan. And seeing that he is developing well, he will probably be able to bring a lot of value to Su Yuan in the future. After thinking about this, Su Yuan decided to evolve Peng to see what the effect would be. Anyway, the kill value is already an overflow value for Su Yuan. Yes. Infected number 5 evolved successfully. Infected number 5 ability, speed increased by 20%, physical fitness increased by 20%, strength increased by 20%. Infected person number 5 advances to LV1, can gain the infected person's vision, and the infected person inherits the host's infection ability. If the faith value provided by the infected reaches 1 million, 10 million kill points can be consumed to upgrade. After seeing the evolution reminder, Su Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Inherit the host's infection ability. Su Yuan also didn't expect that after evolving the infected would actually gain the ability to infect themselves. This means Su Yuan has one more source of infection. If I evolve a few more infected, I don't have to find the player position myself. As zombie players, Peng and his friends will inevitably look for and kill players if they want to grow stronger. If Su Yuan evolves enough infected people, he won't have to find the location of the player's base by himself. However, in order to evolve the infected, certain conditions must be met, and Su Yuan cannot evolve unilaterally. But Su Yuan believed that if Peng noticed his changes, he would definitely help Su Yuan promote it. After thinking about this, Su Yuan took a deep look at Peng in front of him. Peng was a little confused when he saw the way him looked at him. At this moment, the voices of the zombie players beside him interrupted his thoughts. Boss, why did the color of your clothes change? Huh? The boss's clothes turned red. Boss, are you injured? Why are you bleeding so much? After hearing what the zombie players said, Peng looked down at the color of his clothes. The originally black clothes turned red. Just when Peng was feeling puzzled, an information bar appeared in front of him. Ability gained, speed increased by 20%, physique increased by 20%, strength increased by 20%. Can provide vision of the infection source, has inherited the infection source's infection ability. When Peng saw these information prompts, he was suddenly unable to react and didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, the players around him exclaimed, "What the hell? Boss? Your eyes? Your eyes? Ah, it's my king? Boss? It must be my king who has recognized you. The same eyes as my king. Boss, is this the power my king has bestowed upon you?" I saw that Pengpen's eyes had become the same as him's, and his eyes were emitting a blazing white light. But it only took a moment, and Pengpen's eyes quickly returned to their previous appearance. After hearing what the zombie players said, He recalled the look Him had given him and the ability he had just obtained. Peng Peng understood instantly. He gave me the power. This sudden surprise made Peng Peng a little overwhelmed. He never expected that Him would grant him power. For Peng Peng, this is undoubtedly Him's affirmation of him. Peng Peng was about to step forward and say something, but saw him and Eddie suddenly disappear from the spot. Seeing this, Peng Peng lowered his head and bowed towards the place where Him was before. Farewell, King. When the players saw Peng Peng's reaction, they were all a little surprised. Although players are all aware that Peng Peng has always regarded him as his belief, but in the players' minds, this is always a game, even though they know that their abilities are given to them by him. But players have their own behavioral awareness after all, and they will not bow down to him like the monsters in the game. Even though they call him king or something like that, to them, the title king is just like the title of president or boss. Although the players will obey their boss and president, but they will not bow to the president. After all, everyone is equal. But at this moment, although Peng Peng did not kneel down, he bowed to him. This behavior undoubtedly surprised the players. Players are also very curious about why Peng Peng suddenly made such a move. The players were about to ask when they saw Peng Peng suddenly pounce on a player from the Jianyu Guild on the opposite side. The speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Before the player from Jianyu Guild could react to what was happening, he saw a fist as big as a casserole appear in front of him. With a bang, the player fell to the ground instantly. Seeing this scene, not only the players of Jianyu Guild, but even the zombie players with Peng Peng were stunned. What the hell? Boss, what's your speed? Instant kill? I remember that the boss needed 2 hits to kill the player with the iron suit. Boss, you're not being kind. You're secretly developing behind our backs. The zombie players who have been with Peng Peng day and night naturally know Peng Peng's strength. Although Peng Peng's strength was already very strong, it was not as outrageous as it is now. Just when the players were extremely surprised, the scene that appeared before their eyes refreshed their cognition again. I saw the body of the player who was killed instantly by Peng Peng gradually turning green. After his entire body turned green, the player actually stood up. The situation was just like when they were infected by him. The zombie players were all stunned when they saw this. AFK, boss, you. Is this the boss or him? What's going on? I remember only him can infect players? Is the boss possessed by him? At this moment, although him had already left, the players of Jianyu Guild did not dare to take any action. The scene happening in front of me was so weird. When I thought about what had just happened, Peng Peng's eyes became the same as him's. They also wondered if Peng Peng was possessed by him. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Peng Peng. At this moment, Peng Peng's face was full of excitement. After so long, my king finally recognized me. He gave me the power. After hearing Peng Peng's words, the players on both sides were stunned. I was wondering why the boss suddenly became so strong. It turns out that he was recognized by the king. Boss, teach me now, I want it to. AFK, boss, you are awesome. You are the first man recognized by our king. The zombie players had no interest in fighting at this moment, and they all surrounded Peng Peng, seeking advice from him. Even the player from Jianyu Guild who had just been infected came forward to seek advice and ask questions. At this moment, the players of Jianyu Guild looked at each other in bewilderment. Why the hell am I still fighting? I even want to surrender to the enemy. It's already a bug that zombie players can improve their attributes, but they can also receive him's power. Damn it, I surrendered to the enemy. I am no longer a human being. Long live the king. Players play games simply to become stronger. In fact, after him infected the player, many players have already thought about becoming infected. But the conditions for becoming an infected person are indeed somewhat harsh, and you must meet him. At this moment, with the opportunity in front of them, players are naturally excited. Furthermore, the players of Jianyu Guild witnessed him bestowing power on Peng Peng with their own eyes. I also witnessed how powerful Peng Peng was. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? As players, they were already feeling very frustrated. Now that such a good opportunity was in front of them, they naturally didn't want to miss it. I saw many players from Jianyu Guild gathered in front of Peng Peng. Boss, please infect me. I want to follow him. Kill me, I don't want to be a human anymore. My king, here I come. I want to be your loyal believer. Peng Peng was also somewhat stunned by the sudden surrender of the players from Jianyu Guild to the enemy, but he immediately began to perform his duties. Line up one by one and take your time. Don't rush. Don't let all of you get infected. If you are infected, you won't be able to communicate in the channel. Leave a few people to post on the forum or something. After Peng Peng's arrangement, the news that zombie players could be given power by him quickly spread within the game. This incident undoubtedly made more players want to join the camp of zombie players. But there are also many players who stick to their original intentions and want to continue to stay in the player camp. But the current game situation makes it really difficult for the player camp. All the recent feedback on the game is complaints about the player faction being too weak. At this moment, the senior executives of 0 Point Company were also anxious and angry. Although Notch has returned, the game has not been updated yet. Notch seems to have been researching the weapons produced in the upcoming update of Dominion. The top executives didn't dare to urge them. Just when the top executives were about to be unable to withstand the pressure, Notch is finally out of jail. The module is almost finished and can be updated soon. Finally released QAQ, I feel so supported and loyal to you all. Notch had actually already thought about the content to be updated in the game. One is the Bed Wars mod, and the other is the God's Domain Competition mod. These two mods will be implemented into the game in the form of copies. The Bed Wars mod has been written a long time ago, it just needs to add some new supplies and then add a reward item where the winner can get random supplies in the backpack. These changes do not require Notch to do it himself, the programmers of 0 Point Company can complete them quickly. Basically most of the time was spent on the Divine Realm Competition mod. With Notch's level, designing a mod doesn't take much time at all. The reason why it took so long is that most of the time was spent on compiling the final reward of the Divine Realm Competition mod, Blade of the God of War. After Notch came to the company, he also learned more about the current situation of the game. In the game world, there are many powerful monsters like him. The player's strength is simply no match for these monsters. This is also a problem that Notch wants to solve. Notch also talked to Jiang about him. Brother Jiang's suggestion is to treat him as a big boss that cannot be conquered. Don't think about killing him or destroying him. Just think of it as a marketing point for a game. In this way, as long as him is still there will always be unconquered areas in the game, and players will always have a goal. This will extend the life of the game. There is nothing wrong with Jiang's proposal. He is considering the future of the game and Notch's financial prospects. But Notch also has his own considerations. Him is indeed very popular, and many players do like him. Coupled with the recent infection incidents, many players have begun to actively join the monster camp. The current form of the game is actually in an unbalanced state. Notch's original intention when designing the game was to hope that this game could become a small world for the players. Players can do whatever they want in this world. But in the current situation, it is obvious that the players have lost control. Various uncontrollable factors occurring within the game have been squeezing the players' living space. Players' living space has been compressed so small, let alone enjoying the game. The players really had a very frustrating time playing. Although many players who joined the zombie camp have already lived a happy gaming life. But not all players want to join the zombie camp. To change this situation, players must strengthen both external and internal factors. The internal factors are naturally to train players' operations. With the free combat mode, as long as players operate well enough, they can actually avoid a lot of attacks. The Bed Wars mod can help players improve their operations, and they can also get material rewards in the mod copy. But no matter how good the player's operations are, let alone facing him, even when facing those younger brothers who are far weaker than him, players cannot make up for the difference in strength between them through operations. So it is equally important to strengthen external factors. Notch will definitely not let players learn all kinds of monster skills, such as flying and teleporting. Although in this way, players can indeed fight against these monsters. But the nature of the game has changed. The nature of the game must not change, but it must also give players hope. That must be to strengthen weapons and equipment. The usual weapons and equipment are definitely useless. That's why Notch designed the Divine Realm Competition mod. The weapons produced in the God's Domain competition were all designed by Notch and Rookie. Each weapon has its own unique properties and functions. Take the war blade that Notch carefully designed. This weapon is very powerful, and Notch has programmed it with endless possibilities. It is the case that it becomes strong when facing a strong opponent and weak when facing a weak opponent. Only the right person can unleash the full potential of a weapon, and the right person is chosen by weapons. Strangely enough, when Notch was writing the abilities of Ares' blade, he seemed to have encountered some guidance. It was originally very difficult to make weapons reach the capabilities that Notch envisioned. The setting of weapons recognizing their owners is actually similar to the way monsters in games develop consciousness. Notch thought it would be difficult to achieve this effect. Unexpectedly, when I was writing God of War's blade, it was as if I had divine help. There was no lag in the writing and it was completed very easily. It was as if it was destined. But when Notch wanted to write other weapons in the same way, it didn't feel that way anymore. Notch also tried to copy the same code as for God of War's blade, but when applied to other weapons, the code was wrong and could not run. Seeing this, Notch gave up the idea of making another weapon with the same capabilities. This Ares blade is unique. I believe that if it can identify its master, it will definitely bring out its maximum potential. Notch also set the Blade of the God of War as the ultimate weapon in the first Asgard contest mod. Notch left the design of all other weapons to rookies. After a week of hard work, Notch and Rookie finally completed the project. After the two finished their work, the programmers immediately began to implement the updated content into the game. This update is different from the last one. You can update directly without stopping the service. After Su Yuan brought Eddie to the Shallows, 007 recognized Eddie at a glance. 007 was obviously surprised to see Eddie appear. After all, Eddie, like him, was one of the first people to follow Su Yuan. After that group of monsters left, I never encountered them again. 007 was filled with emotion that they could actually be together now. He came up to Eddie and teased him with a smile. "You kid, are you still alive?" 007 is always calm, and the fact that he can say such words shows that he is really happy to see Eddie. Although 007's appearance had changed, Eddie still recognized him at a glance. "Brother 007, you are dressed like this. Handsome." Among the monsters that Su Yuan first tamed, 007 had always been calm and reliable. Those monsters all regarded 007 as their big brother, and they had a very good relationship with each other in private. Hearing what Eddie said, 007 couldn't help but sigh and lament. It's a long story. Compared to all this time, your experience should be quite exciting, right? Seeing this, Eddie nodded. Yeah, that was quite exciting. I'm telling you. Eddie was just about to have a good chat with 007, but 007 interrupted him. He glanced at Su Yuan and lowered his head. My king, you two talk first. 007 was also very sensible. He knew that Su Yuan must have brought Eddie back for a reason, so he didn't dare to disturb him. Eddie reacted immediately upon seeing this. Seeing this, Su Yuan thought for a moment and then asked Eddie, have you ever heard of the Biological Association? After hearing Su Yuan's words, Eddie seemed a little stunned, and when he reacted, he suddenly looked excited. Has our biology association become so famous that even our king has heard of it? The author has to catch a bus back to his hometown today. He hasn't been back for a long time. Time is a bit tight, so he can only update one chapter. There will still be 2 chapters tomorrow. I hope everyone will understand QAQ. Eddie's words undoubtedly confirmed Su Yuan's guess. It seems that the Biological Society has now been born. Among the annoying villagers, the Biological Association is a force that cannot be underestimated. In the Biological Association, the top 3 are all heavyweights. The first is the famous King of the Drowned, the Blue Devil. He was originally an ordinary zombie born in the player's monster tower. After being liberated by him, he joined him's army. He received training with other zombies, completed tasks, and became an elite zombie under him, the Red Zombie. Later, him wanted to select a leader from among his red zombies, so the red zombies started a melee. In the end, only 3 red-clothed zombies were left alive, but at this moment a large amount of water suddenly released from the ceiling, drowning the 3 red-clothed zombies. After this experience, only the Blue Devil survived. It was also because of this battle that he evolved and became a drowned corpse. After the Blue Devil turned into a drowned corpse, Mustard, who had defected to him, was responsible for training him and told him that he would make him very powerful, even able to defeat the Master, and then regain his freedom. After experiencing various battles and meeting all kinds of people, the Blue Devil finally understood. No matter who you are, the most basic need is freedom. This is undoubtedly completely different from him's idea of controlling everyone in exchange for peace. So the Blue Devil defected, and from then on stood on the opposite side of him, embarking on the path of fighting violence with violence. Although the Blue Devil's strength is not as good as him's, his fighting ability is also ranked among the best in Fan Village. He is able to skillfully use the trident to assist in his battles. He can control lightning and add various abilities to the trident. For example, electric shock, electrotherapy, explosive trident, lightning induction, super lightning, electrification, trident underground gathering, etc. Able to flexibly use lightning and trident to perform various attacks, defenses, and treatments. Plus he was clear-headed and calm. He often says things that are thought-provoking. It is because of this that players affectionately call him the Life Corpse Guide. Even though he betrayed him, we can't say he is a bad person. In other words, among the annoying villagers, there are no good or bad people in the absolute sense. It's just that everyone has their own ideas and thoughts. But no matter what, the Blue Demon is undoubtedly a powerful existence. Although the annoying villager animation does not state whether the Blue Devil is the #1 in the Biology Association, but players basically already regard him as the #1. However, a few people have doubts about his ranking, because the Biological Association also has a powerful existence that can rival the Blue Devil. Over there is the Lord of Disaster. The Lord of Disaster was originally a warrior from the weakest of the 4 major tribes of plunderers. He and his companions were invited by the Alpaca of God to participate in the first tournament of the gods. After a brutal battle, he became the champion and gained the power of the god of creation. In order to save him, his best brother transformed himself into the powerful weapon in his hand, the Red Axe. But because the flow of time in the adventure realm is different from that in the main world, several decades had passed after the game ended. He returned to the tribe, unified the 4 major plunderer tribes, and established the kingdom of the liberals. Became the king of the people. He and the Blue Devil are in a hostile relationship. The two fought, but there was no winner. The first place in the Biology Association cannot be confirmed because of his existence. The Lord of Disaster does not appear very often, but his strength should not be underestimated. After all, he is an existence that has obtained the power of the god of creation. In the Biological Association, another person who has obtained the power of the god of creation like the King of Disaster is Joe the Pufferfish. He was originally an ordinary pufferfish, who was captured by the player and locked in his own aquarium. His brother died trying to save him, just when he was despairing of his own weakness. The god of creation DB appeared and gave him the power of the god of creation. Because of this, he became the 3rd most powerful person in the Biological Association. In the Biological Association, in addition to these powerful beings ranked in the top 3, there are also many powerful animals. Like Steve the alpaca who holds 2 hammers and is good at saliva attacks. And Derman Eddie with a pumpkin head. A little chicken barbecue that can fire poison egg machine guns and has a mouth harder than a diamond sword. A sheep plush cloud who has a strong ability to control the wind element. There is also Captain Panda and so on. Although these powerful animals and monsters are not as capable as him, they are all quite powerful. Su Yuan naturally didn't worry about any threat they posed to him, but if the biological association could be incorporated, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Su Yuan. Those beings in the void are watching covetously, and a war will break out one day. Although Su Yuan already has 10 clones that have inherited 100% of his abilities. However, these clones cannot use clone skills to perform nesting dolls. Furthermore, although Su Yuan can already control the infected and semi-infected, but it is not easy to explore the turbulence and anomalies in the world. Since the void has already been active frequently before, there will only be more trouble in the future. In order to understand and explore more information and trends in the gaming world, Su Yuan must spread his eyes all over the world. If the biological association could be incorporated, Su Yuan would have another channel to understand world trends. And, if he could really lead the biological association, the top 3 creatures in the biological association, Blue Devil, King of Disaster, and Puffer Joe, can also be used by Su Yuan. The strength of these 3 people should be slightly better than 007. If the void invades in the future, they can also serve as a fighting force for one side. After thinking about this, Su Yuan asked Eddie, what is the current situation of the biological association? Su Yuan also has no idea what the current development of the biological association is like in this world. Su Yuan was not curious about the blue demon. After all, the blue demon grew strong through his own strength. Su Yuan was mainly worried about the Lord of Disaster and Blowfish Joe. If these 2 beings have already been born, then Su Yuan will have to consider the factor of the creator god, because both of them were given power by the god of creation. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Eddie's face turned red and he scratched the back of his head. I'm not sure either. When I attacked the players' settlement before, I accidentally encountered a drowned corpse holding a trident and a pufferfish. They seemed to be rescuing the monsters and animals that were imprisoned by the players. Then the pufferfish told me that they had established a biological association. The purpose is to protect living things and conquer the world. He said that many people have joined them now, and that the biological association will definitely grow and be known to everyone. I thought if it really worked out, maybe I could see you again, so I joined. There are many readers who haven't read Fanfic. In order to make it easier for everyone to read, this chapter briefly introduces the first 3 stories in the biological association. Readers who have read it, please forgive me. Just treat it as a review. In fact, just based on what Puffer Joe said, Eddie would not have joined the Biology Association. The reason why Eddie joined was because he saw the outstanding strength of him and the drowned corpse. It is rare enough to see these 2 creatures, drowned corpses and pufferfish, on land. Both of these organisms are dependent on water. It's outrageous enough that they can live on land without water. What's even more outrageous is that they are all very strong. Puffer Joe can not only grow larger and shrink his body at will, but he can even become immune to some physical damage. He can also release poison from his body to attack. Eddie once saw with his own eyes that Puffer Joe shrank his body to the size of a fist and then flew into the player's mouth. This move was so shocking that Eddie was also confused. But soon after Puffer Joe entered the player's mouth, the player began to lose blood. His poison enters from within the body, so the player's armor is of no use to him. When he jumped out of the player's mouth again, the player was already dead. What's even more outrageous is that sometimes he doesn't release toxins, but instead grows larger inside the player's body. The impact at that moment was like a creeper exploding right in front of the player's face, instantly killing him. Although his attack method is a bit special, his strength is indeed unquestionable. Next is the taciturn drowned corpse holding a trident. He is a master at using the trident and can even draw lightning to charge the trident. On the operational level, the strength of the drowned corpse is far superior to that of Puffer Joe. That's why Eddie agreed to join them. Eddie was recalling his encounters with the drowned corpses and pufferfish, but his thoughts were interrupted by Su Yuan's words. How strong is that pufferfish? Can you defeat it? Su Yuan naturally understood that the drowned corpse and pufferfish that Eddie mentioned were the Blue Devil and Puffer Joe. Blue Demon Su Yuan didn't care. After all, his abilities were acquired by himself. What Su Yuan is more concerned about now is whether or not Fugu Zhou's abilities are given. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Eddie thought for a moment, and then told Su Yuan about Fugu Zhou's abilities. If we were to fight, we would be evenly matched. Eddie is still very confident in his strength, but if he fights with Blowfish Joe, I guess they are evenly matched. After all, Puffer Joe is immune to most physical damage, so it is difficult for Eddie to cause harm to him. But Puffer Joe probably can't hurt Eddie. After all, Eddie can teleport infinitely. In terms of hard power, they are evenly matched. But in terms of strategy, Eddie definitely has the upper hand. After all, Eddie was one of the first people to follow Su Yuan. Although he did not follow Su Yuan for a long time, Su Yuan can be considered his mentor. It won't be too bad anyway. After hearing what Eddie said, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he can only be on par with Eddie, it means that Puffer Joe is not affected by any external forces yet. There was no creator god who gave him power. His current strength may be attributed to the Blue Demon. The Blue Demon is very powerful and has great talent. Since the two of them are traveling together, they will definitely train and grow each other. After Su Yuan thought about this, he continued to ask Eddie, since you have joined the Biological Association and are not traveling with them, how do you communicate? Su Yuan is now able to confirm that the current biological association has not been interfered with by external forces. Moreover, the biological association should be in the stage of just being established. Su Yuan naturally wanted to recruit the biological association for his own use. It just so happened that Eddie had already infiltrated the biological association, and Su Yuan could use this convenience of Eddie to make further plans. We communicate through parrots. The parrot will pass the message to animals everywhere, and then slowly pass it on to the people in the biological association. I just learned that the Biology Association has begun to formulate a ranking system. Complete the tasks issued by the Biological Association and you will get points. The more points you get, the higher your ranking will be. They seem to be starting to roll out a comprehensive information network now. The trapped animals and monsters are gradually asking for help from the Biological Association. After hearing what Eddie said, Su Yuan finally understood. It has to be said that the Biological Association does have an advantage in terms of intelligence. The Biological Association can communicate with animals, and animals become the most undetectable spies. After all, animals will be refreshed everywhere in this game world. No one would be suspicious of an animal. Through exchanging messages with each other, they gradually formed their own intelligence network. Su Yuan naturally wanted to have his own intelligence network. However, it is not easy to conquer the Biological Association. Even if Su Yuan could suppress them with hard power, it would probably be difficult to get them to work for him willingly. The matter of incorporating the Biology Association still needs long-term consideration, and I guess we have to start with Eddie. Fortunately, Eddie has already joined the Biology Association. However, there is no rush for these things, as the top 3 forces in the Biology Association have not yet fully grown. Su Yuan can wait a little longer. The most urgent task now is to find the whereabouts of the Ender Queen. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at Eddie and said, "I brought you back this time because I have something to tell you." After hearing Su Yuan's words, Eddie nodded without any hesitation. "No matter what it is, I will do my best to complete it." Eddie finally met Su Yuan again, and saw that Su Yuan suddenly had so many men around him. Naturally he felt a little lost. He also wanted to stay with Su Yuan like 007. Therefore, he will definitely do his best in whatever Su Yuan assigns him to do. "Go to the void and help me find out the news about the Ender Queen." After hearing what Su Yuan said, Eddie couldn't help but feel confused. The Ender Queen. Eddie has been following Su Yuan since he became conscious. He is an Enderman generated in the main world. Although he knew that he belonged to the Ender clan, he had also heard about the end of the world from his companions. But he had never been there, and naturally had never heard of the Ender Queen. Seeing that Eddie was unfamiliar with the name of the Ender Queen, Su Yuan roughly told him where the Ender Queen might be and her characteristics. She lives in the City of the End. You should be able to find out if you go to the void. She has purple hair, purple eyes, and her weapon is an obsidian sword. Don't act rashly when you meet her. Come back and let me know immediately. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he took off the pumpkin head on Eddie's head. This thing is still too conspicuous to bring to the end of the world, and he did not forget to remind others afterwards. Remember, when you go to the end, you will be an ordinary Enderman. Hide your identity and secretly find out the news of the Ender Queen. Don't expose yourself. Seeing Su Yuan's serious face, Eddie knew the importance of this mission. He also nodded quickly and agreed. "Don't worry, my king. I will complete the task." After Eddie finished speaking, he looked at his pumpkin head held in Su Yuan's hand with some reluctance and left. Seeing Eddie's leaving back, Su Yuan felt a little worried. Su Yuan wasn't afraid that Eddie would mess this up, but was mainly worried about his safety. Although Eddie has grown very powerful, this time he has to face the Ender Queen and the Void. It would be very dangerous if it were exposed. But Su Yuan had no choice. If he went to the end of the world by himself, his whereabouts would definitely be exposed. Letting Eddie go is the best solution at the moment. After Eddie left, Su Yuan found a place to sit down and slowly began to sort out the order of things to do next. The biggest threat to Su Yuan right now is the Void. In addition to the Dragon of Execution that possesses the Ender Dragon, the key to opening the passage between the Void and the main world is the Ender Queen. Su Yuan has already sent Eddie to find the whereabouts of the Ender Queen. Su Yuan can't rush this matter and can only wait for news from Eddie. Although he could only wait for news, Su Yuan couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Su Yuan had to prepare for the worst. That means the Void found or controlled the Ender Queen earlier. If this is the case, then the Void also possesses the key to the main world. By then a war is inevitable. However, the Void probably won't come out in full force. After all, the Dreadlord said that they need to gather their strength to gain the ability to parasitize. The stronger a person is, the more power he needs to gain. In a short period of time, the Void should not be able to gather enough power to enable the red level to gain parasitic abilities. So Su Yuan still has a lot of time to prepare. Although there is still time, Su Yuan has to start thinking about preparing for the battle. There are many conscious beings in the Void, not just 3 or 2. Moreover, even the lowest level of consciousness is as powerful as the Dreadlord. If the Void takes action next time, it probably won't be like it is now, sending people to invade one by one. Next time it is very likely that the entire purple level will come out in full force, or even a higher level being will be sent to invade. Su Yuan could handle the beings at the purple level, but he was unsure about those above the purple level. Therefore, the most important thing next is definitely to strengthen yourself. Next, Su Yuan has to train his subordinates. This battle cannot be fought by Su Yuan alone. If the void sent more people to attack, Su Yuan could handle it himself, but he would not be able to take care of his men. Each of these people under his command is loyal to the Lord. If a war really breaks out, they will definitely not stay out of it, they will definitely join the battle. Su Yuan naturally didn't want all the members of the undead army that he had worked so hard to recruit to die at the hands of the void. Therefore, they must be trained well so that they can stand on their own. After thinking about this, Su Yuan glanced at his subordinates beside him. They were getting along very happily. 007 was wagging his tail and gnawing on the Dreadlord's right arm happily. The Dreadlord, the Withering King, and Null were chatting all the time, and seemed to be having a very happy time. Only the Executive Dragon was a little quieter, curled up on the side, sunbathing and taking a nap. Seeing that they had no sense of crisis at all, Su Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. He also instantly understood the difficulties of the head of the family. All the burdens fell on Su Yuan alone. However, this also indirectly shows that Su Yuan is a competent boss, and it is precisely because of Su Yuan's strength that they can be so worry-free. But if you want to live a truly worry-free life, you must solve the troubles of the void. It's not difficult to train them. The power source of Null and the Dreadlord is the power of fear. The fear value obtained by Su Yuan can be converted into fear power and given to them. However, they still need to enrich their practical experience, which is easy to do. Su Yuan decided to adopt a reward system. Null and the Dreadlord can practice with each other. The winning party Su Yuan will reward him with the power of fear, which will promote their growth. Compared to them, the Dragon of Execution is much less of a worry. She can slowly recover her strength on her own and does not require much external assistance. What gave Su Yuan the most headaches were 007 and the Withering King. The two of them are the perfect match. 007 has been with Su Yuan for such a long time, and his main purpose is to accompany her. Now there is a Withering King who is also a companion like him. Su Yuan estimated that the strength of Wither King and 007 should be comparable. Or maybe Wither King is slightly better than 007, after all, he can fly. Su Yuan also considered it for a long time. As for the Wither King, Su Yuan decided to let the Dreadlord train him. After all, they are of the same race and understand each other, so they should be able to find a way to make the Wither King stronger. On 007's side, Su Yuan considered for a long time. It was decided to let 007 lead the team of zombie players that Peng Peng was in. 007 is currently still in a high level of consciousness. If he could achieve autonomous consciousness, his strength would probably be able to reach a higher level. To achieve autonomous consciousness, you need to kill 1 million players. It just so happens that Peng Peng and his friends often invade player settlements, so those who are willing to be infected will be left to Peng Peng to be infected. If you don't want to, just let 007 kill you. Furthermore, if 007 follows Peng Peng and the others, he can also help to find out various information about the players. Su Yuan also has an additional channel to obtain information. After thinking about this, Su Yuan stood up and walked in front of everyone. When the subordinates saw Su Yuan coming, they all stopped fighting. Su Yuan also told his subordinates about his plan. After hearing Su Yuan's plan, everyone in the Undead Legion was happy while others were worried. The Zero-Value Null and the Lord of Dread were naturally very happy. The two of them had been confronting each other openly and covertly for a long time. They have been displeased with each other for a long time. When they met before, Null did not fight with the Dreadlord because of Su Yuan's words. Now I can compete with him openly, and if I win I can get Su Yuan's reward. They were both naturally very happy. When the Wither King heard the news, he was in a good mood. Although he couldn't stand Null, he knew that he couldn't beat Null after their last fight. He is also trying his best to improve his strength. With the assistance of the Dreadlord, his strength should improve quickly. 007, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. After all, he had been following Su Yuan for so long. This time we will undoubtedly be separated again. But he was also very clear that his strength was at the bottom. After following Su Yuan for such a long time, Su Yuan basically never assigned him any tasks. He himself is eager to grow. After hearing Su Yuan's order, all the subordinates had no objection. They all knelt in front of Su Yuan. Yes. Please rest assured, my king. We will train hard. While Su Yuan was talking to his subordinates. On the game forum, a piece of news released by the official caused the entire forum to explode. Official announcement. Dear players, the game is scheduled to be updated and maintained without stopping the server at 12 o'clock on March 21st, and the update has been completed. Updates. 1. Added Bed Wars module. We have added a new Bed Wars module. Players can enter the module in the system interface, and players can experience and understand the module details by themselves. 2. Added God Realm competition. The first Divine Domain competition will be held at 12 o'clock on March 22nd. The God's Domain competition map will be randomly refreshed at any location on the game map. The God's Domain competition portal will be closed after 1 hour of opening. The God's Domain competition map is a PvP mode, and the player who survives to the end will win the ultimate prize. 3. Him has been removed. This update has been removed from him. Please enjoy the game. Tell a joke. This update removed him. Official memes are the most deadly. Last time when we stopped the server for updates, you told me that him was removed and I barely believed you. Why are you still doing this time when we stopped the server? Everyone, just treat the third one as a joke. By the way, what is the ultimate prize in the God's Domain competition? Can that thing change the current situation? According to inside information, it is a divine weapon, made by the founder Notch himself. It looks pretty awesome. A divine weapon? Can it kill him? If it can, I will believe it is a divine weapon. Indeed, if I can, I won't surrender to the enemy for the time being. Funny. No more talking, let's go experience the new mod. 0 Point Company also knows that players have accepted the existence of him. So I relaxed and started to play with the memes myself. The official update news spread throughout the game immediately. After what happened last time, Peng Peng became more cautious and asked some players who wanted to join the zombie camp not to convert for the time being. Peng Peng and his team are responsible for protecting the safety of this group of players and providing them with weapons and equipment. This group of players is responsible for helping Peng Peng and others obtain information about various players. Peng Peng and his friends immediately knew about the game update. As zombie players, although there is an entrance to the Bed Wars mod on the system interface, they have no way to enter. However, compared to the Bed Wars mod, Peng Peng cares more about the Divine Realm competition. The official version of the God's Domain competition says that any player can enter. Yes, I just don't know if zombie players can do it. If they can, with our physical fitness and operation, we can definitely take down that artifact. That doesn't matter. If we can't beat them and someone else has it, we can just go and snatch it away, right? Peng Peng and his group were discussing the Divine Realm competition. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared in front of me. When Peng Peng saw the face of one of them clearly, he was stunned. Small bug. The two who suddenly appeared were him and the Death Knight. Seeing the Death Knight appear in front of him, Peng Peng was so excited that he was shaking. After the Eternal Guild incident, everything he did was to meet Little Bug again. He thought he might have to work hard for a long time, but he didn't expect that this wish would come true so quickly. Peng Peng was not the only one who was surprised by this scene. 007 is the same as Peng Peng at this moment. He only knew that Su Yuan wanted him to go out for experience, but he didn't expect that Su Yuan would bring him to Peng Peng. Little Bug would mention Peng Peng to 007 from time to time, and 007 naturally knew that Little Bug had deep feelings for Peng Peng. Moreover, in the darkest moment of 007's life, it was Peng Peng who brought him hope and cheered him up. 007 has always been grateful for Peng Peng's help. 007 didn't expect that Peng Peng would meet him again as a zombie. He never expected that Su Yuan would let him and Peng Peng grow together. My king. Will I be with them in the future? After hearing what 007 said, Su Yuan nodded. 007's words naturally fell into the ears of Peng Peng and his group. After hearing the news, Peng Peng was so excited that he was speechless. Isn't this what he has always dreamed of? It had always been his wish to encounter the Little Bug again. Not only has it been realized now, but he can also be with Little Bug in the future. Naturally, he is very happy. But that wasn't the only reason he was excited. There is another point that is equally important to him. That is him's affirmation and trust in him. As everyone knows, the Death Knight was the first to accompany him. The fact that him can let the Death Knight lead them shows that him already regards them as his own. This is undoubtedly him's affirmation of them. After learning that the Death Knight would work with them, the players under Peng Peng were extremely excited. What the hell? Is our king officially recruiting us? Oh my god, the Death Knights have been sent here. I'm so flattered. Wow. I am crying so hard. Our king finally recognized us. I'm so excited. This time it's the Death Knight. If we work harder, will we be able to work with our king? Brothers, our efforts have not been in vain. Our king has seen it all. Everyone must work harder in the future. We must not let our king down. Su Yuan didn't say anything, but these zombie players had already figured out so much. However, Su Yuan's move undoubtedly made these zombie players believe in him more. In just a short while, a player with the ID Black Knife provided Su Yuan with a faith value of 500,000. Su Yuan also advanced him without any hesitation. This is the second player to turn into a red zombie after Peng Peng. The zombie players were extremely envious when they saw that Black Knife was given power by him. My king, please give me strength. My king, we will always follow you, please give us strength. Seeing this, Su Yuan ignored these players. They naturally don't know that if they want to become stronger, they must make contributions. Su Yuan wouldn't remind them either. Faith is something that becomes distorted once it is spoken out, and they have to understand it themselves. Su Yuan was about to leave when Peng Peng stopped him. He half knelt in front of Su Yuan and then spoke. My king, recently, there have been some changes in the world. A new Bed Wars module has been added. Only players can access it. I will study the details later. If it is convenient for you, you can get my vision after one day, and I will send someone to inform you of the module information. And then, a new random field for the God's Domain competition has been added. I heard that the winner will receive a divine weapon. The realm will open tomorrow. I have to say that Peng Peng is still very sensible. Him gave him such a big surprise and affirmed them. Although it was just their own imagination, Peng Peng must do something to show his loyalty. Peng Peng has been studying him since the incident with the Eternal Guild. He also discovered from him's deeds that him should have no way of knowing the game updates. Moreover, based on the events of the initial grassland battle, we can know that him should not be able to view the player forum. Peng Peng knew that their strength could not help him, so he could only help him with the information gap. Now that him has recognized them, they must bring value to him. After hearing what Peng Peng said, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Su Yuan knew about the Bed Wars mod, and the official probably did this to enhance the player's operations. Although Su Yuan did not inquire about the player's situation, judging from the turbulent situation in the world, the player's living environment is obviously very bad. The number of zombie players is increasing, the biological association is rising, and the villagers are beginning to form armed forces. These forces are currently hostile to the players. In addition, Su Yuan launched the Epic Siege mod earlier. Su Yuan didn't even need to think about how harsh the environment the players were in. In order to maintain the balance of the game, although the official can't do anything about Su Yuan, it can still strengthen the players. But a single war of getting up won't cause much trouble. This mod is nothing more than training players' skills. No matter how good the players' skills and operations are, their ceiling is still too low. To deal with them, Su Yuan doesn't even need the undead army. These zombie players are enough to give them a hard time. Regarding this game update, Su Yuan is more concerned about the God Realm competition. Although the name sounds a little unfamiliar, but the way it was opened made Su Yuan feel very familiar. Opens at a random location within the game world. This immediately reminded Su Yuan of the realm of the god of creation that the king of disaster had once entered in the annoying villagers. It is also because of that realm that the lord of disaster obtained the power of the god of creation and the powerful weapon, the red axe. Although the way this area is opened is somewhat similar to the competition area of the creator god in annoying villagers. But they are not quite similar, because the official said that the person who wins in the end will receive the artifact as a reward. Su Yuan was very curious about the definition of this artifact. Could it be the sword of universe domination, the sword of anvil, the blade of creation, or something like that? If the final reward of the divine realm competition is these artifacts, then Su Yuan is bound to get them. Although Su Yuan already has a domain, it would be a bit risky if he encountered a sword on the chopping block. Anvil sword's attacks will set the target's health to 0 and set the target to the death state. It can also kill all hostile creatures in the loaded chunk. If you hold it, you can attack the enemy directly without hitting. When carrying the chopping block sword, the judgment event of being attacked, the judgment event of being damaged, and the judgment event of the player's death will be cancelled. In other words, when holding the chopping block sword, the player is in an invincible state. Although Su Yuan can use the data provided by the zero-value null to invade and attack players and avoid combat. But except for the zero-value null, the others in the undead army cannot do this. If the reward for this divine realm competition was a divine weapon like the chopping block sword, it is undoubtedly a huge threat to Su Yuan. Su Yuan is not afraid of players using him, as players cannot make any waves. After all, people are still afraid of the existence of the void. If the weapons fell into their hands, the consequences would be disastrous. Su Yuan was thinking, and Peng Peng saw that Su Yuan had been silent, so he thought for a moment and then continued. According to rumors, this God's Domain competition seems to have been created by the founder Notch and the GM Rookie. I heard that the ultimate artifact was created by Notch. It is said that the artifact of the first ultimate reward is very special, and it was created by Notch himself. Peng Peng is not sure whether him understands the term founder, but him should be more familiar with GM. After all, him had fought against GM 303 before. After saying this, Peng Peng was afraid that him might not understand the origins of the GM Rookie, so he continued. GM Rookie once fought against GM 303, who turned into a monster after his rebellion. Monster 303 was stunned by the huge salted fish that the GM Rookie took out, and ran away. Peng Peng was actually a little worried. Although the official update has just been released, various rumors are emerging. Players also praised the final artifact in the God's Domain competition to be superb. Some even said that the artifact was created by Notch to deal with him, saying it was a god-killing artifact. Peng Peng and his friends have just received recognition from him, although they know that him's strength is unmatched. But they still kept these rumors in mind. If him falls, their good days will probably be over. Notch. When Su Yuan heard the name Notch from Peng Peng, he was a little stunned. He also didn't expect that the current game world was actually created by Notch. As the creator god, Notch's strength is naturally needless to say. He has always been regarded as a T0 level existence among the gods of creation. I just don't know what the difference is between Notch the creator and Notch the creator god. He is interfering with the progress of the game now, so will he become a part of the game like 303 in the future? Notch and him have always been in a hostile relationship. If Notch also entered the game world for some reason, then Su Yuan has one more enemy, and he is at the level of a creator god. This world is so damn complicated. After thinking about this, Su Yuan couldn't help but have a headache. The world is in such a state of chaos right now. The existence in the void is watching covetously, and Notch and Rookie seem to be slowly joining the battle. Danger lurks everywhere. After thinking about this, Su Yuan rubbed his temples and calmed down his thoughts. Although he knew about the existence of Notch, it was also a good thing for Su Yuan. After all, the potential dangers are already known. It's better than those elusive existences in the void. The most urgent task at the moment is to find out what the ultimate artifact in this divine realm competition is. If it is a divine weapon like the chopping block sword, Su Yuan must first obtain it through the void step. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at Peng Peng and said, "Find out what the Divine Realm competition is about and report to me tomorrow." When Peng Peng heard him giving him a task, he was extremely excited. At this moment, the zombie players on the side had the same mood as Peng Peng. "My king has given us a mission? It seems that he really believes in us. We must not let our king down. We must complete this first mission well. Don't worry, my king. We will definitely do our best." Peng Peng's excitement at this moment was beyond words. He looked at him and answered with a firm look in his eyes. "Yes." After Su Yuan finished explaining things to Peng Peng, he left. As soon as Su Yuan disappeared from the spot, he saw Haidao kneeling down on one knee. "Farewell, king." After seeing Haidao's actions, all the zombie players knelt down in unison. "Farewell, king. Farewell, king. Farewell, king." It was a long time after him left that Peng Peng took the lead in standing up. After thinking for a moment, Peng Peng first gave orders to the players who followed them but had not yet turned into zombies. Go to the forum and post a recruitment message to recruit players who are willing to follow him. Remember, pick the ones that operate well. We may not be able to enter this God's Domain competition, so just let those players in. If we can take first place and obtain the divine weapon, we will have accomplished a great feat. Peng Peng's thinking is still very clear. Ever since players discovered that becoming a zombie and killing other players can improve their attributes, many players have wanted to become zombies. Later, when the news of him bestowing power on Peng Peng spread, more players wanted to join. Peng Peng will definitely make good use of the value of these people. After hearing Peng Peng's order, those players who had not been infected immediately began to post messages on the forum. Seeing this, Peng Peng looked at 007 standing beside him. "Little bug, are you okay?" What Peng Peng ultimately cared about were the small bugs. After hearing Peng Peng's words, 007 nodded. Good. Only 007 himself knew that at this moment, the little bug in his body was already stirring. Several times it tried to seize control, but was suppressed by 007. 007 also knows Peng Peng's feelings for little bug. But as him's subordinate, 007 naturally cannot lose him's face. If this little bug were to be released at this moment, his image as a Death Knight would completely collapse. 007 himself doesn't care, but he is mainly afraid of losing him's face. Peng Peng is not clear about the current status of 007 and little bug. He could only roughly guess that the souls of the two should have merged. Being able to see the Death Knight again is equivalent to seeing the little bug again. Moreover, Peng Peng is already very satisfied that they can fight side by side in the future. After thinking about this, Peng Peng asked 007, "My king sent you here. Is there any mission?" Him always has his reasons for doing things, and he certainly wouldn't place the Death Knight around them for no reason. Peng Peng couldn't ask him directly, so he could only ask 007. After hearing Peng Peng's words, 007 thought for a moment and then said, "I need to kill the player." 007 also knew very well that the way to quickly and significantly improve his strength was to kill players and achieve autonomous consciousness. Him sent him here for the same reason. So he told Peng Peng directly. After hearing what 007 said, Peng Peng nodded and asked, "How many do we need to kill?" Hearing Peng Peng's question, 007 paused and then spoke directly. "Several million." After 007 evolved into a higher consciousness, he followed him into retirement mode. Although the execution dragon had come out and killed players before, but 007 gave all the kills to the dragon of execution. After all, the order him gave him at that time was to lead the dragon of execution to reach a higher level of consciousness. So his kill count basically never increased. Currently, it will take about 8 million kills to evolve to autonomous consciousness. It can be said to be an astronomical figure. Hearing what 007 said, Peng Peng also took a breath of cold air. Although this number is huge, Peng Peng is not completely helpless. After thinking about this, Peng Peng said, "That's not too difficult. There are many players who want to follow my king now. Gather them together and kill them. They can be resurrected infinitely anyway." Thanks to him who gave Peng Peng the power, many players have developed the desire to follow him. Since they want to follow him, they naturally have to make some contributions. Although it may not be possible for 007 to get millions of kills right away, but players can revive infinitely, and by brushing a little every day, it is not particularly difficult to reach millions. It just takes some time. Although Peng Peng also wanted to kill these players to quickly improve his strength, since him brought the Death Knight here, then he must come first in everything. After thinking about this, Peng Peng immediately began to help 007 plan and make arrangements. The End Island. 2 red auras were opening and closing in the void. "Have you found the End City?" "I found it a long time ago." "Why don't you wake up the Ender Queen?" "What wakes you up?" "The dragon head on the ship at the end, have you forgotten that?" "You tell me how to get the dragon head?" "By possessing those shulkers." This is indeed a problem. 2 auras were discussing. But he saw a strange scene in the void. "I saw a flying Enderman appear in the void. After a closer look, I finally understood. It turns out that it is not that it can fly, but that it can teleport infinitely. In this way, it can keep itself in the air and not fall. It looks like flying in the void. It seemed to be searching for something in the void." 2 red auras slowly approached the Enderman, feeling his breath. "But I found that the aura on his body was very chaotic. There was a small amount of him's aura, but also many other chaotic auras. These auras all come from the main world. Seeing this, the two red auras started discussing again. This Enderman has some of him's aura. Could it be sent by him? The aura on him is too chaotic, and him's aura is very weak. He doesn't look like him. Maybe he has met him before. Since it's not him's people, then doesn't that mean we have someone who can wake up the Ender Queen? Have you figured out how to convince her? She is very wary, so we can only act according to circumstances. After the two red auras finished discussing, one of them gradually approached the Enderman that teleported in the void. After arriving next to the Enderman, the red aura immediately invaded the Enderman's body. As the red aura invaded, the Enderman's eyes also turned red. He immediately changed direction and teleported to the void on the other side. After teleporting in the void for more than an hour, finally, a number of islands suspended in the void appeared in front of us. The island is full of chorus fruits and various magnificent buildings stand everywhere. Obviously, wherever the Enderman went was the End City that Yuan wanted to find. After arriving at the End City, the Enderman immediately began searching inside the End City. The purpose of his trip was to find the End Ship, get the Ender Dragon head and awaken the long-sleeping Lord of the End City, the leader of the Enderman, the Ender Queen. At this moment, the Enderman possessed by the red breath in the void was Eddie, who was sent by Yuan to find the Ender Queen. It was precisely because he possessed the ability to teleport infinitely that he was chosen by the red aura in the void. I don't know if it was a coincidence or an accident, but Eddie had no independent consciousness at the moment. But it can be considered as indirectly completing the task. After arriving at the End City, the controlled Eddie has been teleporting in the void, looking for traces of the End Ship. After searching for more than half an hour, we finally found the fleet of Enderman ships floating in the void. Why is it called the End of the Ship Group? Because there are more than 10 End World ships floating in the void ahead. Among these End ships, there is one that is completely different from the others. Just from the appearance of this End ship, you can tell that it is extraordinary. Not only is the entire hull much larger than an ordinary End World ship, but it is also made entirely of obsidian. The entire ship exudes a faint purple glow. Other normal End ships surround this obsidian End ship, just like the moon surrounded by stars. That's it. After the possessed Eddie discovered the obsidian End ship, he immediately teleported onto the End ship. After arriving on the End ship, Eddie discovered that there was no entrance to the ship. Fortunately, it was the Enderman who possessed me. The red consciousness possessing Eddie couldn't help but sigh. If it possesses other creatures, it will not be so easy to enter the Ender ship. The red consciousness immediately controlled the Enderman to teleport into the Ender ship. Then he began to search the hull. Generally speaking, the Ender Dragon will appear at the bow of the ship. But that is just an ordinary dragon head. This obsidian Ender ship does not have an Ender Dragon head. As expected, the dragon head that can awaken the Ender Queen is stored in the hull. The red consciousness controlled Eddie to search in the ship for a while, and then he found the Ender Dragon head stored in the Ender box. After taking out the Ender Dragon's head, the red consciousness controlled Eddie to teleport to the bow of the obsidian Ender ship. Then the Ender Dragon head was placed on the bow of the obsidian Ender ship. The Ender Dragon head was just put up. The entire obsidian Ender ship seemed to be activated. The entire ship began to shake. Seeing this, the red consciousness immediately controlled the Enderman to teleport onto the hull. As soon as I moved to the deck of the obsidian Ender ship, I saw the entire obsidian Ender ship moving. After the obsidian Ender ship started, it immediately sped towards the distant void. I don't know how long the boat has been sailing. Finally, I could see the building complex again in the void in the distance. It is made up of several large islands. On the largest island stands a black castle made of obsidian. The castle is surrounded by chorus fruits. The obsidian Ender ship stopped after it arrived above the castle. Finally, we're here. The red consciousness controlled Eddie and teleported into the castle. I saw a woman in a black robe and long purple hair lying on the obsidian throne in the center of the castle hall. The moment Eddie entered the castle, the woman seemed to be awakened. She slowly opened her purple eyes that were like amethyst. This woman with powerful strength and peerless beauty is the Queen of Ender. The red consciousness was about to control Eddie to move forward. In the blink of an eye, he found that the Ender Queen suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time as the Ender Queen appeared, there was also a black sword that came out from nowhere and was already clamped around her neck. Who? A cold and resolute voice came from the Ender Queen's throat. Although it was the Enderman that appeared in the castle, the Ender Queen could sense the aura of the Enderman from it. That breath was not the breath of the Enderman. The aura was powerful, yet it also had a familiar feel. But that familiar feeling made the Ender Queen feel a little bored. Although the Ender Queen realized that the Enderman in front of her had no ill will towards her. But he knows how to wake himself up, so the identity of this Enderman must be extraordinary. Don't get excited. I'm here to help you. After hearing the words of the strange Enderman in front of her, the Ender Queen couldn't help but sneer. Help me. I'd like to know how I can help you. Seeing that the Ender Queen was willing to communicate with him, the red consciousness finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said after thinking for a moment. I wonder if you still remember the man with a pair of eyes that glowed white. After hearing the Enderman's words, the Ender Queen thought for a moment. Dancer. The last dancer, one of the 3 great observers of the end of the world, has a pair of eyes that emit white light. The Ender Queen, who is also an observer of the end, naturally knows about the dancer. After hearing the words of the Ender Queen, the Red Consciousness shook his head. Think about it carefully. Hearing what the Enderman said, the Ender Queen instantly became a little impatient. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by the Enderman in front of him. You really don't remember that one has a pair of eyes that emit white light, commands all the undead, and possesses great power. The man who conquered the End, slaughtered your people at will, and stole the Ender Dragon. Hearing the Enderman's words, the Ender Queen frowned slightly. She closed her eyes and thought carefully. There does seem to be a blurry image of a man with a pair of eyes emitting white light in my mind. The Ender Queen vaguely remembered that she did know this man. But the Ender Queen had no recollection of what the Enderman had just said. If such a thing really happened, the Ender Queen would definitely remember it. Although what the Enderman said was very true, the Ender Queen did not completely believe him. Yeah, but I don't remember what you said happened. Hearing that the Ender Queen did not believe in him, the Red Consciousness did not seem to be in a hurry. After all, the Ender Queen has always been cautious and will definitely not believe me just because of a few words from me. Moreover, these things were not true at all, they were all made up by him. It's normal that you don't believe my words alone. If you don't believe me, try summoning the Ender Dragon. The Red Consciousness naturally knows that the only remaining Ender Dragon in the world is now next to him. The reason why he said this was because he wanted to take advantage of the Ender Queen. The Ender Queen has the ability to summon the Ender Dragon. If the Ender Queen could really recall the Ender Dragon, the Void wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Just control the Ender Dragon directly. But he also understood that the Ender Queen was most likely unable to recall the Ender Dragon. If that were the case, the Ender Queen might believe the story he made up. After hearing the Enderman's words, the Ender Queen thought for a moment. Then I decided to give it a try. She slowly closed her eyes and began to search for and summon the Ender Dragon. What also surprised the Ender Queen was that although she could roughly sense its location, the location information was very vague, and she could only sense that it was in the main world. This has never happened before. Logically speaking, as long as the Ender Dragon is still in this world, the Ender Queen can accurately sense its location, and the Ender Dragon will respond to the Ender Queen's call. But at this moment, the Ender Queen summoned it for a long time, but received no response. Where is it now? I'm a bit busy at work today and will have to work overtime soon, so I'll just update one chapter for now. Although the Ender Queen can sense that the Ender Dragon is in the main world, but she couldn't sense its exact location, and the breath of the Ender Dragon she sensed was very weak. Moreover, the Ender Queen also sensed that there was only one Ender Dragon in the entire world. This is what worries the Ender Queen. The Ender Dragon serves as the gatekeeper of the End among the Endermen, and it is also the pet of the Ender Queen. There are several End Islands in the entire End, and these End Islands are guarded by the Ender Dragon. But at this moment, the Ender Queen only sensed one Ender Dragon. This has never happened before. It is obvious that something must have happened in this world while the Ender Queen was sleeping. This left only one Ender Dragon guarding the End. But even so, the Ender Queen would not easily believe the words of the Enderman in front of her. She could naturally sense that this Enderman was possessed by another spirit. The aura that took over its body was very powerful. Although that aura seemed to be showing goodwill to me, but for some reason, the Ender Queen never had any good feelings towards this aura. On the contrary, the longer she stayed with him, the more annoyed and anxious she felt. A woman's sixth sense is still very strong, although the Ender Queen doesn't know why she hates that breath. But her intuition told her that she couldn't trust all the words of the controlled Enderman in front of her. Hearing the Ender Queen's question, the Red Consciousness immediately answered. The Ender Dragon is right next to that man. That man's name is him. His strength has not yet reached its peak. We are still capable of fighting him. Hearing the Enderman's words, the Ender Queen couldn't help but snorted coldly. Us. The Ender Queen was already suspicious of the Enderman when she heard the word we from him. The Ender Queen became even more suspicious of his intentions. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to form an alliance with the Ender Queen. If it is true as he said, the strength of the man named him has not reached its peak. Then why didn't he go find him himself? Why did he form an alliance with himself? The power of the aura on the Enderman is far greater than that of the Ender Queen. Why would he seek to win over and form an alliance with someone who is far weaker than himself? There are only two possible explanations for this behavior. One is that he was subject to some restrictions and couldn't fight against him. The second is that he wants to use the Ender Queen as a gun. At this moment, after the Red Consciousness saw the look in the Ender Queen's eyes, it also realized that she might have doubts about this matter. This woman is really difficult to deal with. The Red Consciousness knew very well that the Ender Queen was too suspicious. If he wanted to use her, it would be difficult to do so with just a few words from him. Just when the Red Consciousness was in a dilemma, he suddenly sensed a breath growing in the left corner of the hall. That breath came from the Dragon Prophet, one of the three great observers of the end of the world. It seems that after the Ender Queen slowly woke up, other observers also began to wake up. The Dragon Prophet has a strong perception ability. He can distinguish the truth from falsehood of things and predict the direction of things. After sensing the presence of the Dragon Prophet, the red aura instantly came up with an idea. He thought for a moment and then said, "It's normal for you to doubt me. I understand. To tell you the truth, with my strength, I can easily kill him now, but I don't have enough power to gain a physical body yet. I am in this state now because of my defeat to him. I just want revenge. Him erased your memory. He doesn't want you to remember certain things. That's why I'm looking for you to form an alliance with me. The Ender Queen was thinking about what the Enderman said. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came in my mind. He didn't lie. This voice is exactly the voice of the Dragon Prophet. After waking up, the Dragon Prophet also noticed the doubts in the Ender Queen's heart. So when the Enderman spoke, I used the Eye of Prophecy to test the authenticity of his words. It turns out that what the Enderman said was true. Only then did he tell the Ender Queen the truth. After hearing the words of the Dragon Prophet, the Ender Queen thought for a moment and then communicated with her mind. Did those things really happen in the end of the world? Is our enemy really him? The Ender Queen knew that the Dragon Prophet would never lie to her, so she wanted to find him to find out the truth. For a long time, Prophet Long did not respond. After a moment, he finally spoke. I can't remember it either, but I remember that we seemed to have seen him before we fell asleep last time. And what that Enderman said about him erasing your memory was true. So, it should be the last time we met that him erased our memories. After hearing the words of the Dragon Prophet, the Ender Queen frowned slightly. Am I too suspicious? At this moment, after the Red Consciousness saw the expression of the Ender Queen, a barely perceptible smile did appear on its face. Prophet Long was not wrong. What he just said was all true. It was indeed him who sealed them in the void. It is indeed the memory of the Ender Queen that was erased by him. These sentences are all true, but only the Red Consciousness itself knows the story behind them. He also expected that Prophet Long would find out the truth of his words. That's why he told the truth in a roundabout way so that the Ender Queen would believe him. Fortunately, the Dragon Prophet did not wake up at the beginning, otherwise it would have been difficult. Seeing that the Ender Queen was somewhat shaken, the Red Aura decided to pursue the victory. I saw him take out an Eye of Ender that was emitting blue light from somewhere. Then it was handed to the Ender Queen. This is a greeting gift. Although I can't join the battle, I can still help you. This is a good thing. As long as it is integrated into a living body, it can exert its powerful strength and help you. The stronger the fused life form, the greater the power it can exert. After saying this, the Red Consciousness glanced at the Dragon Prophet standing in the corner, and then reminded him. Oh, by the way, it can't merge with the Enderman. Seeing the Eye of Ender with blue pupils handed to her by the Enderman, the Ender Queen couldn't help but be a little surprised. She had never seen the Eye of Ender like this. Through the blue pupils, the Ender Queen seemed to feel that there was a powerful energy sealed in this Eye of Ender. As the Ender Queen was hesitating, the voice of the Dragon Prophet sounded in her ears again. What he just said is also true. After hearing the words of the Dragon Prophet, the Ender Queen hesitated for a moment, then took the strange Eye of Ender that was glowing blue. Seeing that the Ender Queen took the Eye of Ender, the Red Consciousness finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he laughed. I hope it can help you take back what originally belonged to you. When you succeed, I will come to congratulate you personally.